The horse dealers. A hospital assistant, called Yergunov, an empty-headed fellow, known throughout the district as a great braggart and drunkard, was returning one evening in Christmas week from the hamlet of Ryapino, where he had been to make some purchases for the hospital. That he might get home in good time and not be late, the doctor had lent him his very best horse. At first it had been a still day, but at 8 o'clock a violent snowstorm came on, and when he was only about 4 miles from home, Yergunov completely lost his way. He did not know how to drive, he did not know the road, and he drove on at random, hoping that the horse would find the way of itself. 2 hours passed, the horse was exhausted, he himself was chilled, and already began to fancy that he was not going home, but back towards Ryapino. But at last, above the uproar of the storm, he heard the faraway barking of a dog, and a murky red blur came into sight ahead of him. Little by little, the outlines of a high gate could be discerned, then a long fence on which there were nails with their points uppermost, and beyond the fence there stood the slanting crane of a well. The wind drove away the mist of snow from before the eyes, and where there had been a red blur, there sprang up a small, squat little house with a steep thatched roof. Of the 3 little windows, one, covered on the inside with something red, was lighted up. What sort of place was it? Yergunov remembered that to the right of the road, 3.5 or 4 miles from the hospital, there was Andrei Tikhirakov's tavern. He remembered, too, that this Tikhirikov, who had been lately killed by some sledge drivers, had left a wife and a daughter called Lyubka, who had come to the hospital 2 years before as a patient. The inn had a bad reputation, and to visit it late in the evening, and especially with someone else's horse, was not free from risk. But there was no help for it. Yergunov fumbled in his knapsack for his revolver and, coughing sternly, tapped at the window frame with his whip. "Hey, who is within?" he cried. "Hey, Granny, let me come in and get warm." With a hoarse bark, a black dog rolled like a ball under the horse's feet, then another white one, then another black one. There must have been a dozen of them. Yergunov looked to see which was the biggest, swung his whip and lashed at it with all his might. A small, long-legged puppy turned its sharp muzzle upwards and set up a shrill, piercing howl. Yergunov stood for a long while at the window, tapping. But at last the hoarfrost on the trees near the house glowed red, and a muffled female figure appeared with a lantern in her hands. "Let me in to get warm, Granny," said Yergunov. "I was driving to the hospital, and I have lost my way. It's such weather, God preserve us. Don't be afraid, we are your own people, Granny." "All my own people are at home, and we didn't invite strangers," said the figure grimly. "And what are you knocking for? The gate is not locked." Yergunov drove into the yard and stopped at the steps. "Bid your labor take my horse out, Granny," said he. "I am not Granny." And indeed she was not a granny. While she was putting out the lantern, the light fell on her face, and Yergunov saw black eyebrows and recognized Lyubka. "There are no laborers about now," she said as she went into the house. "Some are drunk and asleep, and some have been gone to Ryapino since the morning. It's a holiday." As he fastened his horse up in the shed, Yergunov heard a neigh, and distinguished in the darkness another horse, and felt on it a Cossack saddle. So there must be someone else in the house besides the woman and her daughter. For greater security, Yergunov unsaddled his horse, and when he went into the house, took with him both his purchases and his saddle. The first room into which he went was large and very hot, and smelt of freshly washed floors. A short, lean peasant of about 40, with a small, fair beard, wearing a dark blue shirt, was sitting at the table under the holy images. It was Kalashnikov, an errant scoundrel and horse stealer, whose father and uncle kept a tavern in Bogolyovka and disposed of the stolen horses where they could. He too had been to the hospital more than once, not for medical treatment, but to see the doctor about horses, to ask whether he had not one for sale, and whether his honor would not like to swap his bay mare for a dung-colored gelding. Now his head was pomaded, and a silver earring glittered in his ear, and altogether he had a holiday air. Frowning and dropping his lower lip, he was looking intently at a big dog's-eared picture book. Another peasant lay stretched on the floor near the stove. His head, his shoulders, and his chest were covered with a sheepskin. He was probably asleep. Beside his new boots, with shining bits of metal on the heels, there were 2 dark pools of melted snow. Seeing the hospital assistant, Kalashnikov greeted him. "Yes, it is weather," said Yergunov, rubbing his chilled knees with his open hands. "The snow is up to one's neck. I am soaked to the skin, I can tell you, and I believe my revolver is too." He took out his revolver, looked it all over, and put it back in his knapsack. But the revolver made no impression at all. The peasant went on looking at the book. "Yes, it is weather. I lost my way, and if it had not been for the dogs here, I do believe it would have been my death. There would have been a nice to-do, and where are the women? The old woman has gone to Ryapino, and the girl is getting supper ready," answered Kalashnikov. Silence followed. Yergunov, shivering and gasping, breathed on his hands, huddled up, and made a show of being very cold and exhausted. The still angry dogs could be heard howling outside. It was dreary. "You come from Bogolyovka, don't you?" he asked the peasant sternly. "Yes, from Bogolyovka." And to while away the time, Yergunov began to think about Bogolyovka. It was a big village, and it lay in a deep ravine, so that when one drove along the highroad on a moonlight night and looked down into the dark ravine and then up at the sky, it seemed as though the moon were hanging over a bottomless abyss and it were the end of the world. The path going down was steep, winding, and so narrow that when one drove down to Bogolyovka on account of some epidemic or to vaccinate the people, one had to shout at the top of one's voice or whistle all the way, for if one met a cart coming up, one could not pass. The peasants of Bogolyovka had the reputation of being good gardeners and horse dealers. They had well-stocked gardens. In spring, the whole village was buried in white cherry blossom, and in the summer they sold cherries at 3 kopecks a pail. One could pay 3 kopecks and pick as one liked. Their women were handsome and looked well-fed. They were fond of finery, and never did anything even on working days, but spent all their time sitting on the ledge in front of their houses and searching in each other's heads. But at last there was the sound of footsteps. Lyubka, a girl of 20 with bare feet and a red dress, came into the room. She looked sideways at Yergunov and walked twice from one end of the room to the other. She did not move simply, but with tiny steps, thrusting forward her bosom. Evidently, she enjoyed padding about with her bare feet on the freshly washed floor and had taken off her shoes on purpose. Kalashnikov laughed at something and beckoned her with his finger. She went up to the table, and he showed her a picture of the prophet Elijah, who, driving 3 horses abreast, was dashing up to the sky. Lyubka put her elbow on the table. Her plate fell across her shoulder, a long chestnut plate tied with red ribbon at the end. It almost touched the floor. She, too, smiled. "A splendid, wonderful picture," said Kalashnikov. "Wonderful," he repeated, and motioned with his hand as though he wanted to take the reins instead of Elijah. The wind howled in the stove. Something growled and squeaked as though a big dog had strangled a rat. The unclean spirits are abroad," said Lyubka. "That's the wind," said Kalashnikov, and after a pause he raised his eyes to Yergunov and asked, "And what is your learned opinion? Osip Vasilyich, are there devils in this world or not?" "What's one to say, brother?" said Yergunov, and he shrugged one shoulder. "If one reasons from science, of course there are no devils, for it's a superstition, but if one looks at it simply, as you and I do now, there are devils, to put it shortly. I have seen a great deal in my life. When I finished my studies, I served as medical assistant in the army in a regiment of the dragoons, and I have been in the war, of course. I have a medal and a decoration from the Red Cross, but after the Treaty of San Stefano, I returned to Russia and went into the service of the Zemstvo. And in consequence of my enormous circulation about the world, I may say I have seen more than many another has dreamed of. It has happened to me to see devils, too. That is, not devils with horns and a tail, that is all nonsense, but just, to speak precisely, something of the sort." "Where?" asked Kalashnikov. "In various places. There is no need to go far. Last year I met him here, speak of him not at night near this very inn. I was driving, I remember, to Galashino. I was going there to vaccinate. Of course, as usual, I had the racing droshky and a horse and all the necessary paraphernalia, and what's more, I had a watch and all the rest of it, so I was on my guard as I drove along, for fear of some mischance. There are lots of tramps of all sorts. I came up to the Zmany ravine, damnation take it, and was just going down it, when all at once somebody comes up to me, such a fellow. Black hair, black eyes, and his whole face looked smutted with soot. He comes straight up to the horse and takes hold of the left rein. 'Stop!' He looked at the horse, then at me, then dropped the reins, and without saying a bad word, 'Where are you going?' says he. And he showed his teeth in a grin, and his eyes were spiteful looking. 'Ah,' thought I, 'you are a queer customer. I am going to vaccinate for the smallpox, said I, and what is that to you? Well, if that's so, says he, vaccinate me. He bared his arm and thrust it under my nose. Of course, I did not bandy words with him, I just vaccinated him to get rid of him. Afterwards, I looked at my lancet and it had gone rusty. The peasant who was asleep near the stove suddenly turned over and flung off the sheepskin. To his great surprise, Yergunov recognized the stranger he had met that day at XIII ravine. This peasant's hair, beard, and eyes were black as soot, his face was swarthy, and, to add to the effect, there was a black spot the size of a lentil on his right cheek. He looked mockingly at the hospital assistant and said, I did take hold of the left rein, that was so, but about the smallpox you are lying, sir. And there was not a word said about the smallpox between us. Yergunov was disconcerted. I'm not talking about you, he said. Lie down since you are lying down. The dark-skinned peasant had never been to the hospital, and Yergunov did not know who he was or where he came from, and now, looking at him, he made up his mind that the man must be a gypsy. The peasant got up and, stretching and yawning loudly, went up to Lyubka and Kalashnikov, and sat down beside them, and he, too, began looking at the book. His sleepy face softened, and a look of envy came into it. Look, Marek, Lyubka said to him, get me such horses and I will drive to heaven. Sinners can't drive to heaven, said Kalashnikov. That's for holiness. Then Lyubka laid the table and brought in a big piece of fat bacon, salted cucumbers, a wooden platter of boiled meat cut up into little pieces, then a frying pan in which there were sausages and cabbage spluttering. A cut glass decanter of vodka, which diffused a smell of orange peel all over the room when it was poured out, was put on the table also. Yergunov was annoyed that Kalashnikov and the dark fellow Marek talked together and took no notice of him at all, behaving exactly as though he were not in the room. And he wanted to talk to them, to brag, to drink, to have a good meal, and if possible to have a little fun with Lyubka, who sat down near him half a dozen times while they were at supper, and, as though by accident, brushed against him with her handsome shoulders and passed her hands over her broad hips. She was a healthy, active girl, always laughing and never still. She would sit down, then get up. And when she was sitting down, she would keep turning first her face and then her back to her neighbor, like a fidgety child, and never failed to brush against him with her elbows or her knees. And he was displeased, too, that the peasants drank only a glass each and no more, and it was awkward for him to drink alone. But he could not refrain from taking a second glass, all the same, then a third, and he ate all the sausage. He brought himself to flatter the peasants that they might accept him as one of the party instead of holding him at arm's length. You are a fine set of fellows in Bogolyovka, he said, and wagged his head. In what way fine fellows? Inquired Kalashnikov. Why about horses, for instance, fine fellows at stealing? Fine fellows, you call them, nothing but thieves and drunkards. They have had their day, but it is over, said Marek after a pause. But now they have only Filia left, and he is blind. Yes, there is no one but Filia, said Kalashnikov with a sigh. Reckon it up, he must be 70. The German settlers knocked out one of his eyes, and he does not see well with the other. It is cataract. In old days, the police officer would shout as soon as he saw him, Hey, you Shamel? And all the peasants called him that he was Shamel all over the place, and now his only name is One-Eyed Filia. But he was a fine fellow. Lyuba's father, Andrei Grigorich, and he stole one night into Rozhnovo. There were cavalry regiments stationed there and carried off 9 of the soldiers' horses, the very best of them. They weren't frightened of the sentry, and in the morning they sold all the horses for 20 rubles to the gypsy Afonka. Yes. But nowadays a man contrives to carry off a horse whose rider is drunk or asleep and has no fear of God, but will take the very boots from a drunkard, and then slinks off and goes away 150 miles with a horse, and haggles at the market, haggles like a Jew, till the policeman catches him, the fool. There is no fun in it. It is simply a disgrace. A paltry set of people, I must say. What about Marek? Asked Lyubka. Marek is not one of us, said Kalashnikov. He is a Kharkov man from Mizhurich, but that he is a bold fellow, that's the truth. There's no gainsaying that he is a fine fellow. Lyubka looked slyly and gleefully at Marek, and said, It wasn't for nothing they dipped him in a hole in the ice. How was that? Asked Yergunov. It was like this, said Marek, and he laughed. Filia carried off 3 horses from the Samolenka tenants, and they pitched upon me. There were 10 of the tenants at Samolenka, and with their laborers there were 30 altogether, and all of them Molochans. So one of them says to me at the market, "Come and have a look, Merrick, we have brought some new horses from the fair." I was interested, of course. I went up to them, and the whole lot of them, 30 men, tied my hands behind me and led me to the river. "We'll show you fine horses," they said. One hole in the ice was there already. They cut another beside it 7 feet away. Then, to be sure, they took a cord and put a noose under my armpits, and tied a crooked stick to the other end, long enough to reach both holes. They thrust the stick in and dragged it through. I went plop into the ice hole just as I was, in my fur coat and my high boots, while they stood and shoved me, one with his foot and one with his stick, then dragged me under the ice and pulled me out of the other hole. Lyubka shuddered and shrugged. "At first I was in a fever from the cold," Merrick went on, "but when they pulled me out I was helpless and lay in the snow, and the Molochans stood round and hit me with sticks on my knees and my elbows. It hurt fearfully. They beat me and they went away, and everything on me was frozen, my clothes were covered with ice. I got up, but I couldn't move. Thank God, a woman drove by and gave me a lift." Meanwhile Yergunov had drunk 5 or 6 glasses of vodka. His heart felt lighter, and he longed to tell some extraordinary, wonderful story too, and to show that he, too, was a bold fellow and not afraid of anything. "I'll tell you what happened to us in Penza province," he began. Either because he had drunk a great deal and was a little tipsy, or perhaps because he had twice been detected in a lie, the peasants took not the slightest notice of him, and even left off answering his questions. What was worse, they permitted themselves a frankness in his presence that made him feel uncomfortable and cold all over, and that meant that they took no notice of him. Kalashnikov had the dignified manners of a sedate and sensible man. He spoke weightily, and made the sign of the cross over his mouth every time he yawned, and no one could have supposed that this was a thief, a heartless thief who had stripped poor creatures, who had already been twice in prison, and who had been sentenced by the commune to exile in Siberia, and had been bought off by his father and uncle, who were as great thieves and rogues as he was. Merrick gave himself the airs of a bravo. He saw that Lyubka and Kalashnikov were admiring him, and looked upon himself as a very fine fellow, and put his arms akimbo, squared his chest, or stretched so that the bench creaked under him. After supper Kalashnikov prayed to the holy image without getting up from his seat, and shook hands with Merrick. The latter prayed too, and shook Kalashnikov's hand. Lyubka cleared away the supper, shook out on the table some peppermint biscuits, dried nuts and pumpkin seeds, and placed 2 bottles of sweet wine. "The kingdom of heaven and peace everlasting to Andrei Grigorich," said Kalashnikov, clinking glasses with Merrick. "When he was alive we used to gather together here or at his brother Martin's, and my word, what men, what talks, remarkable conversations. Martin used to be here and Filia and Fyodor Stukody. It was all done in style, it was all in keeping. And what fun we had, we did have fun. Lyubka went out, and soon afterwards came back wearing a green kerchief and beads. "Look, Merrick, what Kalashnikov brought me today," she said. She looked at herself in the looking-glass, and tossed her head several times to make the beads jingle. And then she opened a chest and began taking out, first, a cotton dress with red and blue flowers on it, and then a red one with flounces which rustled and crackled like paper. Then a new kerchief, dark blue, shot with many colors, and all these things she showed and flung up her hands, laughing as though astonished that she had such treasures. Kalashnikov tuned the balalaika and began playing it, but Yergunov could not make out what sort of song he was singing, and whether it was gay or melancholy, because at one moment it was so mournful he wanted to cry, and at the next it would be merry. Merrick suddenly jumped up and began tapping with his heels on the same spot. Then, brandishing his arms, he moved on his heels from the table to the stove, from the stove to the chest, then he bounded up as though he had been stung, clicked the heels of his boots together in the air, and began going round and round in a crouching position. Lyubka waved both her arms, uttered a desperate shriek, and followed him. At first she moved sideways, like a snake, as though she wanted to steal up to someone and strike him from behind. She tapped rapidly with her bare heels as Merrick had done with the heels of his boots, then she turned round and round like a top and crouched down, and her red dress was blown out like a bell. Merrick, looking angrily at her, and showing his teeth in a grin, flew towards her in the same crouching posture, as though he wanted to crush her with his terrible legs, while she jumped up, flung back her head, and waving her arms as a big bird does its wings, floated across the room, scarcely touching the floor. What a flame of a girl, thought Yergunov, sitting on the chest and from there watching the dance. What fire, give up everything for her, and it would be too little. And he regretted that he was a hospital assistant and not a simple peasant, that he wore a reefer coat and a chain with a gilt key on it instead of a blue shirt with a cord tied round the waist. Then he could boldly have sung, danced, flung both arms round Lyubka as Marek did. Zir. The sharp tapping, shouts and whoops set the crockery ringing in the cupboard, and the flame of the candle dancing. The thread broke and the beads were scattered all over the floor, the green kerchief slipped off, and Lyubka was transformed into a red cloud flitting by and flashing black eyes, and it seemed as though in another second Marek's arms and legs would drop off. But finally Marek stamped for the last time and stood still as though turned to stone. Exhausted and almost breathless, Lyubka sank onto his bosom and leaned against him as against a post, and he put his arms round her, and looking into her eyes, said tenderly and caressingly, as though in jest, "I'll find out where your old mother's money is hidden, I'll murder her and cut your little throat for you, and after that I will set fire to the inn. People will think you have perished in the fire, and with your money I shall go to Cuban. I'll keep droves of horses and flocks of sheep." Lyubka made no answer, but only looked at him with a guilty air and asked, "And is it nice in Cuban, Marek?" He said nothing, but went to the chest, sat down and sank into thought. Most likely he was dreaming of Cuban. "It's time for me to be going," said Kalashnikov, getting up. "Filia must be waiting for me. Goodbye, Lyuba." Yergunov went out into the yard to see that Kalashnikov did not go off with his horse. The snowstorm still persisted. White clouds were floating about the yard, their long tails clinging to the rough grass and the bushes, while on the other side of the fence in the open country, huge giants in white robes with wide sleeves were whirling round and falling to the ground, and getting up again to wave their arms and fight. And the wind, the wind. The bare birches and cherry trees, unable to endure its rude caresses, bowed low down to the ground and wailed, "God, for what sin hast thou bound us to the earth, and will not let us go free?" "Woe," said Kalashnikov sternly, and he got on his horse. One half of the gate was opened, and by it lay a high snowdrift. "Well, get on," shouted Kalashnikov. His little short-legged nag set off and sank up to its stomach in the drift at once. Kalashnikov was white all over with the snow and soon vanished from sight with his horse. When Yergunov went back into the room, Lyubka was creeping about the floor picking up her beads. Marek was not there. "Splendid girl," thought Yergunov, as he lay down on the bench and put his coat under his head. Oh, if only Marek were not here. Lyubka excited him as she crept about the floor by the bench, and he thought that if Marek had not been there he would certainly have got up and embraced her, and then one would see what would happen. It was true she was only a girl, but not likely to be chaste, and even if she were need one stand on ceremony in a den of thieves. Lyubka collected her beads and went out. The candle burnt down and the flame caught the paper in the candlestick. Yergunov laid his revolver and matches beside him and put out the candle. The light before the holy images flickered so much that it hurt his eyes, and patches of light danced on the ceiling, on the floor, and on the cupboard, and among them he had visions of Lyubka, buxom, full-bosomed. Now she was turning round like a top, now she was exhausted and breathless. Oh, if the devils would carry off that Marek, he thought. The little lamp gave a last flicker, spluttered, and went out. Someone, it must have been Marek, came into the room and sat down on the bench. He puffed at his pipe, and for an instant lighted up a dark cheek with a patch on it. Yergunov's throat was irritated by the horrible fumes of the tobacco smoke. "What filthy tobacco you have, got, damnation take it," said Yergunov. "It makes me positively sick." "I mix my tobacco with the flowers of the oats," answered Marek after a pause. "It is better for the chest." He smoked, spat, and went out again. Half an hour passed, and all at once there was the gleam of a light in the passage. Marek appeared in a coat and cap, then Lyubka with a candle in her hand. "Do stay, Marek," said Lyubka in an imploring voice. "No, Lyuba, don't keep me." "Listen, Marek," said Lyubka, and her voice grew soft and tender. "I know you will find mother's money, and will do for her and for me, and we'll go to Cuban and love other girls, but God be with you. I only ask you one thing, sweetheart, do stay. No, I want some fun, said Merrick, fastening his belt. But you have nothing to go on. You came on foot, what are you going on? Merrick bent down to Lyubka and whispered something in her ear. She looked towards the door and laughed through her tears. He is asleep, the puffed-up devil, she said. Merrick embraced her, kissed her vigorously, and went out. Yergunov thrust his revolver into his pocket, jumped up, and ran after him. Get out of the way, he said to Lyubka, who hurriedly bolted the door of the entry and stood across the threshold. Let me pass. Why are you standing here? What do you want to go out for? To have a look at my horse. Lyubka gazed up at him with a sly and caressing look. Why look at it? You had better look at me, she said, then she bent down and touched with her finger the gilt watch key that hung on his chain. Let me pass, or he will go off on my horse, said Yergunov. Let me go, you devil, he shouted, and giving her an angry blow on the shoulder, he pressed his chest against her with all his might to push her away from the door, but she kept tight hold of the bolt and was like iron. Let me go, he shouted, exhausted. He will go off with it, I tell you. Why should he? He won't. Breathing hard and rubbing her shoulder, which hurt, she looked up at him again, flushed a little and laughed. Don't go away, dear heart, she said. I am dull alone. Yergunov looked into her eyes, hesitated, and put his arms round her. She did not resist. Come, no nonsense, let me go, he begged her. She did not speak. I heard you just now, he said, telling Merrick that you love him. I dare say, my heart knows who it is I love. She put her finger on the key again and said softly, Give me that. Yergunov unfastened the key and gave it to her. She suddenly craned her neck and listened with a grave face, and her expression struck Yergunov as cold and cunning. He thought of his horse, and now easily pushed her aside and ran out into the yard. In the shed, a sleepy pig was grunting with lazy regularity, and a cow was knocking her horn. Yergunov lighted a match and saw the pig, and the cow, and the dogs, which rushed at him on all sides at seeing the light, but there was no trace of the horse. Shouting and waving his arms at the dogs, stumbling over the drifts and sticking in the snow, he ran out at the gate and fell to gazing into the darkness. He strained his eyes to the utmost, and saw only the snow flying and the snowflakes distinctly forming into all sorts of shapes. At one moment, the white, laughing face of a corpse would peep out of the darkness. At the next, a white horse would gallop by with an Amazon in a muslin dress upon it. At the next, a string of white swans would fly overhead. Shaking with anger and cold, and not knowing what to do, Yergunov fired his revolver at the dogs, and did not hit one of them. Then he rushed back to the house. When he went into the entry, he distinctly heard someone scurry out of the room and bang the door. It was dark in the room. Yergunov pushed against the door. It was locked. Then, lighting match after match, he rushed back into the entry, from there into the kitchen, and from the kitchen into a little room where all the walls were hung with petticoats and dresses, where there was a smell of cornflowers and fennel, and a bedstead with a perfect mountain of pillows, standing in the corner by the stove. This must have been the old mother's room. From there he passed into another little room, and here he saw Lyubka. She was lying on a chest, covered with a gay-colored patchwork cotton quilt, pretending to be asleep. A little icon lamp was burning in the corner above the pillow. Where is my horse? Yergunov asked. Lyubka did not stir. Where is my horse, I am asking you? Yergunov repeated still more sternly, and he tore the quilt off her. I am asking you, she-devil, he shouted. She jumped up on her knees, and with one hand holding her shift and with the other trying to clutch the quilt, huddled against the wall. She looked at Yergunov with repulsion and terror in her eyes, and like a wild beast in a trap, kept cunning watch on his faintest movement. Tell me where my horse is, or I'll knock the life out of you, shouted Yergunov. Get away, dirty brute, she said in a hoarse voice. Yergunov seized her by the shift near the neck and tore it. And then he could not restrain himself, and with all his might embraced the girl. But hissing with fury, she slipped out of his arms, and freeing one hand the other was tangled in the torn shift hit him a blow with her fist on the skull. His head was dizzy with the pain, there was a ringing and rattling in his ears. He staggered back, and at that moment received another blow, this time on the temple. Reeling and clutching at the doorposts, that he might not fall, he made his way to the room where his things were, and lay down on the bench. Then, after lying for a little time, took the matchbox out of his pocket and began lighting match after match for no object. He lit it, blew it out, and threw it under the table, and went on till all the matches were gone. Meanwhile the air began to turn blue outside, the cocks began to crow, but his head still ached, and there was an uproar in his ears as though he were sitting under a railway bridge and hearing the trains passing over his head. He got, somehow, into his coat and cap. The saddle and the bundle of his purchases he could not find. His knapsack was empty. It was not for nothing that someone had scurried out of the room when he came in from the yard. He took a poker from the kitchen to keep off the dogs and went out into the yard, leaving the door open. The snowstorm had subsided and it was calm outside. When he went out at the gate, the white plain looked dead, and there was not a single bird in the morning sky. On both sides of the road and in the distance there were bluish patches of young copse. Yergunov began thinking how he would be greeted at the hospital and what the doctor would say to him. It was absolutely necessary to think of that, and to prepare beforehand to answer questions he would be asked, but this thought grew blurred and slipped away. He walked along thinking of nothing but Lyubka, of the peasants with whom he had passed the night. He remembered how, after Lyubka struck him the second time, she had bent down to the floor for the quilt, and how her loose hair had fallen on the floor. His mind was in a maze, and he wondered why there were in the world doctors, hospital assistants, merchants, clerks, and peasants instead of simple free men. There are, to be sure, free birds, free beasts, a free merrick, and they are not afraid of anyone, and don't need anyone. And whose idea was it, who had decreed that one must get up in the morning, dine at midday, go to bed in the evening, that a doctor takes precedence of a hospital assistant, that one must live in rooms and love only one's wife, and why not the contrary, dine at night and sleep in the day? Ah, to jump on a horse without inquiring whose it is, to ride races with the wind like a devil, over fields and forests and ravines, to make love to girls, to mock at everyone. Yergunov thrust the poker into the snow, pressed his forehead to the cold white trunk of a birch tree, and sank into thought. And his gray, monotonous life, his wages, his subordinate position, the dispensary, the everlasting to-do with the bottles and blisters, struck him as contemptible, sickening. Who says it's a sin to enjoy oneself? He asked himself with vexation. Those who say that have never lived in freedom like Marek and Kalashnikov and have never loved Lyubka, they have been beggars all their lives, have lived without any pleasure, and have only loved their wives, who are like frogs. And he thought about himself that he had not hitherto been a thief, a swindler, or even a brigand, simply because he could not, or had not yet met with a suitable opportunity. A year and a half passed. In spring, after Easter, Yergunov, who had long before been dismissed from the hospital and was hanging about without a job, came out of the tavern in Ryapino and sauntered aimlessly along the street. He went out into the open country. Here there was the scent of spring, and a warm, caressing wind was blowing. The calm, starry night looked down from the sky on the earth. My God, how infinite the depth of the sky, and with what fathomless immensity it stretched over the world. The world is created well enough, only why and with what right do people, thought Yergunov, divide their fellows into the sober and the drunken, the employed and the dismissed, and so on? Why do the sober and well-fed sleep comfortably in their homes, while the drunken and the hungry must wander about the country without a refuge? Why was it that if anyone had not a job and did not get a salary he had to go hungry, without clothes and boots? Whose idea was it? Why was it the birds and the wild beasts in the woods did not have jobs and get salaries, but lived as they pleased? Far away in the sky, a beautiful crimson glow lay quivering, stretched wide over the horizon. Yergunov stopped, and for a long time he gazed at it, and kept wondering why was it that if he had carried off someone else's samovar the day before and sold it for drink in the taverns it would be a sin? Why was it? 2 carts drove by on the road. In one of them there was a woman asleep, in the other sat an old man without a cap on. "Grandfather, where's that fire?" asked Yergunov. "Andrei Tikhyrakov's inn," answered the old man. And Yergunov recalled what had happened to him 18 months before in the winter, in that very inn, and how Marek had boasted. And he imagined the old woman and Lyubka, with their throats cut, burning, and he envied Marek. And when he walked back to the tavern, looking at the houses of the rich publicans, cattle dealers, and blacksmiths, he reflected how nice it would be to steal by night into some rich man's house. Ward number 6I. In the hospital yard, there stands a small lodge surrounded by a perfect forest of burdocks, nettles, and wild hemp. Its roof is rusty, the chimney is tumbling down, the steps at the front door are rotting away and overgrown with grass, and there are only traces left of the stucco. The front of the lodge faces the hospital. At the back, it looks out into the open country, from which it is separated by the gray hospital fence with nails on it. These nails, with their points upwards, and the fence, and the lodge itself, have that peculiar, desolate, God-forsaken look which is only found in our hospital and prison buildings. If you are not afraid of being stung by the nettles, come by the narrow footpath that leads to the lodge, and let us see what is going on inside. Opening the first door, we walk into the entry. Here along the walls and by the stove, every sort of hospital rubbish lies littered about. Mattresses, old tattered dressing gowns, trousers, blue striped shirts, boots and shoes no good for anything. All these remnants are piled up in heaps, mixed up and crumpled, moldering and giving out a sickly smell. The porter, Nikita, an old soldier wearing rusty good conduct stripes, is always lying on the litter with a pipe between his teeth. He has a grim, surly, battered-looking face, overhanging eyebrows which give him the expression of a sheepdog of the steppes, and a red nose. He is short and looks thin and scraggy, but he is of imposing deportment, and his fists are vigorous. He belongs to the class of simple-hearted, practical, and dull-witted people, prompt in carrying out orders, who like discipline better than anything in the world, and so are convinced that it is their duty to beat people. He showers blows on the face, on the chest, on the back, on whatever comes first, and is convinced that there would be no order in the place if he did not. Next you come into a big, spacious room which fills up the whole lodge except for the entry. Here the walls are painted a dirty blue, the ceiling is as sooty as in a hut without a chimney. It is evident that in the winter the stove smokes and the room is full of fumes. The windows are disfigured by iron gratings on the inside. The wooden floor is gray and full of splinters. There is a stench of sour cabbage, of smoldering wicks, of bugs, and of ammonia. And for the first minute, this stench gives you the impression of having walked into a menagerie. There are bedsteads screwed to the floor. Men in blue hospital dressing gowns and wearing nightcaps in the old style are sitting and lying on them. These are the lunatics. There are 5 of them in all here. Only one is of the upper class, the rest are all artisans. The one nearest the door, a tall, lean workman with shining red whiskers and tear-stained eyes, sits with his head propped on his hand, staring at the same point. Day and night he grieves, shaking his head, sighing and smiling bitterly. He takes a part in conversation and usually makes no answer to questions. He eats and drinks mechanically when food is offered him. From his agonizing, throbbing cough, his thinness, and the flush on his cheeks, one may judge that he is in the first stage of consumption. Next to him is a little alert, very lively old man, with a pointed beard and curly black hair like a Negro's. By day he walks up and down the ward from window to window, or sits on his bed, cross-legged like a Turk, and ceaselessly as a bullfinch whistles, softly sings and titters. He shows his childish gaiety and lively character at night also when he gets up to say his prayers, that is, to beat himself on the chest with his fists, and to scratch with his fingers at the door. This is the Jew Moiseka, an imbecile, who went crazy 20 years ago when his hat factory was burnt down. And of all the inhabitants of Ward No. 6, he is the only one who is allowed to go out of the lodge, and even out of the yard into the street. He has enjoyed this privilege for years, probably because he is an old inhabitant of the hospital, a quiet, harmless imbecile, the buffoon of the town, where people are used to seeing him surrounded by boys and dogs. In his wretched gown, in his absurd nightcap, and in slippers, sometimes with bare legs and even without trousers, he walks about the streets, stopping at the gates and little shops and begging for a copper. In one place they will give him some kvass, in another some bread, in another a copper, so that he generally goes back to the ward feeling rich and well fed. Everything that he brings back Nikita takes from him for his own benefit. The soldier does this roughly, angrily turning the Jew's pockets inside out, and calling God to witness that he will not let him go into the street again, and that breach of the regulations is worse to him than anything in the world. Moiseka likes to make himself useful. He gives his companions water and covers them up when they are asleep. He promises each of them to bring him back a kopeck and to make him a new cap. He feeds with a spoon his neighbor on the left, who is paralyzed. He acts in this way, not from compassion nor from any considerations of a humane kind, but through imitation, unconsciously dominated by Gromov, his neighbor on the right hand. Ivan Dmitrich Gromov, a man of 33 who is a gentleman by birth and has been a court usher and provincial secretary, suffers from the mania of persecution. He either lies curled up in bed or walks from corner to corner as though for exercise. He very rarely sits down. He is always excited, agitated, and overwrought by a sort of vague, undefined expectation. The faintest rustle in the entry or shout in the yard is enough to make him raise his head and begin listening, whether they are coming for him, whether they are looking for him. And at such times, his face expresses the utmost uneasiness and repulsion. I like his broad face with its high cheekbones, always pale and unhappy, and reflecting, as though in a mirror, a soul tormented by conflict and long-continued terror. His grimaces are strange and abnormal, but the delicate lines traced on his face by profound, genuine suffering show intelligence and sense, and there is a warm and healthy light in his eyes. I like the man himself, courteous, anxious to be of use, and extraordinarily gentle to everyone except Nikita. When anyone drops a button or a spoon, he jumps up from his bed quickly and picks it up. Every day he says good morning to his companions, and when he goes to bed he wishes them good night. Besides his continually overwrought condition and his grimaces, his madness shows itself in the following way also. Sometimes in the evenings he wraps himself in his dressing gown and, trembling all over, with his teeth chattering, begins walking rapidly from corner to corner and between the bedsteads. It seems as though he is in a violent fever. From the way he suddenly stops and glances at his companions, it can be seen that he is longing to say something very important, but apparently reflecting that they would not listen or would not understand him, he shakes his head impatiently and goes on pacing up and down. But soon the desire to speak gets the upper hand of every consideration, and he will let himself go and speak fervently and passionately. His talk is disordered and feverish like delirium, disconnected, and not always intelligible, but on the other hand, something extremely fine may be felt in it, both in the words and the voice. When he talks you recognize in him the lunatic and the man. It is difficult to reproduce on paper his insane talk. He speaks of the baseness of mankind, of violence trampling on justice, of the glorious life which will one day be upon earth, of the window gratings, which remind him every minute of the stupidity and cruelty of oppressors. It makes a disorderly, incoherent potpourri of themes old, but not yet out of date. Roman II. Some 12 or 15 years ago, an official called Gromov, a highly respectable and prosperous person, was living in his own house in the principal street of the town. He had two sons, Sergei and Ivan. When Sergei was a student in his 4th year, he was taken ill with galloping consumption and died, and his death was, as it were, the first of a whole series of calamities which suddenly showered on the Gromov family. Within a week of Sergei's funeral, the old father was put on trial for fraud and misappropriation, and he died of typhoid in the prison hospital soon afterwards. The house, with all their belongings, was sold by auction, and Ivan Dmitrich and his mother were left entirely without means. Hitherto in his father's lifetime, Ivan Dmitrich, who was studying in the University of Petersburg, had received an allowance of 60 or 70 rubles a month, and had had no conception of poverty. Now he had to make an abrupt change in his life. He had to spend his time from morning to night giving lessons for next to nothing, to work at copying, and with all that to go hungry, as all his earnings were sent to keep his mother. Ivan Dmitrich could not stand such a life. He lost heart and strength, and, giving up the university, went home. Here, through interest, he obtained the post of teacher in the district school, but could not get on with his colleagues, was not liked by the boys, and soon gave up the post. His mother died. He was for 6 months without work, living on nothing but bread and water. Then he became a court usher. He kept this post until he was dismissed owing to his illness. He had never even in his young student days given the impression of being perfectly healthy. He had always been pale, thin, and given to catching cold. He ate little and slept badly. A single glass of wine went to his head and made him hysterical. He always had a craving for society, but owing to his irritable temperament and suspiciousness, he never became very intimate with anyone and had no friends. He always spoke with contempt of his fellow townsmen, saying that their coarse ignorance and sleepy animal existence seemed to him loathsome and horrible. He spoke in a loud tenor, with heat, and invariably either with scorn and indignation, or with wonder and enthusiasm, and always with perfect sincerity. Whatever one talked to him about, he always brought it round to the same subject: that life was dull and stifling in the town, that the townspeople had no lofty interests, but lived a dingy, meaningless life, diversified by violence, coarse profligacy, and hypocrisy. That scoundrels were well fed and clothed, while honest men lived from hand to mouth. That they needed schools, a progressive local paper, a theater, public lectures, the coordination of the intellectual elements. That society must see its failings and be horrified. In his criticisms of people, he laid on the colors thick, using only black and white and no fine shades. Mankind was divided for him into honest men and scoundrels. There was nothing in between. He always spoke with passion and enthusiasm of women and of love, but he had never been in love. In spite of the severity of his judgments and his nervousness, he was liked, and behind his back was spoken of affectionately as Vanya. His innate refinement and readiness to be of service, his good breeding, his moral purity and his shabby coat, his frail appearance and family misfortunes, aroused a kind, warm, sorrowful feeling. Moreover, he was well educated and well read. According to the townspeople's notions, he knew everything, and was in their eyes something like a walking encyclopedia. He had read a great deal. He would sit at the club, nervously pulling at his beard and looking through the magazines and books, and from his face, one could see that he was not reading, but devouring the pages without giving himself time to digest what he read. It must be supposed that reading was one of his morbid habits, as he fell upon anything that came into his hands with equal avidity, even last year's newspapers and calendars. At home, he always read lying. Down Roman III. One autumn morning, Ivan Dmitrich, turning up the collar of his greatcoat and splashing through the mud, made his way by side streets and back lanes to see some artisan, and to collect some payment that was owing. He was in a gloomy mood, as he always was in the morning. In one of the side streets, he was met by 2 convicts in fetters and 4 soldiers with rifles in charge of them. Ivan Dmitrich had very often met convicts before, and they had always excited feelings of compassion and discomfort in him, but now this meeting made a peculiar, strange impression on him. It suddenly seemed to him for some reason that he, too, might be put into fetters and led through the mud to prison like that. After visiting the artisan, on the way home he met near the post office a police superintendent of his acquaintance, who greeted him and walked a few paces along the street with him, and for some reason this seemed to him suspicious. At home, he could not get the convicts or the soldiers with their rifles out of his head all day, and an unaccountable inward agitation prevented him from reading or concentrating his mind. In the evening he did not light his lamp, and at night he could not sleep, but kept thinking that he might be arrested, put into fetters, and thrown into prison. He did not know of any harm he had done, and could be certain that he would never be guilty of murder, arson, or theft in the future either. But was it not easy to commit a crime by accident, unconsciously, and was not false witness always possible, and indeed miscarriage of justice? It was not without good reason that the age-long experience of the simple people teaches that beggary and prison are ills none can be safe from. A judicial mistake is very possible, as legal proceedings are conducted nowadays, and there is nothing to be wondered at in it. People who have an official, professional relation to other men's sufferings, for instance, judges, police officers, doctors in course of time, through habit, grow so callous that they cannot, even if they wish it, take any but a formal attitude to their clients. In this respect, they are not different from the peasant who slaughters sheep and calves in the backyard and does not notice the blood. With this formal, soulless attitude to human personality, the judge needs but one thing time in order to deprive an innocent man of all rights of property, and to condemn him to penal servitude. Only the time spent on performing certain formalities for which the judge is paid his salary, and then it is all over. Then you may look in vain for justice and protection in this dirty, wretched little town 150 miles from a railway station. And indeed, is it not absurd even to think of justice when every kind of violence is accepted by society as a rational and consistent necessity? And every act of mercy, for instance, a verdict of acquittal calls forth a perfect outburst of dissatisfied and revengeful feeling. In the morning, Ivan Dmitrich got up from his bed in a state of horror, with cold perspiration on his forehead, completely convinced that he might be arrested any minute. Since his gloomy thoughts of yesterday had haunted him so long, he thought, it must be that there was some truth in them. They could not, indeed, have come into his mind without any grounds whatever. A policeman walking slowly past by the windows, that was not for nothing. Here were two men standing still and silent near the house. Why were they silent? And agonizing days and nights followed for Ivan Dmitrich. Everyone who passed by the windows or came into the yard seemed to him a spy or a detective. At midday, the chief of the police usually drove down the street with a pair of horses. He was going from his estate near the town to the police department. But Ivan Dmitrich fancied every time that he was driving especially quickly, and that he had a peculiar expression. It was evident that he was in haste to announce that there was a very important criminal in the town. Ivan Dmitrich started at every ring at the bell and knock at the gate, and was agitated whenever he came upon anyone new at his landlady's. When he met police officers and gendarmes, he smiled and began whistling so as to seem unconcerned. He could not sleep for whole nights in succession expecting to be arrested, but he snored loudly and sighed as though in deep sleep, that his landlady might think he was asleep. For if he could not sleep, it meant that he was tormented by the stings of conscience. What a piece of evidence! Facts and common sense persuaded him that all these terrors were nonsense and morbidity, that if one looked at the matter more broadly, there was nothing really terrible in arrest and imprisonment so long as the conscience is at ease. But the more sensibly and logically he reasoned, the more acute and agonizing his mental distress became. It might be compared with the story of a hermit who tried to cut a dwelling place for himself in a virgin forest. The more zealously he worked with his axe, the thicker the forest grew. In the end, Ivan Dmitrich, seeing it was useless, gave up reasoning altogether and abandoned himself entirely to despair and terror. He began to avoid people and to seek solitude. His official work had been distasteful to him before. Now it became unbearable to him. He was afraid they would somehow get him into trouble, would put a bribe in his pocket unnoticed and then denounce him, or that he would accidentally make a mistake in official papers that would appear to be fraudulent, or would lose other people's money. It is strange that his imagination had never at other times been so agile and inventive as now, when every day he thought of thousands of different reasons for being seriously anxious over his freedom and honor. But on the other hand, his interest in the outer world, in books in particular, grew sensibly fainter, and his memory began to fail him. In the spring, when the snow melted, there were found in the ravine near the cemetery 2 half-decomposed corpses, the bodies of an old woman, and a boy bearing the traces of death by violence. Nothing was talked of but these bodies and their unknown murderers. That people might not think he had been guilty of the crime, Ivan Dmitrich walked about the streets, smiling, and when he met acquaintances he turned pale, flushed, and began declaring that there was no greater crime than the murder of the weak and defenseless. But this duplicity soon exhausted him, and after some reflection he decided that in his position the best thing to do was to hide in his landlady's cellar. He sat in the cellar all day and then all night, then another day, was fearfully cold, and waiting till dusk, stole secretly like a thief back to his room. He stood in the middle of the room till daybreak, listening without stirring. Very early in the morning, before sunrise, some workmen came into the house. Ivan Dmitrich knew perfectly well that they had come to mend the stove in the kitchen, but terror told him that they were police officers disguised as workmen. He slipped stealthily out of the flat, and overcome by terror, ran along the street without his cap and coat. Dogs raced after him barking, a peasant shouted somewhere behind him, the wind whistled in his ears, and it seemed to Ivan Dmitrich that the force and violence of the whole world was massed together behind his back and was chasing after him. He was stopped and brought home, and his landlady sent for a doctor. Dr. Andrei Yefimych, of whom we shall have more to say hereafter, prescribed cold compresses on his head and laurel drops, shook his head, and went away, telling the landlady he should not come again, as one should not interfere with people who are going out of their minds. As he had not the means to live at home and be nursed, Ivan Dmitrich was soon sent to the hospital, and was there put into the ward for venereal patients. He could not sleep at night, was full of whims and fancies, and disturbed the patients, and was soon afterwards, by Andrei Yefimich's orders, transferred to Ward Number 6. Within a year, Ivan Dmitrich was completely forgotten in the town, and his books, heaped up by his landlady in a sledge in the shed, were pulled to pieces. By boys, Roman 4. Ivan Dmitrich's neighbor on the left hand is, as I have said already, the Jew Moiseka. His neighbor on the right hand is a peasant so rolling in fat that he is almost spherical, with a blankly stupid face utterly devoid of thought. This is a motionless, gluttonous, unclean animal who has long ago lost all powers of thought or feeling. An acrid, stifling stench always comes from him. Nikita, who has to clean up after him, beats him terribly with all his might, not sparing his fists. And what is dreadful is not his being beaten, that one can get used to, but the fact that this stupefied creature does not respond to the blows with a sound or a movement, nor by a look in the eyes, but only sways a little like a heavy barrel. The fifth and last inhabitant of Ward Number 6 is a man of the artisan class who had once been a sorter in the post office. A thinnish, fair little man with a good-natured but rather sly face. To judge from the clear, cheerful look in his calm and intelligent eyes, he has some pleasant idea in his mind, and has some very important and agreeable secret. He has under his pillow and under his mattress something that he never shows anyone, not from fear of its being taken from him and stolen, but from modesty. Sometimes he goes to the window, and turning his back to his companions, puts something on his breast, and bending his head, looks at it. If you go up to him at such a moment, he is overcome with confusion and snatches something off his breast. But it is not difficult to guess his secret. "Congratulate me," he often says to Ivan Dmitrich. "I have been presented with the Stanislav Order of the Second Degree with the Star. The Second Degree with the Star is only given to foreigners, but for some reason they want to make an exception for me," he says with a smile, shrugging his shoulders in perplexity. "That I must confess I did not expect." "I don't understand anything about that," Ivan Dmitrich replies morosely. "But do you know what I shall attain to sooner or later?" the former sorter persists, screwing up his eyes slyly. "I shall certainly get the Swedish Polar Star. That's an order it is worth working for, a white cross with a black ribbon. It's very beautiful. Probably in no other place is life so monotonous as in this ward. In the morning, the patients, except the paralytic and the fat peasant, wash in the entry at a big tab and wipe themselves with the skirts of their dressing gowns. After that, they drink tea out of tin mugs, which Nikita brings them out of the main building. Everyone is allowed one mugful. At midday, they have soup made out of sour cabbage and boiled grain. In the evening, their supper consists of grain left from dinner. In the intervals, they lie down, sleep, look out of window, and walk from one corner to the other. And so every day. Even the former sorter always talks of the same orders. Fresh faces are rarely seen in Ward Number 6. The doctor has not taken in any new mental cases for a long time, and the people who are fond of visiting lunatic asylums are few in this world. Once every 2 months, Semyon Lazarich, the barber, appears in the ward. How he cuts the patient's hair, and how Nikita helps him to do it, and what a trepidation the lunatics are always thrown into by the arrival of the drunken, smiling barber, we will not describe. No one even looks into the ward except the barber. The patients are condemned to see day after day no one but Nikita. A rather strange rumor has, however, been circulating in the hospital of late. It is rumored that the doctor has begun to visit Ward Number 6, V. A strange rumor. Dr. Andrei Yefimich Radjin is a strange man in his way. They say that when he was young he was very religious, and prepared himself for a clerical career, and that when he had finished his studies at the high school in 1863, he intended to enter a theological academy, but that his father, a surgeon and doctor of medicine, jeered at him and declared point-blank that he would disown him if he became a priest. How far this is true I don't know, but Andrei Yefimich himself has more than once confessed that he has never had a natural bent for medicine or science in general. However that may have been, when he finished his studies in the medical faculty, he did not enter the priesthood. He showed no special devoutness, and was no more like a priest at the beginning of his medical career than he is now. His exterior is heavy coarse like a peasant's. His face, his beard, his flat hair, and his coarse, clumsy figure suggest an overwrought, intemperate, and harsh innkeeper on the highroad. His face is surly-looking and covered with blue veins, his eyes are little and his nose is red. With his height and broad shoulders, he has huge hands and feet. One would think that a blow from his fist would knock the life out of anyone, but his step is soft, and his walk is cautious and insinuating. When he meets anyone in a narrow passage, he is always the first to stop and make way, and to say, not in a bass, as one would expect, but in a high, soft tenor, "I beg your pardon." He has a little swelling on his neck which prevents him from wearing stiff starch collars, and so he always goes about in soft linen or cotton shirts. Altogether, he does not dress like a doctor. He wears the same suit for 10 years, and the new clothes, which he usually buys at a Jewish shop, look as shabby and crumpled on him as his old ones. He sees patients and dines and pays visits all in the same coat, but this is not due to niggardliness, but to complete carelessness about his appearance. When Andrei Yefimych came to the town to take up his duties, the institution founded to the glory of God was in a terrible condition. One could hardly breathe for the stench in the wards, in the passages, and in the courtyards of the hospital. The hospital servants, the nurses, and their children slept in the wards together with the patients. They complained that there was no living for beetles, bugs, and mice. The surgical wards were never free from erysipelas. There were only 2 scalpels and not 1 thermometer in the whole hospital. Potatoes were kept in the baths. The superintendent, the housekeeper, and the medical assistant robbed the patients, and of the old Dr. Andrei Yefimich's predecessor, people declared that he secretly sold the hospital alcohol, and that he kept a regular harem consisting of nurses and female patients. These disorderly proceedings were perfectly well known in the town, and were even exaggerated, but people took them calmly. Some justified them on the ground that there were only peasants and working men in the hospital who could not be dissatisfied, since they were much worse off at home than in the hospital. They couldn't be fed on woodcocks. Others said in excuse that the town alone, without help from the zemstvo, was not equal to maintaining a good hospital. Thank God for having one at all, even a poor one. And the newly formed zemstvo did not open infirmaries either in the town or the neighborhood, relying on the fact that the town already had its hospital. After looking over the hospital, Andrei Yefimych came to the conclusion that it was an immoral institution and extremely prejudicial to the health of the townspeople. In his opinion, the most sensible thing that could be done was to let out the patients and close the hospital. But he reflected that his will alone was not enough to do this, and that it would be useless. If physical and moral impurity were driven out of one place, they would only move to another. One must wait for it to wither away of itself. Besides, if people open a hospital and put up with having it, it must be because they need it. Superstition and all the nastiness and abominations of daily life were necessary, since in process of time they worked out to something sensible, just as manure turns into black earth. There was nothing on earth so good that it had not something nasty about its first origin. When Andrei Yefimych undertook his duties, he was apparently not greatly concerned about the irregularities at the hospital. He only asked the attendants and nurses not to sleep in the wards, and had 2 cupboards of instruments put up. The superintendent, the housekeeper, the medical assistant, and the erysipelas remained unchanged. Andrei Yefimych loved intelligence and honesty intensely, but he had no strength of will nor belief in his right to organize an intelligent and honest life about him. He was absolutely unable to give orders, to forbid things, and to insist. It seemed as though he had taken a vow never to raise his voice and never to make use of the imperative. It was difficult for him to say fetch or bring. When he wanted his meals, he would cough hesitatingly and say to the cook, "How about tea?" Or "How about dinner?" To dismiss the superintendent, or to tell him to leave off stealing, or to abolish the unnecessary parasitic post altogether, was absolutely beyond his powers. When Andrei Yefimych was deceived or flattered, or accounts he knew to be cooked were brought him to sign, he would turn as red as a crab and feel guilty, but yet he would sign the accounts. When the patients complained to him of being hungry or of the roughness of the nurses, he would be confused and mutter guiltily, very well, I will go into it later. Most likely there is some misunderstanding." At first, Andrei Yefimych worked very zealously. He saw patients every day from morning till dinner time, performed operations, and even attended confinements. The ladies said of him that he was attentive and clever at diagnosing diseases, especially those of women and children. But in process of time, the work unmistakably wearied him by its monotony and obvious uselessness. Today one sees 30 patients, and tomorrow they have increased to 35, the next day 40, and so on from day to day, from year to year, while the mortality in the town did not decrease and the patients did not leave off coming. To be any real help to 40 patients between morning and dinner was not physically possible, so it could but lead to deception. If 12,000 patients were seen in a year, it meant, if one looked at it simply, that 12,000 men were deceived. To put those who were seriously ill into wards, and to treat them according to the principles of science, was impossible, too, because though there were principles, there was no science. If you were to put aside philosophy and pedantically follow the rules as other doctors did, the things above all necessary were cleanliness and ventilation instead of dirt, wholesome nourishment instead of broth made of stinking, sour cabbage, and good assistants instead of thieves. And indeed, why hinder people dying if death is the normal and legitimate end of everyone? What is gained if some shopkeeper or clerk lives an extra 5 or 10 years? If the aim of medicine is by drugs to alleviate suffering, the question forces itself on one: why alleviate it? In the first place, they say that suffering leads man to perfection. And in the second, if mankind really learns to alleviate its sufferings with pills and drops, it will completely abandon religion and philosophy, in which it has hitherto found not merely protection from all sorts of trouble, but even happiness. Pushkin suffered terrible agonies before his death. Poor Hein lay paralyzed for several years. Why, then, should not some Andrei Yefimych or Matryona Savishna be ill, since their lives had nothing of importance in them, and would have been entirely empty and like the life of an amoeba except for suffering? Oppressed by such reflections, Andrei Yefimych relaxed his efforts and gave up. Visiting the hospital every day, Roman VI. His life was passed like this. As a rule, he got up at 8 o'clock in the morning, dressed, and drank his tea. Then he sat down in his study to read or went to the hospital. At the hospital, the outpatients were sitting in the dark, narrow little corridor waiting to be seen by the doctor. The nurses and the attendants, tramping with their boots over the brick floors, ran by them. Gaunt-looking patients in dressing gowns passed. Dead bodies and vessels full of filth were carried by, the children were crying, and there was a cold draught. Andrei Yefimych knew that such surroundings were torture to feverish, consumptive, and impressionable patients, but what could be done? In the consulting room, he was met by his assistant, Sergei Sergeyevich, a fat little man with a plump, well-washed shaven face, with soft, smooth manners, wearing a new loosely cut suit, and looking more like a senator than a medical assistant. He had an immense practice in the town, wore a white tie, and considered himself more proficient than the doctor, who had no practice. In the corner of the consulting room, there stood a large icon in a shrine with a heavy lamp in front of it, and near it a candle stand with a white cover on it. On the walls hung portraits of bishops, a view of the Svetogorsky monastery, and wreaths of dried cornflowers. Sergei Sergeyevich was religious and liked solemnity and decorum. The icon had been put up at his expense. At his instructions, some one of the patients read the hymns of praise in the consulting room on Sundays, and after the reading, Sergei Sergeyevich himself went through the wards with a censer and burned incense. There were a great many patients, but the time was short, and so the work was confined to the asking of a few brief questions and the administration of some drugs, such as castor oil or volatile ointment. Andrei Yefimych would sit with his cheek resting in his hand, lost in thought and asking questions mechanically. Sergei Sergeyevich sat down too, rubbing his hands, and from time to time putting in his word. "We suffer pain and poverty," he would say, "because we do not pray to the merciful God as we should." Yes. Andrei Yefimych never performed any operation when he was seeing patients. He had long ago given up doing so, and the sight of blood upset him. When he had to open a child's mouth in order to look at its throat, and the child cried and tried to defend itself with its little hands, the noise in his ears made his head go round and brought tears to his eyes. He would make haste to prescribe a drug, and motion to the woman to take the child away. He was soon wearied by the timidity of the patients and their incoherence, by the proximity of the pious Sergei Sergeyevich, by the portraits on the walls, and by his own questions which he had asked over and over again for 20 years. And he would go away after seeing 5 or 6 patients. The rest would be seen by his assistant in his absence. With the agreeable thought that, thank God, he had no private practice now, and that no one would interrupt him, Andriy Yefimych sat down to the table immediately on reaching home and took up a book. He read a great deal and always with enjoyment. Half his salary went on buying books, and of the 6 rooms that made up his abode 3 were heaped up with books and old magazines. He liked best of all works on history and philosophy. The only medical publication to which he subscribed was The Doctor, of which he always read the last pages first. He would always go on reading for several hours without a break and without being weary. He did not read as rapidly and impulsively as Ivan Dmitrich had done in the past, but slowly and with concentration, often pausing over a passage which he liked or did not find intelligible. Near the books there always stood a decanter of vodka, and a salted cucumber or a pickled apple lay beside it, not on a plate, but on the baize table cloth. Every half hour he would pour himself out a glass of vodka and drink it without taking his eyes off the book. Then, without looking at it, he would feel for the cucumber and bite off a bit. At 3 o'clock he would go cautiously to the kitchen door, cough and say, "Daryushka, what about dinner?" After his dinner, rather poor and untidily served one Andriy Yefimych would walk up and down his rooms with his arms folded, thinking. The clock would strike 4, then 5, and still he would be walking up and down thinking. Occasionally the kitchen door would creak, and the red and sleepy face of Daryushka would appear. "Andriy Yefimych, isn't it time for you to have your beer?" she would ask anxiously. "No, it's not time yet," he would answer. I'll wait a little." Towards the evening the postmaster, Mihail Averyanich, the only man in town whose society did not bore Andriy Yefimych, would come in. Mihail Averyanich had once been a very rich landowner and had served in the cavalry, but had come to ruin and was forced by poverty to take a job in the post office late in life. He had a hale and hearty appearance, luxuriant gray whiskers, the manners of a well-bred man, and a loud, pleasant voice. He was good-natured and emotional, but hot-tempered. When anyone in the post office made a protest, expressed disagreement, or even began to argue, Mihail Averyanich would turn crimson, shake all over, and shout in a voice of thunder, "Hold your tongue," so that the post office had long enjoyed the reputation of an institution which it was terrible to visit. Mihail Averyanich liked and respected Andriy Yefimych for his culture and the loftiness of his soul. He treated the other inhabitants of the town superciliously, as though they were his subordinates. "Here I am," he would say, going into Andriy Yefimych. "Good evening, my dear fellow. I'll be bound you're getting sick of me, aren't you?" "On the contrary, I am delighted," said the doctor. "I am always glad to see you." The friends would sit on the sofa in the study, and for some time would smoke in silence. "Daryushka, what about the beer?" Andriy Yefimych would say. They would drink their first bottle still in silence, the doctor brooding and Mihail Averyanich with a gay and animated face, like a man who has something very interesting to tell. The doctor was always the one to begin the conversation. "What a pity," he would say quietly and slowly, not looking his friend in the face. He never looked anyone in the face. "What a great pity it is that there are no people in our town who are capable of carrying on intelligent and interesting conversation, or care to do so. It is an immense privation for us. Even the educated class do not rise above vulgarity. The level of their development, I assure you, is not a bit higher than that of the lower orders." "Perfectly true, I agree. You know, of course," the doctor went on quietly and deliberately, "that everything in this world is insignificant and uninteresting, except the higher spiritual manifestations of the human mind. Intellect draws a sharp line between the animals and man, suggests the divinity of the latter, and to some extent even takes the place of the immortality which does not exist. Consequently, the intellect is the only possible source of enjoyment. We see and hear of no trace of intellect about us, so we are deprived of enjoyment. We have books, it is true, but that is not at all the same as living talk and converse. If you will allow me to make a not quite apt comparison, books are the printed score, while talk is the singing." "Perfectly true." A silence would follow. Daryushka would come out of the kitchen and with an expression of blank dejection would stand in the doorway to listen, with her face propped on her fist. Mihail Averyanich would sigh, "to expect intelligence of this generation." And he would describe how wholesome, entertaining, and interesting life had been in the past. How intelligent the educated class in Russia used to be, and what lofty ideas it had of honor and friendship. How they used to lend money without an iou, and it was thought a disgrace not to give a helping hand to a comrade in need. And what campaigns, what adventures, what skirmishes, what comrades, what women. And the Caucasus, what a marvelous country. The wife of a battalion commander, a queer woman, used to put on an officer's uniform and drive off into the mountains in the evening, alone, without a guide. It was said that she had a love affair with some princeling in the native village. Queen of Heaven, Holy Mother, Daryushka would sigh. And how we drank, and how we ate, and what desperate liberals we were. Andrei Yefimych would listen without hearing. He was musing as he sipped his beer. I often dream of intellectual people and conversation with them, he said suddenly, interrupting Mihail Averyanich. My father gave me an excellent education, but under the influence of the ideas of the 60s made me become a doctor. I believe if I had not obeyed him then, by now I should have been in the very center of the intellectual movement. Most likely, I should have become a member of some university. Of course, intellect, too, is transient and not eternal, but you know why I cherish a partiality for it. Life is a vexatious trap. When a thinking man reaches maturity and attains to full consciousness, he cannot help feeling that he is in a trap from which there is no escape. Indeed, he is summoned without his choice by fortuitous circumstances from non-existence into life. What for? He tries to find out the meaning and object of his existence. He is told nothing, or he is told absurdities. He knocks, and it is not open to him. Death comes to him also without his choice. And so, just as in prison men held together by common misfortune feel more at ease when they are together, so one does not notice the trap in life when people with a bent for analysis and generalization meet together and pass their time in the interchange of proud and free ideas. In that sense, the intellect is the source of an enjoyment nothing can replace. Perfectly true. Not looking his friend in the face, Andrei Yefimych would go on, quietly and with pauses, talking about intellectual people and conversation with them, and Mihail Averyanich would listen attentively and agree. Perfectly true. And you do not believe in the immortality of the soul? He would ask suddenly. No, honored Mihail Averyanich, I do not believe it and have no grounds for believing it. I must own I doubt it too, and yet I have a feeling as though I should never die. Oh, I think to myself, old fogey, it is time you were dead, but there is a little voice in my soul says, don't believe it, you won't die. Soon after 9 o'clock, Mihail Averyanich would go away. As he put on his fur coat in the entry, he would say with a sigh, what a wilderness fate has carried us to, though, really. What's most vexatious of all is to have to die here. Etch. Romans 7. After seeing his friend out, Andrei Yefimych would sit down at the table and begin reading again. The stillness of the evening, and afterwards of the night, was not broken by a single sound, and it seemed as though time were standing still and brooding with the doctor over the book, and as though there were nothing in existence but the books and the lamp with the green shade. The doctor's coarse, peasant-like face was gradually lighted up by a smile of delight and enthusiasm over the progress of the human intellect. Oh, why is not man immortal? He thought. What is the good of the brain centers and convolutions? What is the good of sight, speech, self-consciousness, genius, if it is all destined to depart into the soil and in the end to grow cold together with the earth's crust, and then for millions of years to fly with the earth round the sun with no meaning and no object? To do that there was no need at all to draw man with his lofty, almost godlike intellect out of non-existence, and then, as though in mockery, to turn him into clay. The transmutation of substances. But what cowardice to comfort oneself with that cheap substitute for immortality. The unconscious processes that take place in nature are lower even than the stupidity of man, since in stupidity there is, anyway, consciousness and will, while in those processes there is absolutely nothing. Only the coward who has more fear of death than dignity can comfort himself with the fact that his body will in time live again in the grass, in the stones, in the toad. To find one's immortality in the transmutation of substances is as strange as to prophesy a brilliant future for the case after a precious violin has been broken and become useless. When the clock struck, Andrei Yefimych would sink back into his chair and close his eyes to think a little. And under the influence of the fine ideas of which he had been reading he would, unawares, recall his past and his present. The past was hateful better not to think of it, and it was the same in the present as in the past. He knew that at the very time when his thoughts were floating together with the cooling earth round the sun, in the main building beside his abode, people were suffering in sickness and physical impurity. Someone perhaps could not sleep and was making war upon the insects. Someone was being infected by erysipelas or moaning over too tight a bandage. Perhaps the patients were playing cards with the nurses and drinking vodka. According to the yearly return, 12,000 people had been deceived. The whole hospital rested as it had done 20 years ago on thieving, filth, scandals, gossip, on gross quackery. And, as before, it was an immoral institution extremely injurious to the health of the inhabitants. He knew that Nikita knocked the patients about behind the barred windows of Ward No. 6, and that Moiseka went about the town every day begging alms. On the other hand, he knew very well that a magical change had taken place in medicine during the last 25 years. When he was studying at the university, he had fancied that medicine would soon be overtaken by the fate of alchemy and metaphysics. But now when he was reading at night, the science of medicine touched him and excited his wonder, and even enthusiasm. What unexpected brilliance, what a revolution. Thanks to the antiseptic system, operations were performed such as the great Pirogov had considered impossible even in spe. Ordinary Zemstvo doctors were venturing to perform the resection of the kneecap. Of abdominal operations, only 1% was fatal, while stone was considered such a trifle that they did not even write about it. A radical cure for syphilis had been discovered. And the theory of heredity, hypnotism, the discoveries of Pasteur and of Koch, hygiene based on statistics, and the work of Zemstvo doctors. Psychiatry, with its modern classification of mental diseases, methods of diagnosis and treatment, was a perfect Elborus in comparison with what had been in the past. They no longer poured cold water on the heads of lunatics nor put straight waistcoats upon them. They treated them with humanity, and even, so it was stated in the papers, got up balls and entertainments for them. Andrei Yefimych knew that with modern tastes and views, such an abomination as Ward No. 6 was possible only 150 miles from a railway in a little town, where the mayor and all the town council were half-illiterate tradesmen who looked upon the doctor as an oracle who must be believed without any criticism, even if he had poured molten lead into their mouths. In any other place, the public and the newspapers would long ago have torn this little bastille to pieces. But after all, what of it? Andrei Yefimych would ask himself, opening his eyes. There is the antiseptic system, there is Koch, there is Pasteur, but the essential reality is not altered a bit. Ill health and mortality are still the same. They get up balls and entertainments for the mad, but still, they don't let them go free. So it's all nonsense and vanity, and there is no difference in reality between the best Vienna clinic and my hospital. But depression and a feeling akin to envy prevented him from feeling indifferent. It must have been owing to exhaustion. His heavy head sank onto the book. He put his hands under his face to make it softer and thought, I serve in a pernicious institution and receive a salary from people whom I am deceiving. I am not honest, but then, I of myself am nothing. I am only part of an inevitable social evil. All local officials are pernicious and receive their salary for doing nothing. And so for my dishonesty, it is not I who am to blame, but the times. If I had been born 200 years later, I should have been different. When it struck 3, he would put out his lamp and go into his bedroom. He was not sleepy, Roman VIII. 2 years before, the Zemstvo, in a liberal mood, had decided to allow 300 rubles a year to pay for additional medical service in the town till the Zemstvo hospital should be opened. And the district doctor, Yevgeny Fyodorovich Hobotov, was invited to the town to assist Andrei Yefimych. He was a very young man, not yet 30, tall and dark, with broad cheekbones and little eyes. His forefathers had probably come from one of the many alien races of Russia. He arrived in the town without a farthing, with a small portmanteau and a plain young woman whom he called his cook. This woman had a baby at the breast. Yevgeny Fyodorovich used to go about in a cap with a peak and in high boots, and in the winter wore a sheepskin. He made great friends with Sergei Sergeyevich, the medical assistant, and with the treasurer, but held aloof from the other officials, and for some reason called them aristocrats. He had only one book in his lodgings, the latest prescriptions of the Vienna clinic for 1881. When he went to a patient, he always took this book with him. He played billiards in the evening at the club. He did not like cards. He was very fond of using in conversation such expressions as endless bobbery, canting soft soap, shut up with your finicking. He visited the hospital twice a week, made the round of the wards, and saw out patients. The complete absence of antiseptic treatment and the cupping roused his indignation, but he did not introduce any new system, being afraid of offending Andrei Yefimych. He regarded his colleague as a sly old rascal, suspected him of being a man of large means, and secretly envied him. He would have been very glad to have his post, Roman IX. On a spring evening towards the end of March, when there was no snow left on the ground and the starlings were singing in the hospital garden, the doctor went out to see his friend the postmaster as far as the gate. At that very moment the Jew Moiseka, returning with his booty, came into the yard. He had no cap on, and his bare feet were thrust into galoshes. In his hand he had a little bag of coppers. "Give me a kopeck," he said to the doctor, smiling and shivering with cold. Andrei Yefimych, who could never refuse anyone anything, gave him a 10-kopeck piece. How bad that is, he thought, looking at the Jew's bare feet with their thin red ankles. Why, it's wet. And stirred by a feeling akin both to pity and disgust, he went into the lodge behind the Jew, looking now at his bald head, now at his ankles. As the doctor went in, Nikita jumped up from his heap of litter and stood at attention. "Good day, Nikita," Andrei Yefimych said mildly. "That Jew should be provided with boots or something. He will catch cold." "Certainly, Your Honor. I'll inform the superintendent." "Please do ask him in my name. Tell him that I asked." The door into the ward was open. Ivan Dmitrich, lying propped on his elbow on the bed, listened in alarm to the unfamiliar voice and suddenly recognized the doctor. He trembled all over with anger, jumped up, and with a red and wrathful face, with his eyes starting out of his head, ran out into the middle of the road. "The doctor has come," he shouted and broke into a laugh. "At last, gentlemen, I congratulate you. The doctor is honoring us with a visit, cursed reptile." He shrieked and stamped in a frenzy such as had never been seen in the ward before. "Kill the reptile. No, killing's too good. Drown him in the midden pit." Andrei Yefimych, hearing this, looked into the ward from the entry and asked gently, "What for?" "What for?" shouted Ivan Dmitrich, going up to him with a menacing air and convulsively wrapping himself in his dressing gown. "What for, thief?" he said with a look of repulsion, moving his lips as though he would spit at him. "Quack, hangman." "Calm yourself," said Andrei Yefimych, smiling guiltily. "I assure you I have never stolen anything, and as to the rest, most likely you greatly exaggerate. I see you are angry with me. Calm yourself, I beg if you can, and tell me coolly what are you angry for?" "What are you keeping me here for?" "Because you are ill." "Yes, I am ill. But you know dozens, hundreds of madmen are walking about in freedom because your ignorance is incapable of distinguishing them from the sane. Why am I and these poor wretches to be shut up here like scapegoats for all the rest? You, your assistant, the superintendent, and all your hospital rabble are immeasurably inferior to every one of us morally. Why then are we shut up and you not? Where's the logic of it? Morality and logic don't come in, it all depends on chance. If anyone is shut up, he has to stay, and if anyone is not shut up, he can walk about, that's all. There is neither morality nor logic in my being a doctor and your being a mental patient. There is nothing but idle chance. That twaddle I don't understand." Ivan Dmitrich brought out in a hollow voice, and he sat down on his bed. Moiseka, whom Nikita did not venture to search in the presence of the doctor, laid out on his bed pieces of bread, bits of paper, and little bones, and, still shivering with cold, began rapidly in a sing-song voice saying something in Yiddish. He most likely imagined that he had opened a shop. "Let me out," said Ivan Dmitrich, and his voice quivered. "I cannot." "But why?" "Because it is not in my power. Think, what use will it be to you if I do let you out? Go. The townspeople or the police will detain you or bring you back." Yes, that's true," said Ivan Dmitrich, and he rubbed his forehead. "It's awful, but what am I to do, what?" Andrei Yefimych liked Ivan Dmitrich's voice and his intelligent young face with its grimaces. He longed to be kind to the young man and soothe him. He sat down on the bed beside him, thought, and said, "You ask me what to do. The very best thing in your position would be to run away, but unhappily, that is useless. You would be taken up. When society protects itself from the criminal, mentally deranged, or otherwise inconvenient people, it is invincible. There is only one thing left for you, to resign yourself to the thought that your presence here is inevitable. It is no use to anyone. So long as prisons and madhouses exist, someone must be shut up in them. If not you, if not I, some third person. Wait till in the distant future prisons and madhouses no longer exist, and there will be neither bars on the windows nor hospital gowns. Of course, that time will come sooner or later. Ivan Dmitrich smiled ironically. You are jesting, he said, screwing up his eyes. Such gentlemen as you and your assistant Nikita have nothing to do with the future, but you may be sure, sir, better days will come. I may express myself cheaply, you may laugh, but the dawn of a new life is at hand. Truth and justice will triumph, and our turn will come. I shall not live to see it, I shall perish, but some people's great-grandsons will see it. I greet them with all my heart and rejoice with them. Onward, God be your help, friends. With shining eyes, Ivan Dmitrich got up, and stretching his hands towards the window, went on with emotion in his voice. From behind these bars I bless you. Hurrah for truth and justice, I rejoice. I see no particular reason to rejoice, said Andrei Yefimych, who thought Ivan Dmitrich's movement theatrical, though he was delighted by it. Prisons and madhouses there will not be, and truth, as you have just expressed it, will triumph. But the reality of things, you know, will not change, the laws of nature will still remain the same. People will suffer pain, grow old, and die just as they do now. However magnificent a dawn lighted up your life, you would yet in the end be nailed up in a coffin and thrown into a hole. And immortality. Oh, come now. You don't believe in it, but I do. Somebody in Dostoevsky or Voltaire said that if there had not been a god, men would have invented him. And I firmly believe that if there is no immortality, the great intellect of man will sooner or later invent it. Well said, observed Andrei Yefimych, smiling with pleasure. It's a good thing you have faith. With such a belief one may live happily even shut up within walls. You have studied somewhere, I presume. Yes, I have been at the university, but did not complete my studies. You are a reflecting and a thoughtful man. In any surroundings you can find tranquility in yourself. Free and deep thinking which strives for the comprehension of life, and complete contempt for the foolish bustle of the world, those are two blessings beyond any that man has ever known. And you can possess them even though you lived behind threefold bars. Diogenes lived in a tub, yet he was happier than all the kings of the earth. Your Diogenes was a blockhead, said Ivan Dmitrich morosely. Why do you talk to me about Diogenes and some foolish comprehension of life? He cried, growing suddenly angry and leaping up. I love life, I love it passionately. I have the mania of persecution, a continual agonizing terror, but I have moments when I am overwhelmed by the thirst for life, and then I am afraid of going mad. I want dreadfully to live, dreadfully. He walked up and down the ward in agitation, and said, dropping his voice, when I dream I am haunted by phantoms. People come to me, I hear voices and music, and I fancy I am walking through woods or by the seashore, and I long so passionately for movement, for interests. Come, tell me, what news is there? Asked Ivan Dmitrich. What's happening? Do you wish to know about the town, or in general? Well, tell me first about the town, and then in general. Well, in the town it is appallingly dull. There's no one to say a word to, no one to listen to, there are no new people. A young doctor called Hobotov has come here recently. He had come in my time. Well, he is a low cad, isn't he? Yes, he is a man of no culture. It's strange, you know. Judging by every sign, there is no intellectual stagnation in our capital cities. There is a movement, so there must be real people there too. But for some reason they always send us such men as I would rather not see. It's an unlucky town. Yes, it is an unlucky town, sighed Ivan Dmitrich, and he laughed. And how are things in general? What are they writing in the papers and reviews? It was by now dark in the ward. The doctor got up and, standing, began to describe what was being written abroad and in Russia, and the tendency of thought that could be noticed now. Ivan Dmitrich listened attentively and put questions, but suddenly, as though recalling something terrible, clutched at his head and lay down on the bed with his back to the doctor. What's the matter? Asked Andrei Yefimych. You will not hear another word from me, said Ivan Dmitrich rudely. Leave me alone. Why so? I tell you, leave me alone. Why the devil do you persist? Andrei Yefimych shrugged his shoulders, heaved a sigh, and went out. As he crossed the entry, he said, You might clear up here, Nikita. There's an awfully stuffy smell. Certainly, Your Honor. What an agreeable young man, thought Andrei Yefimych, going back to his flat. In all the years I have been living here, I do believe he is the first I have met with whom one can talk. He is capable of reasoning and is interested in just the right things. While he was reading, and afterwards, while he was going to bed, he kept thinking about Ivan Dmitrich, and when he woke next morning, he remembered that he had the day before made the acquaintance of an intelligent and interesting man, and determined to visit him again as soon as possible. Ivan Dmitrich was lying in the same position as on the previous day, with his head clutched in both hands and his legs drawn up. His face was not visible. Good day, my friend, said Andrei Yefimych. You are not asleep, are you? In the first place, I am not your friend, Ivan Dmitrich articulated into the pillow. And in the second, your efforts are useless. You will not get one word out of me. Strange, muttered Andrei Yefimych in confusion. Yesterday we talked peacefully, but suddenly for some reason you took offense and broke off all at once. Probably I expressed myself awkwardly, or perhaps gave utterance to some idea which did not fit in with your convictions. Yes, a likely idea, said Ivan Dmitrich, sitting up and looking at the doctor with irony and uneasiness. His eyes were red. You can go and spy and probe somewhere else. It's no use your doing it here. I knew yesterday what you had come for. A strange fancy, laughed the doctor. So you suppose me to be a spy? Yes, I do. A spy or a doctor who has been charged to test me, it's all the same. Oh, excuse me, what a queer fellow you are really. The doctor sat down on the stool near the bed and shook his head reproachfully. But let us suppose you are right, he said. Let us suppose that I am treacherously trying to trap you into saying something so as to betray you to the police. You would be arrested and then tried. But would you be any worse off being tried and in prison than you are here? If you're banished to a settlement or even sent to penal servitude, would it be worse than being shut up in this ward? I imagine it would be no worse. What, then, are you afraid of? These words evidently had an effect on Ivan Dmitrich. He sat down quietly. It was between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, the time when Andrei Yefimych usually walked up and down his rooms, and Daryushka asked whether it was not time for his beer. It was a still, bright day. I came out for a walk after dinner, and here I have come, as you see, said the doctor. It is quite spring. What month is it, March? Asked Ivan Dmitrich. Yes, the end of March. Is it very muddy? No, not very. There are already paths in the garden. It would be nice now to drive in an open carriage somewhere into the country, said Ivan Dmitrich, rubbing his red eyes as though he were just awake, then to come home to a warm, snug study and to have a decent doctor to cure one's headache. It's so long since I have lived like a human being. It's disgusting here, insufferably disgusting. After his excitement of the previous day, he was exhausted and listless and spoke unwillingly. His fingers twitched, and from his face it could be seen that he had a splitting headache. There is no real difference between a warm, snug study and this ward, said Andrei Yefimych. A man's peace and contentment do not lie outside a man, but in himself. What do you mean? The ordinary man looks for good and evil in external things, that is, in carriages, in studies, but a thinking man looks for it in himself. You should go and preach that philosophy in Greece, where it's warm and fragrant with the scent of pomegranates, but here it is not suited to the climate. With whom was it I was talking of Diogenes? Was it with you? Yes, with me yesterday. Diogenes did not need a study or a warm habitation. It's hot there without. You can lie in your tub and eat oranges and olives. But bring him to Russia to live. He'd be begging to be let indoors in May, let alone December. He'd be doubled up with the cold. Number 1 can be insensible to cold as to every other pain. Marcus Aurelius says, a pain is a vivid idea of pain. Make an effort of will to change that idea, dismiss it, cease to complain, and the pain will disappear. That is true. The wise man, or simply the reflecting, thoughtful man, is distinguished precisely by his contempt for suffering. He is always contented and surprised at nothing. Then I am an idiot, since I suffer and am discontented and surprised at the baseness of mankind. You are wrong in that. If you will reflect more on the subject, you will understand how insignificant is all that external world that agitates us. One must strive for the comprehension of life, and in that is true happiness. Comprehension, repeated Ivan Dmitrich, frowning. External, internal. Excuse me, but I don't understand it. I only know, he said, getting up and looking angrily at the doctor, I only know that God has created me of warm blood and nerves, yes, indeed. If organic tissue is capable of life, it must react to every stimulus. And I do. To pain I respond with tears and outcries, to baseness with indignation, to filth with loathing. To my mind, that is just what is called life. The lower the organism, the less sensitive it is, and the more feebly it reacts to stimulus. And the higher it is, the more responsively and vigorously it reacts to reality. How is it you don't know that? A doctor, and not know such trifles. To despise suffering, to be always contented, and to be surprised at nothing, one must reach this condition, and Ivan Dmitrich pointed to the peasant who was a mass of fat, or to harden oneself by suffering to such a point that one loses all sensibility to it, that is, in other words, to cease to live. You must excuse me, I am not a sage or a philosopher. Ivan Dmitrich continued with irritation, and I don't understand anything about it. I am not capable of reasoning. On the contrary, your reasoning is excellent. The Stoics, whom you are parodying, were remarkable people, but their doctrine crystallized 2,000 years ago and has not advanced, and will not advance, an inch forward, since it is not practical or living. It had a success only with the minority which spends its life in savoring all sorts of theories and ruminating over them. The majority did not understand it. A doctrine which advocates indifference to wealth and to the comforts of life, and a contempt for suffering and death, is quite unintelligible to the vast majority of men, since that majority has never known wealth or the comforts of life. And to despise suffering would mean to it despising life itself, since the whole existence of man is made up of the sensations of hunger, cold, injury, and a Hamlet-like dread of death. The whole of life lies in these sensations. One may be oppressed by it, one may hate it, but one cannot despise it. Yes, so, I repeat, the doctrine of the Stoics can never have a future. From the beginning of time up to today, you see continually increasing the struggle, the sensibility to pain, the capacity of responding to stimulus. Ivan Dmitrich suddenly lost the thread of his thoughts, stopped, and rubbed his forehead with vexation. I meant to say something important, but I have lost it, he said. What was I saying? Oh, yes, this is what I mean. One of the Stoics sold himself into slavery to redeem his neighbor, so, you see, even a Stoic did react to stimulus, since, for such a generous act as the destruction of oneself for the sake of one's neighbor, he must have had a soul capable of pity and indignation. Here in prison I have forgotten everything I have learned, or else I could have recalled something else. Take Christ, for instance. Christ responded to reality by weeping, smiling, being sorrowful and moved to wrath, even overcome by misery. He did not go to meet his sufferings with a smile, he did not despise death, but prayed in the Garden of Gethsemane that this cup might pass him by. Ivan Dmitrich laughed and sat down. Granted that a man's peace and contentment lie not outside but in himself, he said. Granted that one must despise suffering and not be surprised at anything, yet on what ground do you preach the theory? Are you a sage, a philosopher? No, I am not a philosopher, but everyone ought to preach it because it is reasonable. No, I want to know how it is that you consider yourself competent to judge of comprehension, contempt for suffering, and so on. Have you ever suffered? Have you any idea of suffering? Allow me to ask you, were you ever thrashed in your childhood? No, my parents had an aversion for corporal punishment. My father used to flog me cruelly. My father was a harsh, sickly government clerk with a long nose and a yellow neck. But let us talk of you. No one has laid a finger on you all your life, no one has scared you nor beaten you, you are as strong as a bull. You grew up under your father's wing and studied at his expense, and then you dropped at once into a sinecure. For more than 20 years you have lived rent-free with heating, lighting, and service all provided, and had the right to work how you pleased and as much as you pleased, even to do nothing. You were naturally a flabby, lazy man, and so you have tried to arrange your life so that nothing should disturb you or make you move. You have handed over your work to the assistant and the rest of the rabble while you sit in peace and warmth, save money, read, amuse yourself with reflections, with all sorts of lofty nonsense, and Ivan Dmitrich looked at the doctor's red nose. With boozing. In fact, you have seen nothing of life, you know absolutely nothing of it, and are only theoretically acquainted with reality. You despise suffering and are surprised at nothing for a very simple reason. Vanity of vanities, the external and the internal, contempt for life, for suffering and for death, comprehension, true happiness, that's the philosophy that suits the Russian sluggard best. You see a peasant beating his wife, for instance. Why interfere? Let him beat her, they will both die sooner or later anyway. And besides, he who beats injures by his blows, not the person he is beating but himself. To get drunk is stupid and unseemly, but if you drink you die, and if you don't drink you die. A peasant woman comes with toothache. Well, what of it? Pain is the idea of pain, and besides, there is no living in this world without illness. We shall all die, and so go away, woman, don't hinder me from thinking and drinking vodka. A young man asks advice, what he is to do, how he is to live. Anyone else would think before answering, but you have got the answer ready. Strive for comprehension or for true happiness. And what is that fantastic, true happiness? There's no answer, of course. We are kept here behind barred windows, tortured left to rot, but that is very good and reasonable, because there is no difference at all between this ward and a warm, snug study. A convenient philosophy. You can do nothing, and your conscience is clear, and you feel you are wise. No, sir, it is not philosophy. It's not thinking, it's not breadth of vision, but laziness, facurism, drowsy stupefaction. Yes, cried Ivan Dmitrich, getting angry again, you despise suffering, but I'll be bound if you pinch your finger in the door you will howl at the top of your voice. And perhaps I shouldn't howl, said Andrei Yefimych with a gentle smile. Oh, I dare say. Well, if you had a stroke of paralysis, or supposing some fool or bully took advantage of his position and rank to insult you in public, and if you knew he could do it with impunity, then you would understand what it means to put people off with comprehension and true happiness. That's original, said Andrei Yefimych, laughing with pleasure and rubbing his hands. I am agreeably struck by your inclination for drawing generalizations, and the sketch of my character you have just drawn is simply brilliant. I must confess that talking to you gives me great pleasure. Well, I've listened to you, and now you must graciously listen to me, Zai. The conversation went on for about an hour longer, and apparently made a deep impression on Andrei Yefimych. He began going to the ward every day. He went there in the mornings and after dinner, and often the dusk of evening found him in conversation with Ivan Dmitrich. At first, Ivan Dmitrich held aloof from him, suspected him of evil designs, and openly expressed his hostility. But afterwards he got used to him, and his abrupt manner changed to one of condescending irony. Soon it was all over the hospital that the doctor, Andrei Yefimych, had taken to visiting ward number 6. No one, neither Sergei Sergeyevich, nor Nikita, nor the nurses could conceive why he went there, why he stayed there for hours together, what he was talking about, and why he did not write prescriptions. His actions seemed strange. Often Mihail Averyanich did not find him at home, which had never happened in the past, and Daryushka was greatly perturbed, for the doctor drank his beer now at no definite time, and sometimes was even late for dinner. One day, it was at the end of June, Dr. Hobotov went to see Andrei Yefimych about something. Not finding him at home, he proceeded to look for him in the yard. There, he was told that the old doctor had gone to see the mental patients. Going into the lodge and stopping in the entry, Hobotov heard the following conversation. We shall never agree, and you will not succeed in converting me to your faith, Ivan Dmitrich was saying irritably. You are utterly ignorant of reality, and you have never known suffering, but have only like a leech fed beside the sufferings of others, while I have been in continual suffering from the day of my birth till today. For that reason, I tell you frankly, I consider myself superior to you and more competent in every respect. It's not for you to teach me. I have absolutely no ambition to convert you to my faith, said Andrei Yefimych gently, and with regret that the other refused to understand him. And that is not what matters, my friend. What matters is not that you have suffered and I have not. Joy and suffering are passing. Let us leave them, never mind them. What matters is that you and I think, we see in each other people who are capable of thinking and reasoning, and that is a common bond between us however different our views. If you knew, my friend, how sick I am of the universal senselessness, ineptitude, stupidity, and with what delight I always talk with you. You are an intelligent man, and I enjoyed your company. Hobotov opened the door an inch and glanced into the ward. Ivan Dmitrich in his nightcap and the doctor Andrei Yefimych were sitting side by side on the bed. The madman was grimacing, twitching, and convulsively wrapping himself in his gown, while the doctor sat motionless with bowed head, and his face was red and looked helpless and sorrowful. Hobotov shrugged his shoulders, grinned, and glanced at Nikita. Nikita shrugged his shoulders too. Next day Hobotov went to the lodge, accompanied by the assistant. Both stood in the entry and listened. "I fancy our old man has gone clean off his chump," said Hobotov as he came out of the lodge. "Lord have mercy upon us sinners," sighed the decorous Sergei Sergeyich, scrupulously avoiding the puddles that he might not muddy his polished boots. "I must own, honored Yevgeny Fyodorich, I have been expecting it." For a long time, Roman XII. After this, Andrei Yefimych began to notice a mysterious air in all around him. The attendants, the nurses, and the patients looked at him inquisitively when they met him, and then whispered together. The superintendent's little daughter Masha, whom he liked to meet in the hospital garden, for some reason ran away from him now when he went up with a smile to stroke her on the head. The postmaster no longer said, "Perfectly true," as he listened to him, but in unaccountable confusion muttered, "Yes, yes, yes," and looked at him with a grieved and thoughtful expression. For some reason, he took to advising his friend to give up vodka and beer, but as a man of delicate feeling, he did not say this directly, but hinted it, telling him first about the commanding officer of his battalion, an excellent man, and then about the priest of the regiment, a capital fellow, both of whom drank and fell ill, but on giving up drinking completely regained their health. On 2 or 3 occasions, Andrei Yefimych was visited by his colleague Hobotov, who also advised him to give up spirituous liquors, and for no apparent reason recommended him to take bromide. In August, Andrei Yefimych got a letter from the mayor of the town asking him to come on very important business. On arriving at the town hall at the time fixed, Andrei Yefimych found there the military commander, the superintendent of the district school, a member of the town council, Hobotov, and a plump, fair gentleman who was introduced to him as a doctor. This doctor, with a Polish surname difficult to pronounce, lived at a pedigree stud farm 20 miles away and was now on a visit to the town. "There's something that concerns you," said the member of the town council, addressing Andrei Yefimych after they had all greeted one another and sat down to the table. "Here Yevgeny Fyodorich says that there is not room for the dispensary in the main building and that it ought to be transferred to one of the lodges. That's of no consequence, of course it can be transferred, but the point is that the lodge wants doing up." "Yes, it would have to be done up," said Andrei Yefimych after a moment's thought. "If the corner lodge, for instance, were fitted up as a dispensary, I imagine it would cost at least 500 rubles, an unproductive expenditure." Everyone was silent for a space. "I had the honor of submitting to you 10 years ago," Andrei Yefimych went on in a low voice, "that the hospital in its present form is a luxury for the town beyond its means. It was built in the 40s, but things were different then. The town spends too much on unnecessary buildings and superfluous staff. I believe with a different system, 2 model hospitals might be maintained for the same money." "Well, let us have a different system, then," the member of the town council said briskly. "I have already had the honor of submitting to you that the medical department should be transferred to the supervision of the Zemstvo." "Yes, transfer the money to the Zemstvo and they will steal it," laughed the fair-haired doctor. "That's what it always comes to," the member of the council assented, and he also laughed. Andrei Yefimych looked with apathetic, lusterless eyes at the fair-haired doctor and said, "One should be just." Again there was silence. Tea was brought in. The military commander, for some reason much embarrassed, touched Andrei Yefimich's hand across the table and said, "You have quite forgotten us, doctor, but of course you are a hermit, you don't play cards and don't like women, you would be dull with fellows like us." They all began saying how boring it was for a decent person to live in such a town. No theater, no music, and at the last dance at the club there had been about 20 ladies and only 2 gentlemen. The young men did not dance, but spent all the time crowding round the refreshment bar or playing cards. Not looking at anyone and speaking slowly in a low voice, Andriy Yefimych began saying what a pity, what a terrible pity it was that the townspeople should waste their vital energy, their hearts, and their minds on cards and gossip, and should have neither the power nor the inclination to spend their time in interesting conversation and reading, and should refuse to take advantage of the enjoyments of the mind. The mind alone was interesting and worthy of attention, all the rest was low and petty. Hobotov listened to his colleague attentively and suddenly asked, "Andriy Yefimych, what day of the month is it?" Having received an answer, the fair-haired doctor and he, in the tone of examiners conscious of their lack of skill, began asking Andriy Yefimych what was the day of the week, how many days there were in the year, and whether it was true that there was a remarkable prophet living in ward number 6. In response to the last question, Andriy Yefimych turned rather red and said, "Yes, he is mentally deranged, but he is an interesting young man." They asked him no other questions. When he was putting on his overcoat in the entry, the military commander laid a hand on his shoulder and said with a sigh, "It's time for us old fellows to rest." As he came out of the hall, Andriy Yefimych understood that it had been a committee appointed to inquire into his mental condition. He recalled the questions that had been asked him, flushed crimson, and for some reason, for the first time in his life, felt bitterly grieved for medical science. My God, he thought, remembering how these doctors had just examined him. Why, they have only lately been hearing lectures on mental pathology. They had passed an examination. What's the explanation of this crass ignorance? They have not a conception of mental pathology. And for the first time in his life, he felt insulted and moved to anger. In the evening of the same day, Mihail Averyanich came to see him. The postmaster went up to him without waiting to greet him, took him by both hands, and said in an agitated voice, "My dear fellow, my dear friend, show me that you believe in my genuine affection and look on me as your friend." And preventing Andriy Yefimych from speaking, he went on, growing excited. "I love you for your culture and nobility of soul. Listen to me, my dear fellow. The rules of their profession compel the doctors to conceal the truth from you, but I blurt out the plain truth like a soldier. You are not well. Excuse me, my dear fellow, but it is the truth. Everyone about you has been noticing it for a long time. Dr. Yevgeny Fyodorich has just told me that it is essential for you to rest and distract your mind for the sake of your health. Perfectly true. Excellent. In a day or two I am taking a holiday and am going away for a sniff of a different atmosphere. Show that you are a friend to me, let us go together. Let us go for a jaunt as in the good old days." "I feel perfectly well," said Andriy Yefimych after a moment's thought. "I can't go away. Allow me to show you my friendship in some other way." To go off with no object, without his books, without his Daryushka, without his beer, to break abruptly through the routine of life. Established for 20 years, the idea for the first minute struck him as wild and fantastic. But he remembered the conversation at the Zemstvo committee and the depressing feelings with which he had returned home, and the thought of a brief absence from the town in which stupid people looked on him as a madman was pleasant to him. "And where precisely do you intend to go?" he asked. "To Moscow, to Petersburg, to Warsaw. I spent the 5 happiest years of my life in Warsaw. What a marvelous town. Let us go, my dear fellow." Roman 13. A week later, it was suggested to Andriy Yefimych that he should have a rest, that is, send in his resignation, a suggestion he received with indifference, and a week later still, Mihail Averyanich and he were sitting in a posting carriage driving to the nearest railway station. The days were cool and bright, with a blue sky and a transparent distance. They were 2 days driving the 150 miles to the railway station and stayed 2 nights on the way. When at the posting station, the glasses given them for their tea had not been properly washed, or the drivers were slow in harnessing the horses, Mihail Averyanich would turn crimson and, quivering all over, would shout, "Hold your tongue, don't argue." And in the carriage he talked without ceasing for a moment, describing his campaigns in the Caucasus and in Poland. What adventures he had had, what meetings. He talked loudly and opened his eyes so wide with wonder that he might well be thought to be lying. Moreover, as he talked, he breathed in Andriy Yefimich's face and laughed into his ear. This bothered the doctor and prevented him from thinking or concentrating his mind. In the train, they traveled, from motives of economy, third class in a non-smoking compartment. Half the passengers were decent people. Mihail Averyanich soon made friends with everyone, and moving from one seat to another, kept saying loudly that they ought not to travel by these appalling lines. It was a regular swindle. A very different thing riding on a good horse. One could do over 70 miles a day and feel fresh and well after it. And our bad harvests were due to the draining of the Pinsk marshes. Altogether, the way things were done was dreadful. He got excited, talked loudly, and would not let others speak. This endless chatter to the accompaniment of loud laughter and expressive gestures wearied Andrei Yefimych. Which of us is the madman? He thought with vexation. I, who try not to disturb my fellow passengers in any way, or this egoist who thinks that he is cleverer and more interesting than anyone here, and so will leave no one in peace. In Moscow, Mihail Averyanich put on a military coat without epaulets and trousers with red braid on them. He wore a military cap and overcoat in the street, and soldiers saluted him. It seemed to Andrei Yefimych, now, that his companion was a man who had flung away all that was good and kept only what was bad of all the characteristics of a country gentleman that he had once possessed. He liked to be waited on even when it was quite unnecessary. The matches would be lying before him on the table, and he would see them and shout to the waiter to give him the matches. He did not hesitate to appear before a maidservant in nothing but his underclothes. He used the familiar mode of address to all footmen indiscriminately, even old men, and when he was angry called them fools and blockheads. This, Andrei Yefimych thought, was like a gentleman, but disgusting. First of all, Mihail Averyanich led his friend to the Iversky Madonna. He prayed fervently, shedding tears and bowing down to the earth, and when he had finished, heaved a deep sigh and said, "Even though one does not believe, it makes one somehow easier when one prays a little. Kiss the icon, my dear fellow." Andrei Yefimych was embarrassed and he kissed the image, while Mihail Averyanich pursed up his lips and prayed in a whisper, and again tears came into his eyes. Then they went to the Kremlin and looked there at the Tsar cannon and the Tsar bell, and even touched them with their fingers, admired the view over the river, visited St. Saviour's and the Rumyantsev Museum. They dined at Tyastov's. Mihail Averyanich looked a long time at the menu, stroking his whiskers, and said in the tone of a gourmand accustomed to dine in restaurants, "We shall see what you give us to eat today, Angel." Roman 14. The doctor walked about, looked at things, ate and drank, but he had all the while one feeling: annoyance with Mihail Averyanich. He longed to have a rest from his friend, to get away from him, to hide himself, while the friend thought it was his duty not to let the doctor move a step away from him, and to provide him with as many distractions as possible. When there was nothing to look at, he entertained him with conversation. For 2 days, Andrei Yefimych endured it, but on the third, he announced to his friend that he was ill and wanted to stay at home for the whole day. His friend replied that in that case, he would stay too, that really he needed rest, for he was run off his legs already. Andrei Yefimych lay on the sofa, with his face to the back, and clenching his teeth, listened to his friend, who assured him with heat that sooner or later France would certainly thrash Germany, that there were a great many scoundrels in Moscow, and that it was impossible to judge of a horse's quality by its outward appearance. The doctor began to have a buzzing in his ears and palpitations of the heart, but out of delicacy could not bring himself to beg his friend to go away or hold his tongue. Fortunately, Mihail Averyanich grew weary of sitting in the hotel room, and after dinner he went out for a walk. As soon as he was alone, Andrei Yefimych abandoned himself to a feeling of relief. How pleasant to lie motionless on the sofa and to know that one is alone in the room. Real happiness is impossible without solitude. The fallen angel betrayed God probably because he longed for solitude, of which the angels know nothing. Andrei Yefimych wanted to think about what he had seen and heard during the last few days, but he could not get Mihail Averyanich out of his head. "Why, he has taken a holiday and come with me out of friendship, out of generosity," thought the doctor with vexation. Nothing could be worse than this friendly supervision. "I suppose he is good-natured and generous and a lively fellow, but he is a bore, an insufferable bore. In the same way there are people who never say anything but what is clever and good, yet one feels that they are dull-witted people." For the following days, Andrei Yefimych declared himself ill and would not leave the hotel room. He lay with his face to the back of the sofa, and suffered agonies of weariness when his friend entertained him with conversation, or rested when his friend was absent. He was vexed with himself for having come, and with his friend, who grew every day more talkative and more free and easy. He could not succeed in attuning his thoughts to a serious and lofty level. "This is what I get from the real life Ivan Dmitrich talked about," he thought, angry at his own pettiness. "It's of no consequence, though. I shall go home, and everything will go on as before." It was the same thing in Petersburg, too. For whole days together, he did not leave the hotel room, but lay on the sofa and only got up to drink beer. Mihail Averyanitch was all haste to get to Warsaw. "My dear man, what should I go there for?" said Andrei Yefimych in an imploring voice. "You go alone and let me get home, I entreat you." "On no account," protested Mihail Averyanitch. "It's a marvelous town." Andrei Yefimych had not the strength of will to insist on his own way, and much against his inclination went to Warsaw. There he did not leave the hotel room, but lay on the sofa, furious with himself, with his friend, and with the waiters, who obstinately refused to understand Russian, while Mihail Averyanitch, healthy, hearty, and full of spirits as usual, went about the town from morning to night, looking for his old acquaintances. Several times he did not return home at night. After one night spent in some unknown haunt, he returned home early in the morning, in a violently excited condition, with a red face and tousled hair. For a long time he walked up and down the rooms muttering something to himself, then stopped and said, "Honor before everything." After walking up and down a little longer, he clutched his head in both hands and pronounced in a tragic voice, "Yes, honor before everything, accursed be the moment when the idea first entered my head to visit this Babylon. My dear friend," he added, addressing the doctor, "you may despise me, I have played and lost. Lend me 500 rubles." Andrei Yefimych counted out 500 rubles and gave them to his friend without a word. The latter, still crimson with shame and anger, incoherently articulated some useless vow, put on his cap, and went out. Returning 2 hours later, he flopped into an easy chair, heaved a loud sigh, and said, "My honor is saved. Let us go, my friend. I do not care to remain another hour in this accursed town. Scoundrels, Austrian spies." By the time the friends were back in their own town, it was November, and deep snow was lying in the streets. Dr. Hobotov had Andrei Yefimich's post. He was still living in his old lodgings, waiting for Andrei Yefimych to arrive and clear out of the hospital apartments. The plain woman whom he called his cook was already established in one of the lodges. Fresh scandals about the hospital were going the round of the town. It was said that the plain woman had quarreled with the superintendent and that the latter had crawled on his knees before her begging forgiveness. On the very first day he arrived, Andrei Yefimych had to look out for lodgings. "My friend," the postmaster said to him timidly, "excuse an indiscreet question. What means have you at your disposal?" Andrei Yefimych, without a word, counted out his money and said, 86 rubles. "I don't mean that," Mihail Averyanitch brought out in confusion, misunderstanding him. "I mean, what have you to live on?" "I tell you 86 rubles, I have nothing else." Mihail Averyanitch looked upon the doctor as an honorable man, yet he suspected that he had accumulated a fortune of at least 20,000. Now learning that Andrei Yefimych was a beggar, that he had nothing to live on, he was, for some reason, suddenly moved to tears and embraced his friend. Roman 15. Andrei Yefimych now lodged in a little house with 3 windows. There were only 3 rooms besides the kitchen in the little house. The doctor lived in 2 of them, which looked into the street, while Daryushka and the landlady with her 3 children lived in the 3rd room and the kitchen. Sometimes the landlady's lover, a drunken peasant who was rowdy and reduced the children and Daryushka to terror, would come for the night. When he arrived and established himself in the kitchen and demanded vodka, they all felt very uncomfortable, and the doctor would be moved by pity to take the crying children into his room and let them lie on his floor, and this gave him great satisfaction. He got up as before at 8 o'clock, and after his morning tea sat down to read his old books and magazines. He had no money for new ones, either because the books were old or perhaps because of the change in his surroundings. Reading exhausted him and did not grip his attention as before. That he might not spend his time in idleness, he made a detailed catalogue of his books and gummed little labels on their backs, and this mechanical, tedious work seemed to him more interesting than reading. The monotonous, tedious work lulled his thoughts to sleep in some unaccountable way, and the time passed quickly while he thought of nothing. Even sitting in the kitchen, peeling potatoes with Daryushka or picking over the buckwheat grain seemed to him interesting. On Saturdays and Sundays he went to church. Standing near the wall and half closing his eyes, he listened to the singing and thought of his father, of his mother, of the university, of the religions of the world. He felt calm and melancholy, and as he went out of the church afterwards, he regretted that the service was so soon over. He went twice to the hospital to talk to Ivan Dmitrich. But on both occasions, Ivan Dmitrich was unusually excited and ill-humored. He bade the doctor leave him in peace, as he had long been sick of empty chatter, and declared, to make up for all his sufferings, he asked from the damned scoundrels only one favor: solitary confinement. Surely they would not refuse him even that. On both occasions, when Andrei Yefimych was taking leave of him and wishing him good night, he answered rudely and said, "Go to hell." And Andrei Yefimych did not know now whether to go to him for the third time or not. He longed to go. In old days, Andrei Yefimych used to walk about his rooms and think in the interval after dinner. But now, from dinner time till evening tea, he lay on the sofa with his face to the back and gave himself up to trivial thoughts which he could not struggle against. He was mortified that after more than 20 years of service, he had been given neither a pension nor any assistance. It is true that he had not done his work honestly, but then all who are in the service get a pension without distinction whether they are honest or not. Contemporary justice lies precisely in the bestowal of grades, orders, and pensions, not for moral qualities or capacities, but for service whatever it may have been like. Why was he alone to be an exception? He had no money at all. He was ashamed to pass by the shop and look at the woman who owned it. He owed 32 rubles for beer already. There was money owing to the landlady also. Daryushka sold old clothes and books on the sly and told lies to the landlady, saying that the doctor was just going to receive a large sum of money. He was angry with himself for having wasted on traveling the 1,000 rubles he had saved up. How useful that 1,000 rubles would have been now. He was vexed that people would not leave him in peace. Hobotov thought it his duty to look in on his sick colleague from time to time. Everything about him was revolting to Andrei Yefimich's well-fed face and vulgar, condescending tone, and his use of the word colleague, and his high top boots. The most revolting thing was that he thought it was his duty to treat Andrei Yefimych, and thought that he really was treating him. On every visit, he brought a bottle of bromide and rhubarb pills. Mihail Averyanich, too, thought it his duty to visit his friend and entertain him. Every time he went in to Andrei Yefimych with an affectation of ease, laughed constrainedly, and began assuring him that he was looking very well today, and that, thank God, he was on the highroad to recovery, and from this it might be concluded that he looked on his friend's condition as hopeless. He had not yet repaid his Warsaw debt, and was overwhelmed by shame. He was constrained, and so tried to laugh louder and talk more amusingly. His anecdotes and descriptions seemed endless now, and were an agony both to Andrei Yefimych and himself. In his presence, Andrei Yefimych usually lay on the sofa with his face to the wall and listened with his teeth clenched. His soul was oppressed with rankling disgust, and after every visit from his friend, he felt as though this disgust had risen higher and was mounting into his throat. To stifle petty thoughts, he made haste to reflect that he himself, and Hobotov and Mihail Averyanich, would all sooner or later perish without leaving any trace on the world. If one imagined some spirit flying by the earthly globe in space in 1,000,000 years, he would see nothing but clay and bare rocks. Everything culture and the moral law would pass away, and not even a burdock would grow out of them. Of what consequence was shame in the presence of a shopkeeper? Of what consequence was the insignificant Hobotov or the wearisome friendship of Mihail Averyanich? It was all trivial and nonsensical. But such reflections did not help him now. Scarcely had he imagined the earthly globe in 1,000,000 years, when Hobotov in his high top boots or Mihail Averyanich with his forced laugh would appear from behind a bare rock, and he even heard the shamefaced whisper, "The Warsaw debt. I will repay it in a day or two, my dear fellow, without fail." 16. One day Mihail Averyanich came after dinner when Andrei Yefimych was lying on the sofa. It so happened that Hobotov arrived at the same time with his bromide. Andriy Yefimych got up heavily and sat down, leaning both arms on the sofa. "You have a much better color today than you had yesterday, my dear man," began Mihail Averyanich. "Yes, you look jolly. Upon my soul, you do." "It's high time you were well, dear colleague," said Hobotov, yawning. "I'll be bound you are sick of this bobbery." "And we shall recover," said Mihail Averyanich cheerfully. "We shall live another 100 years, to be sure." "Not 100 years, but another 20, Hobotov said reassuringly. It's all right, colleague, don't lose heart. Don't go piling it on." "We'll show what we can do," laughed Mihail Averyanich, and he slapped his friend on the knee. "We'll show them yet. Next summer, please God, we shall be off to the Caucasus, and we will ride all over it on horseback trot, 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 and when we are back from the Caucasus I shouldn't wonder if we will all dance at the wedding." Mihail Averyanich gave a sly wink. "We'll marry you, my dear boy, we'll marry you." Andriy Yefimych felt suddenly that the rising disgust had mounted to his throat. His heart began beating violently. "That's vulgar," he said, getting up quickly and walking away to the window. "Don't you understand that you are talking vulgar nonsense?" He meant to go on softly and politely, but against his will, he suddenly clenched his fists and raised them above his head. "Leave me alone," he shouted in a voice unlike his own, blushing crimson and shaking all over. "Go away, both of you." Mihail Averyanich and Hobotov got up and stared at him first with amazement and then with alarm. "Go away, both," Andriy Yefimych went on shouting. "Stupid people, foolish people, I don't want either your friendship or your medicines, stupid man, vulgar, nasty." Hobotov and Mihail Averyanich, looking at each other in bewilderment, staggered to the door and went out. Andriy Yefimych snatched up the bottle of bromide and flung it after them. The bottle broke with a crash on the door frame. "Go to the devil," he shouted in a tearful voice, running out into the passage. "To the devil." When his guests were gone, Andriy Yefimych lay down on the sofa trembling as though in a fever, and went on for a long while repeating, "Stupid people, foolish people." When he was calmer, what occurred to him first of all was the thought that poor Mihail Averyanich must be feeling fearfully ashamed and depressed now, and that it was all dreadful. Nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Where was his intelligence and his tact? Where was his comprehension of things and his philosophical indifference? The doctor could not sleep all night for shame and vexation with himself, and at 10 o'clock next morning he went to the post office and apologized to the postmaster. "We won't think again of what has happened," Mihail Averyanich, greatly touched, said with a sigh, warmly pressing his hand. "Let bygones be bygones. Lyubovkin," he suddenly shouted so loud that all the postmen and other persons present started, "hand a chair, and you wait," he shouted to a peasant woman who was stretching out a registered letter to him through the grating. "Don't you see that I am busy? We will not remember the past," he went on, affectionately addressing Andriy Yefimych. "Sit down, I beg you, my dear fellow." For a minute he stroked his knees in silence, and then said, "I have never had a thought of taking offense. Illness is no joke, I understand. Your attack frightened the doctor and me yesterday, and we had a long talk about you afterwards. My dear friend, why won't you treat your illness seriously? You can't go on like this." "Excuse me speaking openly as a friend," whispered Mihail Averyanich. "You live in the most unfavorable surroundings, in a crowd, in uncleanliness, no one to look after you, no money for proper treatment. My dear friend, the doctor and I implore you with all our hearts, listen to our advice. Go into the hospital. There you will have wholesome food and attendance and treatment. Though, between ourselves, Yevgeny Fyodorich is Movai's ton, yet he does understand his work, you can fully rely upon him. He has promised me he will look after you." Andriy Yefimych was touched by the postmaster's genuine sympathy, and the tears which suddenly glittered on his cheeks. "My honored friend, don't believe it," he whispered, laying his hand on his heart. "Don't believe them, it's all a sham. My illness is only that in 20 years I have only found one intelligent man in the whole town, and he is mad. I am not ill at all, it's simply that I have got into an enchanted circle which there is no getting out of. I don't care, I am ready for anything. Go into the hospital, my dear fellow. I don't care if it were into the pit. Give me your word, my dear man, that you will obey Yevgeny Fyodorich in everything." "Certainly I will give you my word. But I repeat, my honored friend, I have got into an enchanted circle. Now everything, even the genuine sympathy of my friends, leads to the same thing, to my ruin. I am going to my ruin, and I have the manliness to recognize it. My dear fellow, you will recover. What's the use of saying that? Said Andrei Yefimych with irritation. There are few men who at the end of their lives do not experience what I am experiencing now. When you are told that you have something such as diseased kidneys or enlarged heart, and you begin being treated for it, or are told you are mad or a criminal, that is, in fact, when people suddenly turn their attention to you, you may be sure you have got into an enchanted circle from which you will not escape. You will try to escape and make things worse. You had better give in, for no human efforts can save you, so it seems to me. Meanwhile, the public was crowding at the grating. That he might not be in their way, Andrei Yefimych got up and began to take leave. Mihail Averyanich made him promise on his honor once more and escorted him to the outer door. Towards evening on the same day, Hobotov, in his sheepskin and his high top boots, suddenly made his appearance and said to Andrei Yefimych in a tone as though nothing had happened the day before, "I have come on business, colleague. I have come to ask you whether you would not join me in a consultation. A." Thinking that Hobotov wanted to distract his mind with an outing, or perhaps really to enable him to earn something, Andrei Yefimych put on his coat and hat and went out with him into the street. He was glad of the opportunity to smooth over his fault of the previous day and to be reconciled, and in his heart thanked Hobotov, who did not even allude to yesterday's scene and was evidently sparing him. One would never have expected such delicacy from this uncultured man. "Where is your invalid?" asked Andrei Yefimych. "In the hospital. I have long wanted to show him to you, a very interesting case." They went into the hospital yard, and going round the main building, turned towards the lodge where the mental cases were kept, and all this, for some reason, in silence. When they went into the lodge, Nikita, as usual, jumped up and stood at attention. "One of the patients here has a lung complication," Hobotov said in an undertone, going into the yard with Andrei Yefimych. "You wait here, I'll be back directly. I am going for a stethoscope." And he went away. Romans 17. It was getting dusk. Ivan Dmitrich was lying on his bed with his face thrust onto his pillow. The paralytic was sitting motionless, crying quietly and moving his lips. The fat peasant and the former sorter were asleep. It was quiet. Andrei Yefimych sat down on Ivan Dmitrich's bed and waited. But half an hour passed, and instead of Hobotov, Nikita came into the ward with a dressing gown, some underlinen, and a pair of slippers in a heap on his arm. "Please change your things, Your Honor," he said softly. "Here is your bed, come this way," he added, pointing to an empty bedstead which had obviously recently been brought into the ward. "It's all right, please God, you will recover." Andrei Yefimych understood it all. Without saying a word, he crossed to the bed to which Nikita pointed and sat down. Seeing that Nikita was standing waiting, he undressed entirely and he felt ashamed. Then he put on the hospital clothes. The drawers were very short, the shirt was long, and the dressing gown smelt of smoked fish. "Please God, you will recover," repeated Nikita, and he gathered up Andrei Yefimich's clothes into his arms, went out, and shut the door after him. "No matter," thought Andrei Yefimych, wrapping himself in his dressing gown in a shamefaced way and feeling that he looked like a convict in his new costume. "It's no matter. It does not matter whether it's a dress coat or a uniform or this dressing gown." But how about his watch? And the notebook that was in the side pocket and his cigarettes? Where had Nikita taken his clothes? Now perhaps to the day of his death he would not put on trousers, a waistcoat, and high boots. It was all somehow strange and even incomprehensible at first. Andrei Yefimych was even now convinced that there was no difference between his landlady's house and ward number 6, that everything in this world was nonsense and vanity of vanities. And yet his hands were trembling, his feet were cold, and he was filled with dread at the thought that soon Ivan Dmitrich would get up and see that he was in a dressing gown. He got up and walked across the room and sat down again. Here he had been sitting already half an hour, and he was miserably sick of it. Was it really possible to live here a day, a week, and even years like these people? Why, he had been sitting here, had walked about and sat down again. He could get up and look out of window and walk from corner to corner again, and then what? Sit so all the time like a post and think? No, that was scarcely possible. Andrei Yefimych lay down, but at once got up, wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve, and felt that his whole face smelt of smoked fish. He walked about again. "It's some misunderstanding," he said, turning out the palms of his hands in perplexity. "It must be cleared up. There is a misunderstanding." Meanwhile, Ivan Dmitrich woke up. He sat up and propped his cheeks on his fists. He spat. Then he glanced lazily at the doctor, and apparently for the first minute did not understand. But soon his sleepy face grew malicious and mocking. "Aha, so they have put you in here too, old fellow," he said in a voice husky from sleepiness, screwing up one eye. "Very glad to see you. You sucked the blood of others, and now they will suck yours. Excellent." "It's a misunderstanding," Andrei Yefimych brought out, frightened by Ivan Dmitrich's words. He shrugged his shoulders and repeated, "It's some misunderstanding." Ivan Dmitrich spat again and lay down. "Cursed life," he grumbled, "and what's bitter and insulting, this life will not end in compensation for our sufferings. It will not end with apotheoses as it would in an opera, but with death. Peasants will come and drag one's dead body by the arms and the legs to the cellar. Ugh, well, it does not matter. We shall have our good time in the other world. I shall come here as a ghost from the other world and frighten these reptiles. I'll turn their hair gray." Moiseka returned, and seeing the doctor, held out his hand. "Give me 1 little kopeck," he said, "Roman 18. Andrei Yefimych walked away to the window and looked out into the open country. It was getting dark, and on the horizon to the right, a cold crimson moon was mounting upwards. Not far from the hospital fence, not much more than 200 yards away, stood a tall white house shut in by a stone wall. This was the prison. So this is real life, thought Andrei Yefimych, and he felt frightened. The moon and the prison and the nails on the fence and the faraway flames at the bone-charring factory were all terrible. Behind him, there was the sound of a sigh. Andrei Yefimych looked round and saw a man with glittering stars and orders on his breast, who was smiling and slyly winking. And this, too, seemed terrible. Andrei Yefimych assured himself that there was nothing special about the moon or the prison, that even sane persons wear orders, and that everything in time will decay and turn to earth, but he was suddenly overcome with desire. He clutched at the grating with both hands and shook it with all his might. The strong grating did not yield. Then, that it might not be so dreadful, he went to Ivan Dmitrich's bed and sat down. "I have lost heart, my dear fellow," he muttered, trembling and wiping away the cold sweat. "I have lost heart." "You should be philosophical," said Ivan Dmitrich ironically. My God. Yes, yes. You were pleased to say once that there was no philosophy in Russia, but that all people, even the paltriest, talk philosophy. But you know the philosophizing of the paltriest does not harm anyone," said Andrei Yefimych in a tone as if he wanted to cry and complain. "Why, then, that malignant laugh, my friend, and how can these paltry creatures help philosophizing if they are not satisfied? For an intelligent, educated man, made in God's image, proud and loving freedom, to have no alternative but to be a doctor in a filthy, stupid, wretched little town, and to spend his whole life among bottles, leeches, mustard plasters. Quackery, narrowness, vulgarity. Oh my God. You are talking nonsense. If you don't like being a doctor, you should have gone in for being a statesman." I could not do anything. We are weak, my dear friend. I used to be indifferent. I reason boldly and soundly, but at the first coarse touch of life upon me, I have lost heart. Prostration. We are weak, we are poor creatures. And you too, my dear friend, you are intelligent, generous, you drew in good impulses with your mother's milk, but you had hardly entered upon life when you were exhausted and fell ill. Weak. Andrei Yefimych was all the while at the approach of evening, tormented by another persistent sensation, besides terror and the feeling of resentment. At last, he realized that he was longing for a smoke and for beer. I am going out, my friend, he said. I will tell them to bring a light. I can't put up with this. I am not equal to it. Andrei Yefimych went to the door and opened it, but at once Nikita jumped up and barred his way. Where are you going? You can't, he said. It's bedtime. But I'm only going out for a minute to walk about the yard, said Andrei Yefimych. You can't, it's forbidden. You know that yourself. But what difference will it make to anyone if I do go out? Asked Andrei Yefimych, shrugging his shoulders. I don't understand. Nikita, I must go out, he said in a trembling voice. I must. Don't be disorderly, it's not right, Nikita said peremptorily. This is beyond everything, Ivan Dmitrich cried suddenly, and he jumped up. What right has he not to let you out? How dare they keep us here? I believe it is clearly laid down in the law that no one can be deprived of freedom without trial. It's an outrage, it's tyranny. Of course it's tyranny, said Andrei Yefimych, encouraged by Ivan Dmitrich's outburst. I must go out, I want to, he has no right. Open, I tell you. Do you hear, you dull-witted brute? Cried Ivan Dmitrich, and he banged on the door with his fist. Open the door, or I will break it open, torturer. Open the door, cried Andrei Yefimych, trembling all over. I insist. Talk away, Nikita answered through the door, talk away. Anyhow, go and call Yevgeny Fyodorich. Say that I beg him to come for a minute. His honor will come of himself tomorrow. They will never let us out, Ivan Dmitrich was going on meanwhile. They will leave us to rot here. Oh, Lord, can there really be no hell in the next world, and will these wretches be forgiven? Where is justice? Open the door, you wretch, I am choking. He cried in a hoarse voice and flung himself upon the door. I'll dash out my brains, murderers. Nikita opened the door quickly, and roughly with both his hands and his knee shoved Andrei Yefimych back, then swung his arm and punched him in the face with his fist. It seemed to Andrei Yefimych as though a huge salt wave enveloped him from his head downwards and dragged him to the bed. There really was a salt taste in his mouth. Most likely the blood was running from his teeth. He waved his arms as though he were trying to swim out and clutched at a bedstead, and at the same moment felt Nikita hit him twice on the back. Ivan Dmitrich gave a loud scream. He must have been beaten too. Then all was still. The faint moonlight came through the grating, and a shadow like a net lay on the floor. It was terrible. Andrei Yefimych lay and held his breath. He was expecting with horror to be struck again. He felt as though someone had taken a sickle, thrust it into him, and turned it round several times in his breast and bowels. He bit the pillow from pain and clenched his teeth, and all at once through the chaos in his brain, there flashed the terrible, unbearable thought that these people, who seemed now like black shadows in the moonlight, had to endure such pain day by day for years. How could it have happened that for more than 20 years he had not known it and had refused to know it? He knew nothing of pain, had no conception of it, so he was not to blame, but his conscience, as inexorable and as rough as Nikita, made him turn cold from the crown of his head to his heels. He leaped up, tried to cry out with all his might, and to run in haste to kill Nikita, and then Hobotov, the superintendent and the assistant, and then himself. But no sound came from his chest, and his legs would not obey him. Gasping for breath, he tore at the dressing gown and the shirt on his breast, rent them and fell. Senseless on the bed, Roman 19. Next morning his head ached, there was a droning in his ears and a feeling of utter weakness all over. He was not ashamed at recalling his weakness the day before. He had been cowardly, had even been afraid of the moon, had openly expressed thoughts and feelings such as he had not expected in himself before. For instance, the thought that the paltry people who philosophized were really dissatisfied. But now nothing mattered to him. He ate nothing, he drank nothing. He lay motionless and silent. It is all the same to me, he thought when they asked him questions. I am not going to answer. It's all the same to me. After dinner, Mihail Averyanich brought him a quarter-pound of tea and a pound of fruit pastilles. Daryushka came too and stood for a whole hour by the bed with an expression of dull grief on her face. Dr. Hobotov visited him. He brought a bottle of bromide and told Nikita to fumigate the ward with something. Towards evening, Andrei Yefimych died of an apoplectic stroke. At first, he had a violent shivering fit and a feeling of sickness, something revolting as it seemed, penetrating through his whole body, even to his fingertips, strained from his stomach to his head and flooded his eyes and ears. There was a greenness before his eyes. Andrei Yefimych understood that his end had come and remembered that Ivan Dmitrich, Mihail Averyanich, and millions of people believed in immortality. And what if it really existed? But he did not want immortality, and he thought of it only for one instant. A herd of deer, extraordinarily beautiful and graceful, of which he had been reading the day before, ran by him. Then a peasant woman stretched out her hand to him with a registered letter. Mihail Averyanich said something, then it all vanished, and Andrei Yefimych sank into oblivion forever. The hospital porters came, took him by his arms and legs, and carried him away to the chapel. There he lay on the table, with open eyes, and the moon shed its light upon him at night. In the morning Sergei Sergeyevich came, prayed piously before the crucifix, and closed his former chief's eyes. Next day Andrei Yefimych was buried. Mihail Averyanich and Daryushka were the only people at the funeral. The Petchenyeg. Ivan Abramich Ziechmuhin, a retired Cossack officer who had once served in the Caucasus, but now lived on his own farm, and who had once been young, strong, and vigorous, but now was old, dried up, and bent, with shaggy eyebrows and a greenish-gray mustache, was returning from the town to his farm one hot summer's day. In the town he had confessed and received absolution, and had made his will at the notary's. A fortnight before he had had a slight stroke, and now all the while he was in the railway carriage he was haunted by melancholy, serious thoughts of approaching death, of the vanity of vanities, of the transitoriness of all things earthly. At the station of Provoli there is such a one on the Donets line, a fair-haired, plump, middle-aged gentleman with a shabby portfolio stepped into the carriage and sat down opposite. They got into conversation. "Yes," said Ivan Abramich, looking pensively out of window, "it is never too late to marry. I myself married when I was 48. I was told it was late, but it has turned out that it was not late or early, but simply that it would have been better not to marry at all. Everyone is soon tired of his wife, but not everyone tells the truth, because, people are ashamed of an unhappy home life and conceal it. It's mania this and mania that with many a man by his wife's side, but if he had his way he'd put that mania in a sack and drop her in the water. It's dull with one's wife, it's mere foolishness. And it's no better with one's children, I make bold to assure you. I have 2 of them, the rascals. There's nowhere for them to be taught out here in the steppe. I haven't the money to send them to school in Novoticherkask, and they live here like young wolves. Next thing they will be murdering someone on the highroad." The fair-haired gentleman listened attentively, answered questions briefly in a low voice, and was apparently a gentleman of gentle and modest disposition. He mentioned that he was a lawyer, and that he was going to the village Duevka on business. "Why, merciful heavens, that is 6 miles from me," said Ziechmuhin in a tone of voice as though someone were disputing with him. "But excuse me, you won't find horses at the station now. To my mind, the very best thing you can do, is to come straight to me, stay the night, and in the morning drive over with my horses." The lawyer thought a moment and accepted the invitation. When they reached the station, the sun was already low over the steppe. They said nothing all the way from the station to the farm. The jolting prevented conversation. The trap bounded up and down, squeaked, and seemed to be sobbing, and the lawyer, who was sitting very uncomfortably, stared before him, miserably hoping to see the farm. After they had driven 5 or 6 miles, there came into view in the distance a low-pitched house and a yard enclosed by a fence made of dark, flat stones standing on end. The roof was green, the stucco was peeling off, and the windows were little narrow slits like screwed-up eyes. The farm stood in the full sunshine, and there was no sign either of water or trees anywhere round. Among the neighboring landowners and the peasants it was known as the Petchenyeg's farm. Many years before, a land surveyor, who was passing through the neighborhood and put up at the farm, spent the whole night talking to Ivan Abramich, was not favorably impressed, and as he was driving away in the morning said to him grimly, "You are a Petchenyeg *, my good sir." The Petchenyegs were a tribe of wild Mongolian nomads who made frequent inroads upon the Russians in the 10th and 11th centuries. Translator's note. From this came the nickname, the Petchenyeg's farm, which stuck to the place even more when Ziechmuhin's boys grew up and began to make raids on the orchards and kitchen gardens. Ivan Abramich was called, as he usually talked a very great deal and frequently made use of that expression. In the yard near a barn Ziechmuhin's sons were standing, one a young man of 19, the other a younger lad, both barefoot and bareheaded. Just at the moment when the trap drove into the yard, the younger one flung high up a hen which, cackling, described an arc in the air. The elder shot at it with a gun, and the hen fell dead on the earth. "Those are my boys learning to shoot birds flying," said Ziechmuhin. In the entry, the travelers were met by a little thin woman with a pale face, still young and beautiful. From her dress, she might have been taken for a servant. "And this, allow me to introduce her," said Ziechmuhin, "is the mother of my young cubs. Come, Lyubov Osipovna," he said, addressing her, "you must be spry, mother, and get something for our guest. Let us have supper. look sharp. The house consisted of two parts. In one was the parlor and beside it old XVIII's bedroom, both stuffy rooms with low ceilings and multitudes of flies and wasps, and in the other was the kitchen in which the cooking and washing was done, and the laborers had their meals. Here geese and turkey hens were sitting on their eggs under the benches, and here were the beds of Lyubov Osipovna and her two sons. The furniture in the parlor was unpainted and evidently roughly made by a carpenter. Guns, game bags, and whips were hanging on the walls, and all this old rubbish was covered with the rust of years and looked gray with dust. There was not one picture. In the corner was a dingy board which had at one time been an icon. A young little Russian woman laid the table and handed ham, then beetroot soup. The visitor refused vodka and ate only bread and cucumbers. "How about ham?" asked XVIII. "Thank you, I don't eat it," answered the visitor. "I don't eat meat at all." "Why is that?" "I am a vegetarian. Killing animals is against my principles." XVIII thought a minute, and then said slowly with a sigh, "Yes, to be sure. I saw a man who did not eat meat in town too. It's a new religion they've got now. Well, it's good. We can't go on always shooting and slaughtering, you know? We must give it up some day and leave even the beasts in peace. It's a sin to kill, it's a sin, there is no denying it. Sometimes one kills a hare and wounds him in the leg and he cries like a child. So it must hurt him. Of course it hurts him. Animals suffer just like human beings." "That's true," XVIII assented. "I understand that very well," he went on, musing. "Only there is this one thing I don't understand. Suppose, everyone gave up eating meat, what would become of the domestic animals, fowls and geese, for instance? Fowls and geese would live in freedom like wild birds. Now I understand. To be sure, crows and jackdaws get on all right without us. Yes, fowls and geese and hares and sheep all will live in freedom, rejoicing, and praising God, and they will not fear us, peace and concord will come. Only there is one thing, I can't understand," XVIII went on, glancing at the ham. "How will it be with the pigs? What is to be done with them?" "They will be like all the rest, that is, they will live in freedom." "Ah, yes, but allow me to say, if they were not slaughtered they would multiply, and then goodbye to the kitchen gardens and the meadows. Why, a pig, if you let it free and don't look after it, will ruin everything in a day. A pig is a pig, and it is not for nothing it is called a pig." They finished supper. XVIII got up from the table and for a long while walked up and down the room, talking and talking. He was fond of talking of something important or serious and was fond of meditating, and in his old age he had a longing to reach some haven, to be reassured, that he might not be so frightened of dying. He had a longing for meekness, spiritual calm, and confidence in himself, such as this guest of theirs had, who had satisfied his hunger on cucumbers and bread, and believed that doing so made him more perfect. He was sitting on a chest, plump and healthy, keeping silent and patiently enduring his boredom, and in the dusk when one glanced at him from the entry, he looked like a big round stone which one could not move from its place. If a man has something to lay hold of in life, he is all right. XVIII went through the entry to the porch, and then he could be heard sighing and saying reflectively to himself, "Yes, to be sure." By now it was dark, and here and there stars could be seen in the sky. They had not yet lighted up indoors. Someone came into the parlor as noiselessly as a shadow and stood still near the door. It was Lyubov Osipovna, XVIII's wife. "Are you from the town?" she asked timidly, not looking at her visitor. "Yes, I live in the town." "Perhaps you are something in the learned way, sir. Be so kind as to advise us. We ought to send in a petition." "To whom?" asked the visitor. "We have two sons, kind gentlemen, and they ought to have been sent to school long ago, but we never see anyone and have no one to advise us, and I know nothing. For if they are not taught, they will have to serve in the army as common Cossacks. It's not right, sir. They can't read and write, they are worse than peasants, and Ivan Abramovich himself can't stand them and won't let them indoors. But they are not to blame. The younger one, at any rate, ought to be sent to school, it is such a pity." She said slowly, and there was a quiver in her voice, and it seemed incredible that a woman so small and so youthful could have grown-up children. "Oh, it's such a pity." "You don't know anything about it, mother, and it is not your affair," said XVIII, appearing in the doorway. "Don't pester our guest with your wild talk. Go away, mother." Lyubov Osipovna went out, and in the entry repeated once more in a thin little voice, "Oh, it's such a pity." A bed was made up for the visitor on the sofa in the parlor, and that it might not be dark for him, they lighted the lamp before the icon. XVIII went to bed in his own room. And as he lay there, he thought of his soul, of his age, of his recent stroke which had so frightened him and made him think of death. He was fond of philosophizing when he was in quietness by himself, and then he fancied that he was a very earnest, deep thinker, and that nothing in this world interested him but serious questions. And now he kept thinking, and he longed to pitch upon some one significant thought unlike others, which would be a guide to him in life, and he wanted to think out principles of some sort for himself, so as to make his life as deep and earnest as he imagined that he felt himself to be. It would be a good thing for an old man like him to abstain altogether from meat, from superfluities of all sorts. The time when men give up killing each other and animals would come sooner or later, it could not but be so, and he imagined that time to himself and clearly pictured himself living in peace with all the animals, and suddenly he thought again of the pigs, and everything was in a tangle in his brain. "It's a queer business, Lord have mercy upon us," he muttered, sighing heavily. "Are you asleep?" he asked. "No." XVIII got out of bed and stopped in the doorway with nothing but his shirt on, displaying to his guest his sinewy legs that looked as dry as sticks. "Nowadays, he began, all sorts of telegraphs, telephones, and marvels of all kinds, in fact, have come in, but people are no better than they were. They say that in our day, 30 or 40 years ago, men were coarse and cruel, but isn't it just the same now? We certainly did not stand on ceremony in our day. I remember in the Caucasus when we were stationed by a little river with nothing to do for 4 whole months. I was an under-officer at that time. Something queer happened, quite in the style of a novel. Just on the banks of that river, where our division was encamped, a wretched prince whom we had killed not long before was buried. And at night, the princess used to come to his grave and weep. She would wail and moan and make us so depressed we couldn't sleep, and that's the fact. We couldn't sleep one night, we couldn't sleep a second. Well, we got sick of it. And from a common sense point of view, you really can't go without your sleep, for the devil knows what excuse the expression. We took that princess and gave her a good thrashing, and she gave up coming. There's an instance for you. Nowadays, of course, there is not the same class of people, and they are not given to thrashing, and they live in cleaner style, and there is more learning, but the soul is just the same. There is no change. Now look here, there's a landowner living here among us. He has mines, all sorts of tramps without passports who don't know where to go work for him. On Saturdays, he has to settle up with the workmen, but he doesn't care to pay them, he grudges the money. So he's got hold of a foreman who is a tramp too, though he does wear a hat. "Don't you pay them anything," he says, "not a kopeck. They'll beat you and let them beat you," says he, "but you put up with it, and I'll pay you 10 rubles every Saturday for it." So on the Saturday evening the workmen come to settle up in the usual way. The foreman says to them, "Nothing." Well, word for word, as the master said, they begin swearing and using their fists. They beat him and they kick him. They are a set of men brutalized by hunger. They beat him till he is senseless, and then they go each on his way. The master gives orders for cold water to be poured on the foreman, then flings 10 rubles in his face. And he takes it and is pleased too, for indeed he'd be ready to be hanged for 3 rubles, let alone 10. Yes, and on Monday a new gang of workmen arrive. They work, for they have nowhere to go. On Saturday it is the same story over again. The visitor turned over on the other side with his face to the back of the sofa and muttered something. "And here's another instance," XVIII went on. "We had the Siberian plague here. The cattle die off like flies. I can tell you, and the veterinary surgeons came here, and strict orders were given that the dead cattle were to be buried at a distance deep in the earth, that lime was to be thrown over them, and so on, on scientific principles. My horse died too. I buried it with every precaution and threw over 300 weight of lime over it. And what do you think? My fine fellows, my precious sons, dug it up, skinned it, and sold the hide for 3 rubles. There's an instance for you. So people have grown no better, and however you feed a wolf, he will always look towards the forest. There it is. It gives one something to think about, eh? How do you look at it?" On one side, a flash of lightning gleamed through a chink in the window blinds. There was the stifling feeling of a storm coming. The gnats were biting, and XVIII, as he lay in his bedroom meditating, sighed and groaned and said to himself, "Yes, to be sure," and there was no possibility of getting to sleep. Somewhere far, far away there was a growl of thunder. "Are you asleep?" "No," answered the visitor. Zhmuhin got up, and thudding with his heels walked through the parlor and the entry to the kitchen to get a drink of water. "The worst thing in the world, is stupidity," he said a little later, coming back with a dipper. "My Lyubov Osipovna is on her knees saying her prayers. She prays every night, and bows down to the ground, first that her children may be sent to school. She is afraid her boys will go into the army as simple Cossacks, and that they will be whacked across their backs with sabers. But for teaching one must have money, and where is one to get it? You may break the floor beating your head against it, but if you haven't got it, you haven't. And the other reason she prays is because, every woman imagines there is no one in the world as unhappy as she is. I am a plain-spoken man, and I don't want to conceal anything from you. She comes of a poor family, a village priest's daughter. I married her when she was 17, and they accepted my offer chiefly because they hadn't enough to eat. It was nothing but poverty and misery. While I have anyway land, you see a farmhand after all I am an officer. It was a step up for her to marry me, On the very first day when she was married she cried, and she has been crying ever since, all these 20 years. She has got a watery eye. And she's always sitting and thinking, and what do you suppose she is thinking about? What can a woman think about? Why, nothing. I must own I don't consider a woman a human being." The visitor got up abruptly and sat on the bed. "Excuse me, I feel stifled," he said. "I will go outside." Zhmuhin, still talking about women, drew the bolt in the entry and they both went out. A full moon was floating in the sky just over the yard, and in the moonlight the house and barn looked whiter than by day, and on the grass brilliant streaks of moonlight, white too, stretched between the black shadows. Far away on the right could be seen the steppe. Above it the stars were softly glowing and it was all mysterious, infinitely far away, as though one were gazing into a deep abyss. While on the left heavy storm clouds, black as soot, were piling up one upon another above the steppe. Their edges were lighted up by the moon, and it looked as though there were mountains there with white snow on their peaks, dark forests, the sea. There was a flash of lightning, a faint rumble of thunder, and it seemed as though a battle were being fought in the mountains. Quite close to the house, a little night owl screeched monotonously. "Asleep, asleep." "What time is it now?" asked the visitor. "Just after 1. "How long it is still to dawn?" They went back to the house and lay down again. It was time to sleep, and one can usually sleep so splendidly before rain. But the old man had a hankering after serious, weighty thoughts. He wanted not simply to think but to meditate, and he meditated how good it would be, as death was near at hand, for the sake of his soul to give up the idleness which so imperceptibly swallowed up day after day, year after year, leaving no trace. To think out for himself some great exploit, for instance, to walk on foot far, far away, or to give up meat like this young man. And again he pictured to himself the time when animals would not be killed, pictured it clearly and distinctly as though he were living through that time himself. But suddenly it was all in a tangle again in his head, and all was muddled. The thunderstorm had passed over, but from the edges of the storm clouds came rains softly pattering on the roof. Zhmuhin got up, stretching and groaning with old age, and looked into the parlor. Noticing that his visitor was not asleep, he said, "When we were in the Caucasus, there was a colonel there who was a vegetarian, too. He didn't eat meat, never went shooting, and would not let his servants catch fish. Of course, I understand that every animal ought to live in freedom and enjoy its life. Only I don't understand how a pig can go about where it likes without being looked after." The visitor got up and sat down. His pale, haggard face expressed weariness and vexation. It was evident that he was exhausted, and only his gentleness and the delicacy of his soul prevented him from expressing his vexation in words. "It's getting light," he said mildly. "Please have the horse brought round for me." "Why so? Wait a little and the rain will be over." "No, I entreat you," said the visitor in horror, with a supplicating voice. "It is essential for me to go at once." And he began hurriedly dressing. By the time the horse was harnessed, the sun was rising. It had just left off raining, the clouds were racing swiftly by, and the patches of blue were growing bigger and bigger in the sky. The first rays of the sun were timidly reflected below in the big puddles. The visitor walked through the entry with his portfolio to get into the trap, And at that moment, XVIII's wife, pale and it seemed paler than the day before, with tear-stained eyes, looked at him intently without blinking, with the naive expression of a little girl. And it was evident from her dejected face that she was envying him his freedom. With what joy she would have gone away from there. And she wanted to say something to him, most likely to ask advice about her children. And what a pitiable figure she was. This was not a wife, not the head of a house, not even a servant, but more like a dependent, a poor relation not wanted by anyone, a nonentity. Her husband, fussing about, talking unceasingly, was seeing his visitor off, continually running in front of him, while she huddled up to the wall with a timid, guilty air, waiting for a convenient minute to speak. "Please come again another time," the old man kept repeating incessantly. "What we have we are glad to offer, you know." The visitor hurriedly got into the trap, evidently with relief, as though he were afraid every minute that they would detain him. The trap lurched about as it had the day before, squeaked, and furiously rattled the pail that was tied on at the back. He glanced round at XVIII with a peculiar expression. It looked as though he wanted to call him a Petchenyeg, as the surveyor had once done, or some such name, but his gentleness got the upper hand. He controlled himself and said nothing. But in the gateway, he suddenly could not restrain himself. He got up and shouted loudly and angrily, "You have bored me to death." And he disappeared through the gate. Near the barn, XVIII's sons were standing. The elder held a gun, while the younger had in his hands a gray cockerel with a bright red comb. The younger flung up the cockerel with all his might. The bird flew upwards higher than the house and turned over in the air like a pigeon. The elder boy fired, and the cockerel fell like a stone. The old man, overcome with confusion, not knowing how to explain the visitor's strange, unexpected shout, went slowly back into the house. And sitting down at the table, he spent a long while meditating on the intellectual tendencies of the day, on the universal immorality, on the telegraph, on the telephone, on velocipedes, on how unnecessary it all was. Little by little he regained his composure, then slowly had a meal, drank 5 glasses of tea, and lay down for a nap. A dead body. A still August night. A mist is rising slowly from the fields and casting an opaque veil over everything within eyesight. Lighted up by the moon, the mist gives the impression at one moment of a calm, boundless sea, at the next of an immense white wall. The air is damp and chilly. Morning is still far off. A step from the by-road which runs along the edge of the forest, a little fire is gleaming. A dead body, covered from head to foot with new white linen, is lying under a young oak tree. A wooden icon is lying on its breast. Beside the corpse, almost on the road, sits the watched 2 peasants performing one of the most disagreeable and uninviting of peasants' duties. One, a tall young fellow with a scarcely perceptible mustache and thick black eyebrows, in a tattered sheepskin and bark shoes, is sitting on the wet grass, his feet stuck out straight in front of him, and is trying to while away the time with work. He bends his long neck, and breathing loudly through his nose, makes a spoon out of a big crooked bit of wood. The other a little scraggy, pock-marked peasant with an aged face, a scanty mustache, and a little goat's beard sits with his hands dangling loose on his knees, and without moving gazes listlessly at the light. A small campfire is lazily burning down between them, throwing a red glow on their faces. There is perfect stillness. The only sounds are the scrape of the knife on the wood and the crackling of damp sticks in the fire. "Don't you go to sleep, Sioma," says the young man. I am not asleep," stammers the goat beard. "That's all right. It would be dreadful to sit here alone, one would be frightened. You might tell me something, Sioma." "You are a queer fellow, Siamushka. Other people will laugh and tell a story and sing a song, but you there is no making you out. You sit like a scarecrow in the garden and roll your eyes at the fire. You can't say anything properly. When you speak you seem frightened. I dare say you are 50, but you have less sense than a child. Aren't you sorry that you are a simpleton?" "I am sorry," the goatbeard answers gloomily. "And we are sorry to see your foolishness, you may be sure. You are a good-natured, sober peasant, and the only trouble is that you have no sense in your head. You should have picked up some sense for yourself if the Lord has afflicted you and given you no understanding. You must make an effort, Sioma. You should listen hard when anything good's being said, note it well, and keep thinking and thinking. If there is any word you don't understand, you should make an effort and think over in your head in what meaning the word is used. Do you see? Make an effort. If you don't gain some sense for yourself, you'll be a simpleton and of no account at all to your dying day. All at once, a long, drawn-out, moaning sound is heard in the forest. Something rustles in the leaves as though torn from the very top of the tree and falls to the ground. All this is faintly repeated by the echo. The young man shudders and looks inquiringly at his companion. "It's an owl at the little birds," says Sioma gloomily. "Why, Sioma, it's time for the birds to fly to the warm countries." "To be sure, it is time. It is chilly at dawn now, it is cold. The crane is a chilly creature, it is tender, such cold is death to it. I am not a crane, but I am frozen. Put some more wood on." Sioma gets up and disappears in the dark undergrowth. While he is busy among the bushes, breaking dry twigs, his companion puts his hand over his eyes and starts at every sound. Sioma brings an armful of wood and lays it on the fire. The flame irresolutely licks the black twigs with its little tongues, then suddenly, as though at the word of command, catches them and throws a crimson light on the faces, the road, the white linen with its prominences where the hands and feet of the corpse raise it, the icon. The watch is silent. The young man bends his neck still lower and sets to work with still more nervous haste. The goat beard sits motionless as before and keeps his eyes fixed on the fire. "Ye that love not Zion shall be put to shame by the Lord." A falsetto voice is suddenly heard singing in the stillness of the night, then slow footsteps are audible, and the dark figure of a man in a short monkish cassock and a broad-brimmed hat, with a wallet on his shoulders, comes into sight on the road in the crimson firelight. "Thy will be done, O Lord, Holy Mother," the figure says in a husky falsetto. "I saw the fire in the outer darkness and my soul leapt for joy. At first I thought it was men grazing a drove of horses, then I thought it can't be that, since no horses were to be seen. Aren't they thieves?" I wondered. "Aren't they robbers lying in wait for a rich Lazarus? Aren't they the gypsy people offering sacrifices to idols?" And my soul leapt for joy. "Go, Phaedicee, servant of God," I said to myself, "and win a martyr's crown." And I flew to the fire like a light-winged moth. "Now I stand before you, and from your outer aspect I judge of your souls. You are not thieves and you are not heathens. Peace be to you. Good evening. Good Orthodox people, do you know how to reach the Makuhinsky brickyards from here? It's close here. You go straight along the road. When you have gone a mile and a half, there will be Ananova, our village. From the village, Father, you turn to the right by the river bank, and so you will get to the brickyards. It's 2 miles from Ananova. God give you health, and why are you sitting here?" "We are sitting here watching. You see, there is a dead body." What body, Holy Mother?" The pilgrim sees the white linen with the icon on it, and starts so violently that his legs give a little skip. This unexpected sight has an overpowering effect upon him. He huddles together and stands as though rooted to the spot, with wide-open mouth and staring eyes. For 3 minutes he is silent as though he could not believe his eyes, then begins muttering. "O Lord, Holy Mother, I was going along not meddling with anyone, and all at once such an affliction." "What may you be?" inquires the young man. "Of the clergy?" "No, I go from one monastery to another. Do you know me, Mihail Polikarpych, the foreman of the brickyard? Well, I am his nephew. Thy will be done, O Lord, why are you here?" "We are watching, we are told to." Yes, mutters the man in the cassock, passing his hand over his eyes. "And where did the deceased come from?" "He was a stranger." "Such is life, but I'll, be getting on, brothers. I feel flustered. I am more afraid of the dead than of anything, my dear souls, and only fancy. While this man was alive, he wasn't noticed, while now when he is dead and given over to corruption, we tremble before him as before some famous general or a bishop. Such is life, was he murdered or what? The Lord knows. Maybe he was murdered, or maybe he died of himself. Yes, who knows, brothers, maybe his soul is now tasting the joys of paradise. His soul is still hovering here, near his body, says the young man. It does not depart from the body for 3 days. Yes, how chilly the nights are now, it sets one's teeth chattering. So then I am to go straight on and on, till you get to the village, and then you turn to the right by the river bank. By the river bank, to be sure. Why am I standing still? I must go on. Farewell, brothers. The man in the cassock takes 5 steps along the road and stops. "I've forgotten to put a kopeck for the burying," he says. Good Orthodox friends, can I give the money? You ought to know best, you go the round of the monasteries. If he died a natural death, it would go for the good of his soul. If it's a suicide, it's a sin. That's true, and maybe it really was a suicide, so I had better keep my money. Oh, sins, give me 1,000 rubles and I would not consent to sit here. Farewell, brothers. The Cossack slowly moves away and stops again. I can't make up my mind what I am to do, he mutters. To stay here by the fire and wait till daybreak. I am frightened, to go on is dreadful too. The dead man will haunt me all the way in the darkness. The Lord has chastised me indeed. Over 300 miles I have come on foot and nothing happened, and now I am near home and there's trouble. I can't go on. It is dreadful, that is true. I am not afraid of wolves, of thieves, or of darkness, but I am afraid of the dead. I am afraid of them, and that is all about it. Good Orthodox brothers, I entreat you on my knees, see me to the village. We've been told not to go away from the body. No one will see, brothers, upon my soul no one will see, the Lord will reward you 100-fold. Old man, come with me, I beg. Old man, why are you silent? He is a bit simple, says the young man. You come with me, friend, I will give you 5 kopecks. For 5 kopecks I might, says the young man, scratching his head, but I was told not to. If Sioma here, our simpleton, will stay alone, I will take you. Sioma, will you stay here alone? I'll stay, the simpleton consents. Well, that's all right then. Come along. The young man gets up and goes with the Cossack. A minute later the sound of their steps and their talk dies away. Sioma shuts his eyes and gently dozes. The fire begins to grow dim, and a big black shadow falls on the dead body. A happy ending. Lyubov Grigorievna, a substantial, buxom lady of 40 who undertook matchmaking and many other matters of which it is usual to speak only in whispers, had come to see Steichkin, the head guard, on a day when he was off duty. Steichkin, somewhat embarrassed, but as always grave, practical, and severe, was walking up and down the room, smoking a cigar and saying, "Very pleased to make your acquaintance. Semyon Ivanovitch recommended you on the ground that you may be able to assist me in a delicate and very important matter affecting the happiness of my life. I have, Lyubov Grigorievna, reached the age of 52. That is a period of life at which very many have already grown up children. My position is a secure one. Though my fortune is not large, yet I am in a position to support a beloved being and children at my side. I may tell you between ourselves that apart from my salary, I have also money in the bank which my manner of living has enabled me to save. I am a practical and sober man. I lead a sensible and consistent life, so that I may hold myself up as an example to many. But one thing, I lack a domestic hearth of my own and a partner in life, and I live like a wandering Magyar, moving from place to place without any satisfaction. I have no one with whom to take counsel, and when I am ill no one to give me water, and so on. Apart from that, Lyubov Grigorievna, a married man has always more weight in society than a bachelor. I am a man of the educated class, with money, but if you look at me from a point of view, what am I? A man with no kith and kin, no better than some Polish priest. And therefore, I should be very desirous to be united in the bonds of hymen, that is, to enter into matrimony with some worthy person. An excellent thing, said the matchmaker with a sigh. I am a solitary man, and in this town I know no one. Where can I go, and to whom can I apply, since all the people here are strangers to me? That is why Semyon Ivanovitch advised me to address myself to a person who is a specialist in this line, and makes the arrangement of the happiness of others her profession. And therefore I most earnestly beg you, Lyubov Grigorievna, to assist me in ordering my future. You know all the marriageable young ladies in the town, and it is easy for you to accommodate me. I can. A glass of wine, I beg you." With an habitual gesture, the matchmaker raised her glass to her mouth and tossed it off without winking. "I can," she repeated. "And what sort of bride would you like, Nikolay Nikolaitch?" "Should I like? The bride fate sends me." "Well, of course it depends on your fate, but everyone has his own taste, you know. One likes dark ladies, the other prefers fair ones." "You see, Lyubov Grigorievna," said Steichkin, sighing sedately, "I am a practical man and a man of character. For me beauty and external appearance generally take a secondary place, for, as you know yourself, Beauty is neither bowl nor platter, and a pretty wife involves a great deal of anxiety. The way I look at it is, what matters most in a woman is not what is external, but what lies within that is, that she should have soul and all the qualities. A glass of wine, I beg. Of course, it would be very agreeable that one's wife should be rather plump, but for mutual happiness it is not of great consequence. What matters is the mind. Properly speaking, a woman does not need mind either, for if she has brains, she will have too high an opinion of herself and take all sorts of ideas into her head. One cannot do without education nowadays, of course, but education is of different kinds. It would be pleasing for one's wife to know French and German, to speak various languages, very pleasing. But what's the use of that if she can't sew on one's buttons, perhaps? I am a man of the educated class. I am just as much at home, I may say, with Prince Kanitlin as I am with you here now. But my habits are simple, and I want a girl who is not too much a fine lady. Above all, she must have respect for me and feel that I have made her happiness. To be sure. Well, now as regards the essential. I do not want a wealthy bride. I would never condescend to anything so low as to marry for money. I desire not to be kept by my wife, but to keep her, and that she may be sensible of it. But I do not want a poor girl either. Though I am a man of means, and am marrying not from mercenary motives, but from love, yet I cannot take a poor girl, for, as you know yourself, prices have gone up so, and there will be children. One might find one with a dowry, said the matchmaker. A glass of wine, I beg. There was a pause of 5 minutes. The matchmaker heaved a sigh, took a sidelong glance at the guard, and asked, "Well now, my good sir, do you want anything in the bachelor line? I have some fine bargains. One is a French girl and one is a Greek, well worth the money." The guard thought a moment and said, "No, I thank you. In view of your favorable disposition, allow me to inquire now how much you ask for your exertions in regard to a bride." "I don't ask much. Give me 25 rubles and the stuff for a dress, as is usual, and I will say thank you. But for the dowry, that's a different account." Steichkin folded his arms over his chest and fell to pondering in silence. After some thought, he heaved a sigh and said, "That's dear." "It's not at all dear, Nikolay Nikolaich. In old days when there were lots of weddings one did do it cheaper, but nowadays what are our earnings? If you make 50 rubles in a month that is not a fast, you may be thankful. It's not on weddings we make our money, my good sir." Steichkin looked at the matchmaker in amazement and shrugged his shoulders. Do you call 50 rubles little?" he asked. "Of course it is little. In old days we sometimes made more than 100. I should never have thought it was possible to earn such a sum by these jobs. 50 rubles, it is not every man that earns as much. Pray drink your wine." The matchmaker drained her glass without winking. Steichkin looked her over from head to foot in silence, then said, 50 rubles? Why, that is 600 rubles a year. Please take some more. With such dividends, you know, Lyubov Grigorievna, you would have no difficulty in making a match for yourself." "For myself," laughed the matchmaker, "I am an old woman." "Not at all. You have such a figure, and your face is plump and fair, and all the rest of it." The matchmaker was embarrassed. Steichkin was also embarrassed and sat down beside her. "You are still very attractive," said he. "If you met with a practical, steady, careful husband, with his salary and your earnings you might even attract him very much, and you'd get on very well together." "Goodness knows what you're saying, Nikolay Nikolaich." "Well, I meant no harm." A silence followed. Steichkin began loudly blowing his nose, while the matchmaker turned crimson and, looking bashfully at him, asked, "And how much do you get, Nikolay Nikolaich?" "I, 75 rubles, besides tips. Apart from that we make something out of candles and hares." "You go hunting, then?" "No, passengers who travel without tickets are called hares with us." Another minute passed in silence. Steichkin got up and walked about the room in excitement. "I don't want a young wife," said he. "I am a middle-aged man, and I want someone who, as it might be like you, staid and settled and a figure something like yours." "Goodness knows what you are saying," giggled the matchmaker, hiding her crimson face in her kerchief. "There is no need to be long thinking about it. You are after my own heart, and you suit me in your qualities. I am a practical, sober man, and if you like me, what could be better? Allow me to make you a proposal." The matchmaker dropped a tear, laughed, and in token of her consent, clinked glasses with Steichkin. "Well," said the happy railway guard, "now allow me to explain to you the behavior and manner of life I desire from you. I am a strict, respectable, practical man. I take a gentlemanly view of everything, and I desire that my wife should be strict also, and should understand that to her I am a benefactor and the foremost person in the world." He sat down, and, heaving a deep sigh, began expounding to his bride his views on domestic life and a wife's duties. The Looking-Glass. New Year's Eve. Nellie, the daughter of a landowner and general, a young and pretty girl, dreaming day and night of being married, was sitting in her room, gazing with exhausted, half-closed eyes into the looking-glass. She was pale, tense, and as motionless as the looking-glass. The non-existent but apparent vista of a long, narrow corridor with endless rows of candles, the reflection of her face, her hands, of the frame, all this was already clouded in mist and merged into a boundless gray sea. The sea was undulating, gleaming and now and then flaring crimson. Looking at Nellie's motionless eyes and parted lips, one could hardly say whether she was asleep or awake, but nevertheless she was seeing. At first she saw only the smile and soft, charming expression of someone's eyes. Then against the shifting gray background there gradually appeared the outlines of a head, a face, eyebrows, beard. It was he, the destined one, the object of long dreams and hopes. The destined one was for Nellie everything, the significance of life, personal happiness, career, fate. Outside him, as on the gray background of the looking-glass, all was dark, empty, meaningless. And so it was not strange that, seeing before her a handsome, gently smiling face, she was conscious of bliss, of an unutterably sweet dream that could not be expressed in speech or on paper. Then she heard his voice, saw herself living under the same roof with him, her life merged into his. Months and years flew by against the gray background, and Nellie saw her future distinctly in all its details. Picture followed picture against the gray background. Now Nellie saw herself one winter night knocking at the door of Stepan Lukich, the district doctor. The old dog hoarsely and lazily barked behind the gate. The doctor's windows were in darkness. All was silence. For God's sake," whispered Nellie. But at last the garden gate creaked, and Nellie saw the doctor's cook. "Is the doctor at home?" "His honor's asleep," whispered the cook into her sleeve, as though afraid of waking her master. "He's only just got home from his fever patients, and gave orders he was not to be waked." But Nellie scarcely heard the cook. Thrusting her aside, she rushed headlong into the doctor's house. Running through some dark and stuffy rooms, upsetting 2 or 3 chairs, she at last reached the doctor's bedroom. Stepan Lukich was lying on his bed, dressed but without his coat, and with pouting lips was breathing into his open hand. A little night-light glimmered faintly beside him. Without uttering a word, Nellie sat down and began to cry. She wept bitterly, shaking all over. "My husband is ill," she sobbed out. Stepan Lukich was silent. He slowly sat up, propped his head on his hand, and looked at his visitor with fixed, sleepy eyes. "My husband is ill," Nellie continued, restraining her sobs. "For mercy's sake, come quickly. Make haste. Make haste." "Eh?" growled the doctor, blowing into his hand. Come this very minute, or it's terrible to think, for mercy's sake." And pale, exhausted Nellie, gasping and swallowing her tears, began describing to the doctor her husband's illness, her unutterable terror. Her sufferings would have touched the heart of a stone, but the doctor looked at her, blew into his open hand, and not a movement. "I'll come tomorrow," he muttered. "That's impossible," cried Nellie. "I know my husband has typhus, at once, this very minute you are needed." "I have only just come in," muttered the doctor. "For the last 3 days I've been away, seeing typhus patients, and I'm exhausted and ill myself. I simply can't. Absolutely, I've caught it myself. There." And the doctor thrust before her eyes a clinical thermometer. "My temperature is nearly 40. I absolutely can't. I can scarcely sit up. Excuse me, I'll lie down." The doctor lay down. "But I implore you, doctor," Nellie moaned in despair. "I beseech you, help me for mercy's sake. Make a great effort and come. I will repay you, doctor." "Oh dear, why I have told you already. Ah." Nellie leapt up and walked nervously up and down the bedroom. She longed to explain to the doctor, to bring him to reason. She thought if only he knew how dear her husband was to her and how unhappy she was, he would forget his exhaustion and his illness. but how could she be eloquent enough? Go to the Zemstvo doctor, she heard Stepan Lukich's voice. That's impossible. He lives more than 20 miles from here and time is precious, and the horses can't stand it. It is 30 miles from us to you and as much from here to the Zemstvo doctor. No, it's impossible. Come along, Stepan Lukich. I ask of you an heroic deed. Come, perform that heroic deed. Have pity on us. It's beyond everything. I'm in a fever, my head's in a whirl, and she won't understand. Leave me alone. But you are in duty bound to come. You cannot refuse to come. It's egoism. A man is bound to sacrifice his life for his neighbor, and you refuse to come. I will summon you before the court. Nellie felt that she was uttering a false and undeserved insult, but for her husband's sake, she was capable of forgetting logic, tact, sympathy for others. In reply to her threats, the doctor greedily gulped a glass of cold water. Nellie fell to entreating and imploring like the very lowest beggar. At last the doctor gave way. He slowly got up, puffing and panting, looking for his coat. Here it is, cried Nellie, helping him. Let me put it on to you. Come along, I will repay you. All my life I shall be grateful to you. But what agony! After putting on his coat, the doctor lay down again. Nellie got him up and dragged him to the hall. Then there was an agonizing to-do over his galoshes, his overcoat. His cap was lost. But at last Nellie was in the carriage with the doctor. Now they had only to drive 30 miles and her husband would have a doctor's help. The earth was wrapped in darkness. One could not see one's hand before one's face. A cold winter wind was blowing. There were frozen lumps under their wheels. The coachman was continually stopping and wondering which road to take. Nellie and the doctor sat silent all the way. It was fearfully jolting, but they felt neither the cold nor the jolts. Get on, Nellie implored the driver. At 5 in the morning, the exhausted horses drove into the yard. Nellie saw the familiar gates, the well with the crane, the long row of stables and barns. At last she was at home. Wait a moment, I will be back directly, she said to Stepan Lukich, making him sit down on the sofa in the dining room. Sit still and wait a little, and I'll see how he is going on. On her return from her husband, Nellie found the doctor lying down. He was lying on the sofa and muttering. Doctor, please, a doctor. Ask Domna, muttered Stepan Lukich. What? They said at the meeting. Vlasov said, who? What? And to her horror Nellie saw that the doctor was as delirious as her husband. What was to be done? I must go for the Zemstvo doctor, she decided. Then again there followed darkness, a cutting cold wind, lumps of frozen earth. She was suffering in body and in soul, and delusive nature has no arts, no deceptions to compensate these sufferings. Then she saw against the gray background how her husband every spring was in straits for money to pay the interest for the mortgage to the bank. He could not sleep, she could not sleep, and both racked their brains till their heads ached, thinking how to avoid being visited by the clerk of the court. She saw her children, the everlasting apprehension of colds, scarlet fever, diphtheria, bad marks at school, separation. Out of a brood of 5 or 6 one was sure to die. The gray background was not untouched by death. That might well be. A husband and wife cannot die simultaneously. Whatever happened, one must bury the other, and Nellie saw her husband dying. This terrible event presented itself to her in every detail. She saw the coffin, the candles, the deacon, and even the footmarks in the hall made by the undertaker. Why is it? What is it for? She asked, looking blankly at her husband's face. And all the previous life with her husband seemed to her a stupid prelude to this. Something fell from Nellie's hand and knocked on the floor. She started, jumped up, and opened her eyes wide. One looking-glass she saw lying at her feet, the other was standing as before on the table. She looked into the looking-glass and saw a pale, tear-stained face. There was no gray background now. I must have fallen asleep, she thought with a sigh of relief. Old age. Yuzilkov, an architect with the rank of civil councillor, arrived in his native town, to which he had been invited to restore the church and the cemetery. He had been born in the town, had been at school, had grown up and married in it. But when he got out of the train, he scarcely recognized it. Everything was changed. 18 years ago, when he had moved to Petersburg, the street boys used to catch marmots, for instance, on the spot where now the station was standing. Now when one drove into the chief street, A hotel of 4 stories stood facing one. In old days, there was an ugly gray fence just there. But nothing, neither fences nor houses, had changed as much as the people. From his inquiries of the hotel waiter, Yuzulkov learned that more than half of the people he remembered were dead, reduced to poverty, forgot. "And do you remember Yuzulkov?" he asked the old waiter about himself. "Yuzulkov, the architect who divorced his wife. He used to have a house in Svyabaevsky Street. You must remember." "I don't remember, sir." "How is it you don't remember? The case made a lot of noise, even the cabmen all knew about it. Think now, Shapkin the attorney managed my divorce for me, the rascal, the notorious card sharper, the fellow who got a thrashing at the club." "Ivan Nikolaich." "Yes, yes. Well, is he alive? Is he dead?" "Alive, sir, thank God. He is a notary now and has an office. He is very well off. He has 2 houses in Kirpichny Street. His daughter was married the other day." Yuzulkov paced up and down the room, thought a bit, and in his boredom made up his mind to go and see Shapkin at his office. When he walked out of the hotel and sauntered slowly towards Kirpichny Street, it was midday. He found Shapkin at his office and scarcely recognized him. From the once well-made, adroit attorney with a mobile, insolent, and always drunken face, Shapkin had changed into a modest, gray-headed, decrepit old man. "You don't recognize me, you have forgotten me," began Yuzulkov. "I am your old client, Yuzulkov." "Yuzulkov, what Yuzulkov? Ah!" Shapkin remembered, recognized, and was struck all of a heap. There followed a shower of exclamations, questions, recollections. "This is a surprise, this is unexpected," cackled Shapkin. "What can I offer you? Do you care for champagne? Perhaps you would like oysters. My dear fellow, I have had so much from you in my time that I can't offer you anything equal to the occasion." "Please don't put yourself out," said Yuzulkov. "I have no time to spare. I must go at once to the cemetery and examine the church. I have undertaken the restoration of it." "That's capital. We'll have a snack and a drink and drive together. I have capital horses. I'll take you there and introduce you to the churchwarden. I will arrange it all." "But why is it, my angel, you seem to be afraid of me and hold me at arm's length? Sit a little nearer. There is no need for you to be afraid of me nowadays. He. At one time, it is true, I was a cunning blade, a dog of a fellow. No one dared approach me. But now I am stiller than water and humbler than the grass. I have grown old, I am a family man, I have children. It's time I was dead." The friends had lunch, had a drink, and with a pair of horses drove out of the town to the cemetery. "Yes, those were times," Shapkin recalled as he sat in the sledge. "When you remember them, you simply can't believe in them. Do you remember how you divorced your wife? It's nearly 20 years ago, and I dare say you have forgotten it all, but I remember it as though I'd divorced you yesterday. Good Lord, what a lot of worry I had over it. I was a sharp fellow, tricky and cunning, a desperate character. Sometimes I was burning to tackle some ticklish business, especially if the fee were a good one, as, for instance, in your case. What did you pay me then? 5,000 or 6,000. That was worth taking trouble for, wasn't it? You went off to Petersburg and left the whole thing in my hands to do the best I could, and though Sofia Mihailovna, your wife, came only of a merchant family, she was proud and dignified. To bribe her to take the guilt on herself was difficult, awfully difficult. I would go to negotiate with her, and as soon as she saw me, she called to her maid. 'Masha, didn't I tell you not to admit that scoundrel?' Well, I tried one thing and another. I wrote her letters and contrived to meet her accidentally. It was no use. I had to act through a third person. I had a lot of trouble with her for a long time, and she only gave in when you agreed to give her 10,000. She couldn't resist 10,000, she couldn't hold out. She cried, she spat in my face, but she consented. She took the guilt on herself. I thought it was 15,000 she had for me, not 10, said Yuzulkov. Yes, 15. I made a mistake, said Shapkin in confusion. It's all over and done with, though, it's no use concealing it. I gave her 10 and the other 5 I collared for myself. I deceived you both. It's all over and done with, it's no use to be ashamed. And indeed, judge for yourself, Boris Petrovitch, weren't you the very person for me to get money out of? You were a wealthy man and had everything you wanted. Your marriage was an idle whim, and so was your divorce. You were making a lot of money. I remember you made a scoop of 20,000 over one contract. Whom should I have fleeced if not you? And I must own I envied you. If you grabbed anything, they took off their caps to you, while they would thrash me for a ruble and slap me in the face at the club. But there, why recall it? It is high time to forget it. Tell me, please, how did Sofia Mihailovna get on afterwards? With her 10,000? Very badly. God knows what it was, she lost her head perhaps, or maybe her pride and her conscience tormented her at having sold her honor, or perhaps she loved you. But do you know she took to drink? As soon as she got her money, she was off driving about with officers. It was drunkenness, dissipation, debauchery. When she went to a restaurant with officers, she was not content with port or anything light. She must have strong brandy, fiery stuff to stupefy her. Yes, she was eccentric. I had a lot to put up with from her. Sometimes she would take offense at something and begin being hysterical. And what happened afterwards? 1 week passed and then another. I was sitting at home, writing something. All at once the door opened and she walked in. Drunk. Take back your cursed money, she said, and flung a roll of notes in my face. So she could not keep it up. I picked up the notes and counted them. It was 500 short of the 10,000, so she had only managed to get through 500. Where did you put the money? It's all ancient history. There's no reason to conceal it now. In my pocket, of course. Why do you look at me like that? Wait a bit for what will come later. It's a regular novel, a pathological study. A couple of months later, I was going home one night in a nasty drunken condition. I lighted a candle, and lo and behold, Sofia Mihailovna was sitting on my sofa, and she was drunk, too, and in a frantic state as wild as though she had run out of bedlam. Give me back my money, she said. I have changed my mind. If I must go to ruin, I won't do it by halves, I'll have my fling. Be quick, you scoundrel, give me my money. A disgraceful scene. And you gave it her. I gave her, I remember, 10 rubles. Oh, how could you? Cried Yuzhelkov, frowning. If you couldn't or wouldn't have given it her, you might have written to me. And I didn't know. My dear fellow, what use would it have been for me to write, considering that she wrote to you herself when she was lying in the hospital afterwards? Yes, but I was so taken up then with my second marriage. I was in such a whirl that I had no thoughts to spare for letters. But you were an outsider, you had no antipathy for Sofia. Why didn't you give her a helping hand? You can't judge by the standards of today, Boris Petrovich. That's how we look at it now, but at the time we thought very differently. Now maybe I'd give her 1,000 rubles, but then even that 10-ruble note I did not give her for nothing. It was a bad business. We must forget it. But here we are. The sledge stopped at the cemetery gates. Yuzhelkov and Shapkin got out of the sledge, went in at the gate, and walked up a long, broad avenue. The bare cherry trees and acacias, the gray crosses and tombstones, were silvered with hoarfrost. Every little grain of snow reflected the bright, sunny day. There was the smell there always is in cemeteries, the smell of incense and freshly dug earth. Our cemetery is a pretty one, said Yuzhelkov, quite a garden. Yes, but it is a pity thieves steal the tombstones. And over there, beyond that iron monument on the right, Sofia Mihailovna is buried. Would you like to see? The friends turned to the right and walked through the deep snow to the iron monument. Here it is, said Shapkin, pointing to a little slab of white marble. A lieutenant put the stone on her grave. Yuzhelkov slowly took off his cap and exposed his bald head to the sun. Shapkin, looking at him, took off his cap too, and another bald patch gleamed in the sunlight. There was the stillness of the tomb all around as though the air, too, were dead. The friends looked at the grave, pondered, and said nothing. She sleeps in peace, said Shapkin, breaking the silence. It's nothing to her now that she took the blame on herself and drank brandy. You must own, Boris Petrovich. Own what? Yuzhelkov asked gloomily. Why, however hateful the past, it was better than this. And Shapkin pointed to his gray head. I used not to think of the hour of death. I fancied I could have given death points and won the game if we had had an encounter, but what's the good of talking? Yuzhelkov was overcome with melancholy. He suddenly had a passionate longing to weep, as once he had longed for love, and he felt those tears would have tasted sweet and refreshing. A moisture came into his eyes, and there was a lump in his throat, but Shapkin was standing beside him, and Yuzhelkov was ashamed to show weakness before a witness. He turned back abruptly and went into the church. Only 2 hours later, after talking to the churchwarden and looking over the church, he seized a moment when Shapkin was in conversation with the priest and hastened away to weep. He stole up to the grave secretly, furtively, looking round him every minute. The little white slab looked at him pensively, mournfully, and innocently as though a little girl lay under it instead of a dissolute, divorced wife. To weep, thought Yuzhelkov. But the moment for tears had been missed. Though the old man blinked his eyes, though he worked up his feelings, the tears did not flow nor the lump come in his throat. After standing for 10 minutes with a gesture of despair, Yuzhelkov went to look for Shapkin. Darkness. A young peasant, with white eyebrows and eyelashes and broad cheekbones in a torn sheepskin and big black felt overboots, waited till the Zemstvo doctor had finished seeing his patients and came out to go home from the hospital. Then he went up to him, diffidently. "Please, Your Honor," he said. "What do you want?" The young man passed the palm of his hand up and over his nose, looked at the sky, and then answered. "Please, Your Honor, you've got my brother Vaska the blacksmith from Varvarino in the convict ward here, Your Honor." "Yes, what then?" "I am Vaska's brother, you see. Father has the two of us, him, Vaska, and me, Kirilla. Besides us there are 3 sisters, and Vaska's a married man with a little one. There are a lot of us and no one to work. In the smithy it's nearly 2 years now since the forge has been heated. I am at the cotton factory, I can't do smith's work, and how can father work? Let alone work, he can't eat properly, he can't lift the spoon to his mouth. What do you want from me?" "Be merciful, let Vaska go." The doctor looked wonderingly at Kirilla, and without saying a word walked on. The young peasant ran on in front and flung himself in a heap at his feet. "Doctor, kind gentleman," he besought him, blinking and again passing his open hand over his nose. "Show heavenly mercy, let Vaska go home, we shall remember you in our prayers forever. Your Honor, let him go, they are all starving. Mother's wailing day in, day out, Vaska's wife's wailing. It's worse than death, I don't care to look upon the light of day. Be merciful, let him go, kind gentleman." "Are you stupid or out of your senses?" asked the doctor angrily. "How can I let him go? Why, he is a convict." Kirilla began crying. "Let him go." "Tifu, queer fellow, what right have I? Am I a jailer or what? They brought him to the hospital for me to treat him, but I have as much right to let him out as I have to put you in prison, silly fellow." "But they have shut him up for nothing. He was in prison a year before the trial, and now there is no saying what he is there for. It would have been a different thing if he had murdered someone, let us say, or stolen horses. But as it is, what is it all about?" "Very likely, but how do I come in?" "They shut a man up and they don't know themselves what for. He was drunk, Your Honor, did not know what he was doing, and even hit father on the ear and scratched his own cheek on a branch. And 2 of our fellows they wanted some Turkish tobacco. You see began telling him to go with them and break into the Armenian's shop at night for tobacco. Being drunk, he obeyed them, the fool. They broke the lock, you know, got in and did no end of mischief. They turned everything upside down, broke the windows, and scattered the flour about. They were drunk, that is all one can say. Well, the constable turned up. And with one thing and another they took them off to the magistrate. They have been a whole year in prison, and a week ago, on the Wednesday, they were all 3 tried in the town. A soldier stood behind them with a gun. People were sworn in. Vaska was less to blame than any, but the gentry decided that he was the ringleader. The other 2 lads were sent to prison, but Vaska to a convict battalion for 3 years. And what for? One should judge like a Christian. I have nothing to do with it, I tell you again. Go to the authorities. I have been already. I've been to the court. I have tried to send in a petition, they wouldn't take a petition. I have been to the police captain, and I have been to the examining magistrate, and everyone says, it is not my business. Whose business is it then? But there is no one above you here in the hospital. You do what you like, Your Honor. You simpleton, sighed the doctor. Once the jury have found him guilty, not the governor, not even the minister, could do anything, let alone the police captain. It's no good you're trying to do anything. And who judged him then? The gentlemen of the jury. They weren't gentlemen, they were our peasants. Andrei Guriev was one, Alashka Huck was one. Well, I am cold talking to you. The doctor waved his hand and walked quickly to his own door. Kirilla was on the point of following him, but seeing the door slam, he stopped. For 10 minutes he stood motionless in the middle of the hospital yard, and without putting on his cap stared at the doctor's house. Then he heaved a deep sigh, slowly scratched himself, and walked towards the gate. To whom am I to go? He muttered as he came out onto the road. One says it is not his business, another says it is not his business. Whose business is it then? No, till you grease their hands you will get nothing out of them. The doctor says that, but he keeps looking all the while at my fist to see whether I am going to give him a blue note. Well, brother, I'll go, if it has to be to the governor. Shifting from one foot to the other, and continually looking round him in an objectless way, he trudged lazily along the road and was apparently wondering where to go. It was not cold, and the snow faintly crunched under his feet. Not more than half a mile in front of him, the wretched little district town in which his brother had just been tried lay outstretched on the hill. On the right was the dark prison with its red roof and sentry boxes at the corners. On the left was the big town copse, now covered with hoarfrost. It was still. Only an old man, wearing a woman's short jacket and a huge cap, was walking ahead, coughing and shouting to a cow which he was driving to the town. "Good day, grandfather," said Kirilla, overtaking him. "Good day. Are you driving it to the market?" "No," the old man answered lazily. "Are you a townsman?" They got into conversation. Kirilla told him what he had come to the hospital for and what he had been talking about to the doctor. "The doctor does not know anything about such matters, that is a sure thing," the old man said to him as they were both entering the town. "Though he is a gentleman, he is only taught to cure by every means, but to give you real advice, or, let us say, write out a petition for you that he cannot do. There are special authorities to do that. You have been to the justice of the peace and to the police captain. They are no good for your business either." "Where am I to go?" "The permanent member of the rural board is the chief person for peasants' affairs. Go to him, Mr. Chekhov." "The one who is at Zolotovo?" "Why, yes, at Zolotovo. He is your chief man. If it is anything that has to do with you peasants, even the police captain has no authority against him." "It's a long way to go, old man. I dare say it's 12 miles and maybe more." "One who needs something will go 70. "That is so. Should I send in a petition to him, or what?" "You will find out there. If you should have a petition, the clerk will write you one quick enough. The permanent member has a clerk." After parting from the old man, Kirilla stood still in the middle of the square, thought a little, and walked back out of the town. He made up his mind to go to Zolotovo. 5 days later, as the doctor was on his way home after seeing his patients, he caught sight of Kirilla again in his yard. This time the young peasant was not alone, but with a gaunt, very pale old man who nodded his head without ceasing, like a pendulum, and mumbled with his lips. "Your Honor, I have come again to ask your gracious mercy," began Kirilla. "Here I have come with my father. Be merciful, let Vaska go. The permanent member would not talk to me," he said. "Go away." "Your Honor," the old man hissed in his throat, raising his twitching eyebrows, "be merciful. We are poor people, we cannot repay your honor. But if you graciously please, Kuryushka or Vaska can repay you in work. Let them work." "We will pay with work," said Kirilla, and he raised his hand above his head as though he would take an oath. "Let him go. They are starving, they are crying day and night, your honor." The young peasant bent a rapid glance on his father, pulled him by the sleeve, and both of them, as at the word of command, fell at the doctor's feet. The latter waved his hand in despair, and without looking round, walked quickly in at his door. The beggar. "Kind sir, be so good as to notice a poor, hungry man. I have not tasted food for 3 days. I have not a 5-kopeck piece for a night's lodging. I swear by God. For 5 years I was a village schoolmaster and lost my post through the intrigues of the Zemstvo. I was the victim of false witness. I have been out of a place for a year now." XVIII, a Petersburg lawyer, looked at the speaker's tattered dark blue overcoat, at his muddy, drunken eyes, at the red patches on his cheeks, and it seemed to him that he had seen the man before. "And now I am offered a post in the Kaluga province," the beggar continued, "but I have not the means for the journey there. Graciously help me, I am ashamed to ask, but I am compelled by circumstances." XVIII looked at his galoshes, of which one was shallow like a shoe, while the other came high up the leg like a boot, and suddenly remembered. "Listen, the day before yesterday I met you in Sadavoy Street," he said, "and then you told me, not that you were a village schoolmaster, but that you were a student who had been expelled. Do you remember?" "And oh no, that cannot be so," the beggar muttered in confusion. "I am a village schoolmaster, and if you wish it I can show you documents to prove it." That's enough lies. You called yourself a student and even told me what you were expelled for. Do you remember? XVIII flushed, and with a look of disgust on his face, turned away from the ragged figure. It's contemptible, sir, he cried angrily. It's a swindle. I'll hand you over to the police, damn you. You are poor and hungry, but that does not give you the right to lie so shamelessly. The ragged figure took hold of the door handle, and like a bird in a snare, looked round the hall desperately. I am not lying, he muttered. I can show documents. Who can believe you? XVIII went on, still indignant. To exploit the sympathy of the public for village schoolmasters and students, it's so low, so mean, so dirty, it's revolting. XVIII flew into a rage and gave the beggar a merciless scolding. The ragged fellow's insolent lying aroused his disgust and aversion, was an offense against what he, XVIII, loved and prized in himself: kindliness, a feeling heart, sympathy for the unhappy. By his lying, by his treacherous assault upon compassion, the individual had, as it were, defiled the charity which he liked to give to the poor with no misgivings in his heart. The beggar at first defended himself, protested with oaths, then he sank into silence and hung his head, overcome with shame. Sir, he said, laying his hand on his heart, I really was lying. I am not a student and not a village schoolmaster. All that's mere invention. I used to be in the Russian choir and I was turned out of it for drunkenness. But what can I do? Believe me, in God's name, I can't get on without lying. When I tell the truth, no one will give me anything. With the truth, one may die of hunger and freeze without a night's lodging. What you say is true, I understand that, but what am I to do? What are you to do? You ask what are you to do? Cried XVIII, going close up to him. Work, that's what you must do, you must work. Work? I know that myself, but where can I get work? Nonsense. You are young, strong, and healthy and could always find work if you wanted to. But you know you are lazy, pampered, drunken. You reek of vodka like a pothouse. You have become false and corrupt to the marrow of your bones and fit for nothing but begging and lying. If you do graciously condescend to take work, you must have a job in an office in the Russian choir or as a billiard marker, where you will have a salary and have nothing to do. But how would you like to undertake manual labor? I'll be bound you wouldn't be a house porter or a factory hand. You are too genteel for that. What things you say, really? Said the beggar, and he gave a bitter smile. How can I get manual work? It's rather late for me to be a shopman, for in trade one has to begin from a boy. No one would take me as a house porter because I am not of that class. And I could not get work in a factory. One must know a trade, and I know nothing. Nonsense, you always find some justification. Wouldn't you like to chop wood? I would not refuse to, but the regular woodchoppers are out of work now. Oh, all idlers argue like that. As soon as you are offered anything, you refuse it. Would you care to chop wood for me? Certainly I will. Very good, we shall see. Excellent, we'll see. XVIII, in nervous haste, and not without malignant pleasure, rubbing his hands, summoned his cook from the kitchen. Here, Olga, he said to her, take this gentleman to the shed and let him chop some wood. The beggar shrugged his shoulders as though puzzled, and irresolutely followed the cook. It was evident from his demeanor that he had consented to go and chop wood, not because he was hungry and wanted to earn money, but simply from shame and amour propre, because he had been taken at his word. It was clear, too, that he was suffering from the effects of vodka, that he was unwell, and felt not the faintest inclination to work. XVIII hurried into the dining room. There from the window, which looked out into the yard, he could see the woodshed and everything that happened in the yard. Standing at the window, XVIII saw the cook and the beggar come by the back way into the yard and go through the muddy snow to the woodshed. Olga scrutinized her companion angrily, and jerking her elbow unlocked the woodshed and angrily banged the door open. Most likely we interrupted the woman drinking her coffee, thought XVIII. What a cross creature she is. Then he saw the pseudo-schoolmaster and pseudo-student seat himself on a block of wood, and leaning his red cheeks upon his fists, sink into thought. The cook flung an axe at his feet, spat angrily on the ground, and, judging by the expression of her lips, began abusing him. The beggar drew a log of wood towards him irresolutely, set it up between his feet, and diffidently drew the axe across it. The log toppled and fell over. The beggar drew it towards him, breathed on his frozen hands, and again drew the axe along it as cautiously as though he were afraid of its hitting his galash or chopping off his fingers. The log fell over again. XVIII's wrath had passed off by now. He felt sore and ashamed at the thought that he had forced a pampered, drunken, and perhaps sick man to do hard, rough work in the cold. Never mind, let him go on, he thought, going from the dining room into his study. I am doing it for his good. An hour later Olga appeared and announced that the wood had been chopped up. Here, give him half a ruble, said XVIII. If he likes, let him come and chop wood on the 1st of every month. There will always be work for him. On the 1st of the month the beggar turned up and again earned half a ruble, though he could hardly stand. From that time forward he took to turning up frequently, and work was always found for him. Sometimes he would sweep the snow into heaps or clear up the shed, at another he used to beat the rugs and the mattresses. He always received 30 to 40 kopecks for his work, and on one occasion an old pair of trousers was sent out to him. When he moved, XVIII engaged him to assist in packing and moving the furniture. On this occasion the beggar was sober, gloomy, and silent. He scarcely touched the furniture, walked with hanging head behind the furniture vans, and did not even try to appear busy. He merely shivered with the cold, and was overcome with confusion when the men with the vans laughed at his idleness, feebleness, and ragged coat that had once been a gentleman's. After the removal, XVIII sent for him. "Well, I see my words have had an effect upon you," he said, giving him a ruble. "This is for your work. I see that you are sober and not disinclined to work. What is your name?" "Lushkov." "I can offer you better work, not so rough, Lushkov. Can you write?" "Yes, sir." "Then go with this note tomorrow to my colleague, and he will give you some copying to do. Work, don't drink, and don't forget what I said to you. Goodbye." XVIII, pleased that he had put a man in the path of rectitude, patted Lushkov genially on the shoulder, and even shook hands with him at parting. Lushkov took the letter, departed, and from that time forward did not come to the backyard for work. 2 years passed. One day, as XVIII was standing at the ticket office of a theater, paying for his ticket, he saw beside him a little man with a lambskin collar and a shabby catskin cap. The man timidly asked the clerk for a gallery ticket and paid for it with kopecks. "Lushkov, is it you?" asked XVIII, recognizing in the little man his former woodchopper. "Well, what are you doing? Are you getting on all right?" "Pretty well. I am in a notary's office now. I earn 35 rubles. "Well, thank God, that's capital. I rejoice for you. I am very, very glad, Lushkov. You know, in a way, you are my godson. It was I who shoved you into the right way. Do you remember what a scolding I gave you, eh? You almost sank through the floor that time. Well, thank you, my dear fellow, for remembering my words." "Thank you too," said Lushkov. "If I had not come to you that day, maybe I should be calling myself a schoolmaster or a student still. Yes, in your house I was saved and climbed out of the pit. I am very, very glad. Thank you for your kind words and deeds. What you said that day was excellent. I am grateful to you and to your cook. God bless that kind, noble-hearted woman. What you said that day was excellent. I am indebted to you as long as I live, of course, but it was your cook, Olga, who really saved me." "How was that?" "Why, it was like this. I used to come to you to chop wood, and she would begin, 'Ah, you drunkard, you God-forsaken man, and yet death does not take you.' And then she would sit opposite me, lamenting, looking into my face and wailing, 'You unlucky fellow, you have no gladness in this world, and in the next you will burn in hell, poor drunkard, you poor sorrowful creature.' And she always went on in that style, you know. How often she upset herself, and how many tears she shed over me I can't tell you. But what affected me most, she chopped the wood for me. Do you know, sir, I never chopped a single log for you, she did it all. How it was she saved me, how it was I changed, looking at her, and gave up drinking, I can't explain. I only know that what she said and the noble way she behaved brought about a change in my soul, and I shall never forget it. It's time to go up, though, they are just going to ring the bell." Lushkov bowed and went off to the gallery. A story without a title. In the 5th century, just as now, the sun rose every morning and every evening retired to rest. In the morning, when the first rays kissed the dew, the earth revived, the air was filled with the sounds of rapture and hope, while in the evening the same earth subsided into silence and plunged into gloomy darkness. One day was like another, one night like another. From time to time, a storm cloud raced up, and there was the angry rumble of thunder, or a negligent star fell out of the sky, Or a pale monk ran to tell the brotherhood that not far from the monastery he had seen a tigeran that was all, and then each day was like the next. The monks worked and prayed, and their father superior played on the organ, made Latin verses, and wrote music. The wonderful old man possessed an extraordinary gift. He played on the organ with such art that even the oldest monks, whose hearing had grown somewhat dull towards the end of their lives, could not restrain their tears when the sounds of the organ floated from his cell. When he spoke of anything, even of the most ordinary things, for instance of the trees, of the wild beasts, or of the say, they could not listen to him without a smile or tears, and it seemed that the same chords vibrated in his soul as in the organ. If he were moved to anger or abandoned himself to intense joy, or began speaking of something terrible or grand, then a passionate inspiration took possession of him, tears came into his flashing eyes, his face flushed, and his voice thundered. And as the monks listened to him, they felt that their souls were spellbound by his inspiration. At such marvelous, splendid moments his power over them was boundless, and if he had bidden his elders fling themselves into the sea, they would all, every one of them, have hastened to carry out his wishes. His music, his voice, his poetry in which he glorified God, the heavens and the earth, were a continual source of joy to the monks. It sometimes happened that through the monotony of their lives they grew weary of the trees, the flowers, the spring, the autumn, their ears were tired of the sound of the sea, and the song of the birds seemed tedious to them. But the talents of their father superior were as necessary to them as their daily bread. Dozens of years passed by, and every day was like every other day, every night was like every other night. Except the birds and the wild beasts, not one soul appeared near the monastery. The nearest human habitation was far away, and to reach it from the monastery, or to reach the monastery from it, meant a journey of over 70 miles across the desert. Only men who despised life, who had renounced it, and who came to the monastery as to the grave, ventured to cross the desert. What was the amazement of the monks, therefore, when one night there knocked at their gate a man who turned out to be from the town, and the most ordinary sinner who loved life. Before saying his prayers and asking for the Father Superior's blessing, this man asked for wine and food. To the question how he had come from the town into the desert, he answered by a long story of hunting. He had gone out hunting, had drunk too much, and lost his way. To the suggestion that he should enter the monastery and save his soul, he replied with a smile, "I am not a fit companion for you." When he had eaten and drunk, he looked at the monks who were serving him, shook his head reproachfully, and said, "You don't do anything, you monks. You are good for nothing but eating and drinking. Is that the way to save one's soul? Only think, while you sit here in peace, eat and drink and dream of beatitude, your neighbors are perishing and going to hell. You should see what is going on in the town. Some are dying of hunger, others, not knowing what to do with their gold, sink into profligacy and perish like flies stuck in honey. There is no faith, no truth in men. Whose task is it to save them? Whose work is it to preach to them? It is not for me, drunk from morning till night as I am. Can a meek spirit, a loving heart, and faith in God have been given you for you to sit here within four walls doing nothing?" The townsmen's drunken words were insolent and unseemly, but they had a strange effect upon the Father Superior. The old man exchanged glances with his monks, turned pale, and said, "My brothers, he speaks the truth, you know. Indeed, poor people in their weakness and lack of understanding are perishing in vice and infidelity, while we do not move, as though it did not concern us. Why should I not go and remind them of the Christ whom they have forgotten?" The townsman's words had carried the old man away. The next day he took his staff, said farewell to the brotherhood, and set off for the town, and the monks were left without music and without his speeches and verses. They spent a month drearily, then a second, but the old man did not come back. At last, after 3 months had passed, the familiar tap of his staff was heard. The monks flew to meet him and showered questions upon him, but instead of being delighted to see them, he wept bitterly and did not utter a word. The monks noticed that he looked greatly aged and had grown thinner. His face looked exhausted and wore an expression of profound sadness, and when he wept he had the air of a man who has been outraged. The monks fell to weeping too, and began with sympathy asking him why he was weeping, why his face was so gloomy, but he locked himself in his cell without uttering a word. For 7 days he sat in his cell, eating and drinking nothing, weeping and not playing on his organ. To knocking at his door, and to the entreaties of the monks to come out and share his grief with them he replied with unbroken silence. At last he came out, gathering all the monks around him, with a tear-stained face and with an expression of grief and indignation. He began telling them of what had befallen him during those 3 months. His voice was calm and his eyes were smiling while he described his journey from the monastery to the town. On the road, he told them, the birds sang to him, the brooks gurgled, and sweet youthful hopes agitated his soul. He marched on and felt like a soldier going to battle and confident of victory. He walked on dreaming and composed poems and hymns and reached the end of his journey without noticing it. But his voice quivered, his eyes flashed, and he was full of wrath when he came to speak of the town and of the men in it. Never in his life had he seen or even dared to imagine what he met with when he went into the town. Only then, for the first time in his life, in his old age, he saw and understood how powerful was the devil, how fair was evil, and how weak and faint-hearted and worthless were men. By an unhappy chance, the first dwelling he entered was the abode of vice. Some 50 men in possession of much money were eating and drinking wine beyond measure. Intoxicated by the wine, they sang songs and boldly uttered terrible, revolting words such as a God-fearing man could not bring himself to pronounce. Boundlessly free, self-confident, and happy, they feared neither God nor the devil nor death, but said and did what they liked, and went whither their lust led them. And the wine, clear as amber, flecked with sparks of gold, must have been irresistibly sweet and fragrant, for each man who drank it smiled blissfully and wanted to drink more. To the smile of man, it responded with a smile and sparkled joyfully when they drank it, as though it knew the devilish charm it kept hidden in its sweetness. The old man, growing more and more incensed and weeping with wrath, went on to describe what he had seen. On a table in the midst of the revelers, he said, stood a sinful, half-naked woman. It was hard to imagine or to find in nature anything more lovely and fascinating. This reptile, young, long-haired, dark-skinned, with black eyes and full lips, shameless and insolent, showed her snow-white teeth and smiled as though to say, "Look how shameless, how beautiful I am." Silk and brocade fell in lovely folds from her shoulders, but her beauty would not hide itself under her clothes, but eagerly thrust itself through the folds, like the young grass through the ground in spring. The shameless woman drank wine, sang songs, and abandoned herself to anyone who wanted her. Then the old man, wrathfully brandishing his arms, described the horse races, the bullfights, the theaters, the artists' studios where they painted naked women or molded them of clay. He spoke with inspiration, with sonorous beauty, as though he were playing on unseen chords, while the monks, petrified, greedily drank in his words and gasped with rapture. After describing all the charms of the devil, the beauty of evil, and the fascinating grace of the dreadful female form, the old man cursed the devil, turned and shut himself up in his cell. When he came out of his cell in the morning, there was not a monk left in the monastery. They had all fled to the town. In trouble, Pyotr Semyonich, the bank manager, together with the bookkeeper, his assistant, and 2 members of the board, were taken in the night to prison. The day after the upheaval, the merchant Avdev, who was one of the committee of auditors, was sitting with his friends in the shop saying, "So it is God's will, it seems. There is no escaping your fate. Here today we are eating caviar, and tomorrow, for aught we know, it will be prison, beggary, or maybe death. Anything may happen. Take Pyotr Semyonich, for instance." He spoke, screwing up his drunken eyes, while his friends went on drinking, eating caviar, and listening. Having described the disgrace and helplessness of Pyotr Semyonich, who only the day before had been powerful and respected by all, Avdev went on with a sigh. "The tears of the mouse come back to the cat. Serve them right, the scoundrels. They could steal the rooks, so let them answer for it." "You'd better look out, Ivan Danilich, that you don't catch it too," one of his friends observed. "What has it to do with me?" "Why, they were stealing, and what were you auditors thinking about, I'll be bound? You signed the audit." "It's all very well to talk," laughed Avdev. "Signed it, indeed. They used to bring the accounts to my shop and I signed them. As though I understood. Give me anything you like, I'll scrawl my name to it. If you were to write that I murdered someone, I'd sign my name to it. I haven't time to go into it. Besides, I can't see without my spectacles." After discussing the failure of the bank and the fate of Pyotr Semyonich, Avdev and his friends went to eat pie at the house of a friend whose wife was celebrating her name day. At the name day party, everyone was discussing the bank failure. Avdev was more excited than anyone and declared that he had long foreseen the crash and knew 2 years before that things were not quite right at the bank. While they were eating pie, he described a dozen illegal operations which had come to his knowledge. "If you knew, why did you not give information?" asked an officer who was present. "I wasn't the only one, the whole town knew of it," laughed Avdev. "Besides, I haven't the time to hang about the law courts, damn them." He had a nap after the pie and then had dinner, then had another nap, then went to the evening service at the church of which he was a warden. After the service, he went back to the name day party and played preference till midnight. Everything seemed satisfactory. But when Avdev hurried home after midnight, the cook, who opened the door to him, looked pale and was trembling so violently that she could not utter a word. His wife, Elizaveta Trofimovna, a flabby, overworked woman with her gray hair hanging loose, was sitting on the sofa in the drawing room, quivering all over and vacantly rolling her eyes as though she were drunk. Her elder son, Vasily, a high school boy, pale too and extremely agitated, was fussing round her with a glass of water. "What's the matter?" asked Avdev, and looked angrily sideways at the stove. His family was constantly being upset by the fumes from it. "The examining magistrate has just been with the police," answered Vasily. "They've made a search." Avdev looked round him. The cupboards, the chests, the tables, everything bore traces of the recent search. For a minute Avdev stood motionless as though petrified, unable to understand. Then his whole inside quivered and seemed to grow heavy, his left leg went numb, and unable to endure his trembling, he lay down flat on the sofa. He felt his inside heaving and his rebellious left leg tapping against the back of the sofa. In the course of 2 or 3 minutes, he recalled the whole of his past, but could not remember any crime deserving of the attention of the police. "It's all nonsense," he said, getting up. "They must have slandered me. Tomorrow I must lodge a complaint of their having dared to do such a thing." Next morning, after a sleepless night, Avdev, as usual, went to his shop. His customers brought him the news that during the night the public prosecutor had sent the deputy manager and the head clerk to prison as well. This news did not disturb Avdev. He was convinced that he had been slandered, and that if he were to lodge a complaint today, the examining magistrate would get into trouble for the search of the night before. Between 9 and 10 o'clock, he hurried to the town hall to see the secretary, who was the only educated man in the town council. "Vladimir Stepanich, what's this new fashion?" he said, bending down to the secretary's ear. "People have been stealing, but how do I come in? What has it to do with me?" "My dear fellow," he whispered, "there has been a search at my house last night. Upon my word, have they gone crazy? Why touch me?" "Because one shouldn't be a sheep," the secretary answered calmly. "Before you sign you ought to look." "Look at what? But if I were to look at those accounts for 1,000 years I could not make head or tail of them. It's all Greek to me. I am no bookkeeper. They used to bring them to me and I signed them." "Excuse me. Apart from that, you and your committee are seriously compromised. You borrowed 19,000 from the bank, giving no security." "Lord have mercy upon us," cried Avdev in amazement. "I am not the only one in debt to the bank. The whole town owes it money. I pay the interest and I shall repay the debt. What next? And besides, to tell the honest truth, it wasn't I myself borrowed the money. Pyotr Semyonich forced it upon me." "Take it," he said, "take it. If you don't take it," he said, "it means that you don't trust us and fight shy of us. You take it," he said, "and build your father a mill." So I took it. Well, you see, none but children or sheep can reason like that. In any case, signor, you need not be anxious. You can't escape trial, of course, but you are sure to be acquitted. The secretary's indifference and calm tone restored Avdev's composure. Going back to his shop and finding friends there, he again began drinking, eating caviar, and airing his views. He almost forgot the police search, and he was only troubled by one circumstance which he could not help noticing. His left leg was strangely numb, and his stomach for some reason refused to do its work. That evening, destiny dealt another overwhelming blow at Avdev. At an extraordinary meeting of the town council, all members who were on the staff of the bank, Avdev among them, were asked to resign, on the ground that they were charged with a criminal offense. In the morning, he received a request to give up immediately his duties as churchwarden. After that, Avdev lost count of the blows dealt him by fate, and strange, unprecedented days flitted rapidly by, one after another, and every day brought some new, unexpected surprise. Among other things, the examining magistrate sent him a summons, and he returned home after the interview, insulted and red in the face. He gave me no peace, pestering me to tell him why I had signed. I signed, that's all about it. I didn't do it on purpose. They brought the papers to the shop and I signed them. I am no great hand at reading writing. Young men with unconcerned faces arrived, sealed up the shop, and made an inventory of all the furniture of the house. Suspecting some intrigue behind this, and, as before, unconscious of any wrongdoing, Avdev in his mortification ran from one government office to another lodging complaints. He spent hours together in waiting rooms, composed long petitions, shed tears, swore. To his complaints the public prosecutor and the examining magistrate made the indifferent and rational reply, "Come to us when you are summoned, we have not time to attend to you now," while others answered, "It is not our business." The secretary, an educated man who, Avdev thought, might have helped him, merely shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's your own fault, you shouldn't have been a sheep." The old man exerted himself to the utmost, but his left leg was still numb, and his digestion was getting worse and worse. When he was weary of doing nothing and was getting poorer and poorer, he made up his mind to go to his father's mill, or to his brother, and begin dealing in corn. His family went to his father's and he was left alone. The days flitted by, one after another. Without a family, without a shop, and without money, the former churchwarden, an honored and respected man, spent whole days going the round of his friends' shops, drinking, eating, and listening to advice. In the mornings and in the evenings, to while away the time, he went to church. Looking for hours together at the icons, he did not pray, but pondered. His conscience was clear, and he ascribed his position to mistake and misunderstanding. To his mind, it was all due to the fact that the officials and the examining magistrates were young men and inexperienced. It seemed to him that if he were to talk it over in detail and open his heart to some elderly judge, everything would go right again. He did not understand his judges, and he fancied they did not understand him. The days raced by, and at last, after protracted, harassing delays, the day of the trial came. Avdev borrowed 50 rubles, and providing himself with spirit to rub on his leg and a decoction of herbs for his digestion, set off for the town where the circuit court was being held. The trial lasted for 10 days. Throughout the trial, Avdev sat among his companions in misfortune, with the stolid composure and dignity befitting a respectable and innocent man who is suffering for no fault of his own. He listened and did not understand a word. He was in an antagonistic mood. He was angry at being detained so long in the court, at being unable to get Lenten food anywhere, at his defending counsels not understanding him, and, as he thought, saying the wrong thing. He thought that the judges did not understand their business. They took scarcely any notice of Avdev, they only addressed him once in 3 days, and the questions they put to him were of such a character that Avdev raised a laugh in the audience each time he answered them. When he tried to speak of the expenses he had incurred, of his losses, and of his meaning to claim his costs from the court, his counsel turned round and made an incomprehensible grimace, the public laughed, and the judge announced sternly that that had nothing to do with the case. The last words that he was allowed to say were not what his counsel had instructed him to say, but something quite different, which raised a laugh again. During the terrible hour when the jury were consulting in their room, he sat angrily in the refreshment bar, not thinking about the jury at all. He did not understand why they were so long deliberating when everything was so clear, and what they wanted of him. Getting hungry, he asked the waiter to give him some cheap Lenten dish. For 40 kopecks they gave him some cold fish and carrots. He ate it and felt at once as though the fish were heaving in a chilly lump in his stomach. It was followed by flatulence, heartburn, and pain. Afterwards, as he listened to the foreman of the jury reading out the questions point by point, there was a regular revolution taking place in his inside. His whole body was bathed in a cold sweat. His left leg was numb. He did not follow, understood nothing, and suffered unbearably at not being able to sit or lie down while the foreman was reading. At last, when he and his companions were allowed to sit down, the public prosecutor got up and said something unintelligible, and all at once, as though they had sprung out of the earth, some police officers appeared on the scene with drawn swords and surrounded all the prisoners. Avdev was told to get up and go. Now he understood that he was found guilty and in charge of the police, but he was not frightened nor amazed. Such a turmoil was going on in his stomach that he could not think about his guards. "So they won't let us go back to the hotel?" he asked one of his companions. "But I have 3 rubles and an untouched quarter of a pound of tea in my room there." He spent the night at the police station. All night he was aware of a loathing for fish and was thinking about the 3 rubles and the quarter of a pound of tea. Early in the morning, when the sky was beginning to turn blue, he was told to dress and set off. 2 soldiers with bayonets took him to prison. Never before had the streets of the town seemed to him so long and endless. He walked not on the pavement, but in the middle of the road in the muddy, thawing snow. His inside was still at war with the fish. His left leg was numb. He had forgotten his galoshes either in the court or in the police station, and his feet felt frozen. 5 days later, all the prisoners were brought before the court again to hear their sentence. Avdev learnt that he was sentenced to exile in the province of Tobolsk, and that did not frighten nor amaze him either. He fancied for some reason that the trial was not yet over, that there were more adjournments to come, and that the final decision had not been reached yet. He went on in the prison expecting this final decision every day. Only 6 months later, when his wife and his son Vasily came to say goodbye to him, and when in the wasted, wretchedly dressed old woman he scarcely recognized his once fat and dignified Elizaveta Trofimovna, and when he saw his son wearing a short, shabby reefer jacket and cotton trousers instead of the high school uniform, he realized that his fate was decided, and that whatever new decision there might be, his past would never come back to him. And for the first time since the trial and his imprisonment, the angry expression left his face, and he wept bitterly. Vrost. A popular F.E. with a philanthropic object had been arranged on the Feast of Epiphany in the provincial town of N. They had selected a broad part of the river between the market and the bishop's palace, fenced it round with a rope, with fir trees and with flags, and provided everything necessary for skating, sledging, and tobogganing. The festivity was organized on the grandest scale possible. The notices that were distributed were of huge size and promised a number of delights: skating, a military band, a lottery with no blank tickets, an electric sun, and so on. But the whole scheme almost came to nothing owing to the hard frost. From the eve of Epiphany there were 28 degrees of frost with a strong wind. It was proposed to put off the F.E., and this was not done only because the public, which for a long while had been looking forward to the F.E. impatiently, would not consent to any postponement. "Only think, what do you expect in winter but a frost?" said the ladies, persuading the governor, who tried to insist that the F.E. should be postponed. "If anyone is cold, he can go and warm himself." The trees, the horses, the men's beards were white with frost. It even seemed that the air itself crackled, as though unable to endure the cold. But in spite of that, the frozen public were skating. Immediately after the blessing of the waters, and precisely at 1 o'clock, the military band began playing. Between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the festivity was at its height, the select society of the place gathered together to warm themselves in the governor's pavilion, which had been put up on the river bank. The old governor and his wife, the bishop, the president of the local court, the headmaster of the high school, and many others were there. The ladies were sitting in armchairs, while the men crowded round the wide glass door, looking at the skating. "Holy saints," said the bishop in surprise, "what flourishes they execute with their legs! Upon my soul, many a singer couldn't do a twirl with his voice as those cutthroats do with their legs. Aya, he'll kill himself." "That's Smirnov, that's Gruzdev," said the headmaster, mentioning the names of the schoolboys who flew by the pavilion. "Bah, he's all alive-o," laughed the governor. "Look, gentlemen, our mayor is coming. He is coming this way. That's a nuisance, he will talk our heads off now." A little thin old man, wearing a big cap and a fur-lined coat hanging open, came from the opposite bank towards the pavilion, avoiding the skaters. This was the mayor of the town, a merchant Eremeev by name, a millionaire and an old inhabitant of N. Flinging wide his arms and shrugging at the cold, he skipped along, knocking one galosh against the other, evidently in haste to get out of the wind. Halfway he suddenly bent down, stole up to some lady, and plucked at her sleeve from behind. When she looked round, he skipped away, and probably delighted at having succeeded in frightening her, went off into a loud, aged laugh. "Lively old fellow," said the governor. "It's a wonder he's not skating." As he got near the pavilion, the mayor fell into a little tripping trot, waved his hands, and, taking a run, slid along the ice in his huge galosh boots up to the very door. "Yegor Ivanitch, you ought to get yourself some skates," the governor greeted him. "That's just what I am thinking," he answered in a squeaky, somewhat nasal tenor, taking off his cap. "I wish you good health, Your Excellency, Your Holiness. Long life to all the other gentlemen and ladies. Here's a frost. Yes, it is a frost, bother it, it's deadly." Winking with his red, frozen eyes, Yegor Ivanitch stamped on the floor with his galosh boots and swung his arms together like a frozen cabman. "Such a damnable frost, worse than any dog," he went on talking, smiling all over his face. "It's a real affliction." "It's healthy," said the governor. "Frost strengthens a man and makes him vigorous." "Though it may be healthy, it would be better without it at all," said the mayor, wiping his wedge-shaped beard with a red handkerchief. "It would be a good riddance. To my thinking, Your Excellency, the Lord sends it us as a punishment the frost, I mean. We sin in the summer and are punished in the winter." "Yes." Yegor Ivanitch looked round him quickly and flung up his hands. "Why, where's the needful? To warm us up?" he asked, looking in alarm first at the governor and then at the bishop. "Your Excellency, Your Holiness, I'll be bound, the ladies are frozen too. We must have something, this won't do." Everyone began gesticulating and declaring that they had not come to the skating to warm themselves, but the mayor, heeding no one, opened the door and beckoned to someone with his crooked finger. A workman and a fireman ran up to him. "Here, run off to Savitin," he muttered, "and tell him to make haste and send here. What do you call it? What's it to be? Tell him to send a dozen glasses. A dozen glasses of mulled wine, the very hottest, or punch perhaps." There was laughter in the pavilion. "A nice thing to treat us to." "Never mind, we will drink it," muttered the mayor. "A dozen glasses, then, and some Benedictine, perhaps, and tell them to warm 2 bottles of red wine. Oh, and what for the ladies? Well, you tell them to bring cakes, nuts, sweets of some sort, perhaps. There, run along, look sharp." The mayor was silent for a minute, and then began again abusing the frost, banging his arms across his chest and thumping with his galosh boots. "No, Yegor Ivanitch," said the governor persuasively, "don't be unfair, the Russian frost has its charms. I was reading lately that many of the good qualities of the Russian people are due to the vast expanse of their land and to the climate, the cruel struggle for existence. That's perfectly true." "It may be true, Your Excellency, but it would be better without it. The frost did drive out the French, of course, and one can freeze all sorts of dishes, and the children can go skating, that's all true. For the man who is well-fed and well-clothed, the frost is only a pleasure, but for the working man, the beggar, the pilgrim, the crazy wanderer, it's the greatest evil and misfortune. It's misery, Your Holiness. In a frost like this, poverty is twice as hard, and the thief is more cunning and evildoers more violent. There's no gainsaying it. I am turned 70, I've a fur coat now, and at home I have a stove and rums and punches of all sorts. The frost means nothing to me now. I take no notice of it, I don't care to know of it, but how it used to be in old days, Holy Mother. It's dreadful to recall it. My memory is failing me with years, and I have forgot everything. My enemies, and my sins and troubles of all sorts, I forget them all, but the frostaw, how I remember it. When my mother died, I was left a little devil this high, a homeless orphan. No kith nor kin, wretched, ragged little clothes, hungry, nowhere to sleep. In fact, we have here no abiding city, but seek the one to come. In those days, I used to lead an old blind woman about the town for 5 kopecks a day. The frosts were cruel, wicked. One would go out with the old woman and begin suffering torments. My Creator, first of all you would be shivering as in a fever, shrugging and dancing about. Then your ears, your fingers, your feet would begin aching. They would ache as though someone were squeezing them with pincers, but all that would have been nothing, a trivial matter, of no great consequence. The trouble was when your whole body was chilled. One would walk for 3 blessed hours in the frost, Your Holiness, and lose all human semblance. Your legs are drawn up, there is a weight on your chest, your stomach is pinched above all, there is a pain in your heart that is worse than anything. Your heart aches beyond all endurance, and there is a wretchedness all over your body as though you were leading death by the hand instead of an old woman. You are numb all over, turned to stone like a statue. You go on and feel as though it were not you walking, but someone else moving your legs instead of you. When your soul is frozen, you don't know what you are doing. You are ready to leave the old woman with no one to guide her, or to pull a hot roll from off a hawker's tray, or to fight with someone. And when you come to your nights lodging into the warmth after the frost, there is not much joy in that either. You lie awake till midnight, crying, and don't know yourself what you are crying for. "We must walk about the skating ground before it gets dark," said the governor's wife, who was bored with listening. "Who's coming with me?" The governor's wife went out, and the whole company trooped out of the pavilion after her. Only the governor, the bishop, and the mayor remained. "Queen of Heaven, and what I went through when I was a shop-boy in a fish shop," Yegor Ivanitch went on, flinging up his arms so that his fox-lined coat fell open. "One would go out to the shop almost before it was light. By 8 o'clock I was completely frozen, my face was blue, my fingers were stiff so that I could not fasten my buttons nor count the money. One would stand in the cold, turn numb, and think, 'Lord, I shall have to stand like this right on till evening.' By dinner time my stomach was pinched and my heart was aching. Yes, and I was not much better afterwards when I had a shop of my own. The frost was intense, and the shop was like a mousetrap with drafts blowing in all directions. The coat I had on was, pardon me, mangy, as thin as paper, threadbare. One would be chilled through and through, half-dazed, and turn as cruel as the frost oneself. I would pull one by the ear so that I nearly pulled the ear off. I would smack another on the back of the head. I'd glare at a customer like a ruffian, a wild beast, and be ready to fleece him. And when I got home in the evening and ought to have gone to bed, I'd be ill-humored and set upon my family, throwing it in their teeth that they were living upon me. I would make a row and carry on so that half a dozen policemen couldn't have managed me. The frost makes one spiteful and drives one to drink." Yegor Ivanitch clasped his hands and went on. "And when we were taking fish to Moscow in the winter, Holy Mother." And spluttering as he talked, he began describing the horrors he endured with his shopmen when he was taking fish to Moscow. "Yes," sighed the governor, "it is wonderful what a man can endure. You used to take wagon loads of fish to Moscow, Yegor Ivanitch, while I in my time was at the war. I remember one extraordinary instance." And the governor described how, during the last Russo-Turkish War, one frosty night the division in which he was had stood in the snow, without moving for 13 hours in a piercing wind. From fear of being observed, the division did not light a fire, nor make a sound or a movement. They were forbidden to smoke. Reminiscences followed. The governor and the mayor grew lively and good-humored, and interrupting each other, began recalling their experiences. And the bishop told them how, when he was serving in Siberia, he had traveled in a sledge drawn by dogs, how one day, being drowsy, in a time of sharp frost he had fallen out of the sledge and been nearly frozen, when the Tungusses turned back and found him he was barely alive. Then, as by common agreement, the old men suddenly sank into silence, sat side by side, and mused. "Etch," whispered the mayor, "you'd think it would be time to forget, but when you look at the water carriers, at the schoolboys, at the convicts in their wretched gowns, it brings it all back. Why, only take those musicians who are playing now. I'll be bound, there is a pain in their hearts, a pinch at their stomachs, and their trumpets are freezing to their lips. They play and think, 'Holy Mother, we have another 3 hours to sit here in the cold.'" The old men sank into thought. They thought of that in man which is higher than good birth, higher than rank and wealth and learning, of that which brings the lowest beggar near to God, of the helplessness of man, of his sufferings and his patience. Meanwhile the air was turning blue. The door opened and 2 waiters from Savatin's walked in, carrying trays and a big muffled teapot. When the glasses had been filled and there was a strong smell of cinnamon and clove in the air, the door opened again, and there came into the pavilion a beardless young policeman whose nose was crimson, and who was covered all over with frost. He went up to the governor, and, saluting, said, "Her Excellency told me to inform you that she has gone home." Looking at the way the policeman put his stiff, frozen fingers to his cap, looking at his nose, his lusterless eyes, and his hood covered with white frost near the mouth, they all for some reason felt that this policeman's heart must be aching, that his stomach must feel pinched, and his soul numb. "I say," said the governor hesitatingly, "have a drink of mulled wine." It's all right, drink it up," the mayor urged him, gesticulating. "Don't be shy." The policeman took the glass in both hands, moved aside, and, trying to drink without making any sound, began discreetly sipping from the glass. He drank and was overwhelmed with embarrassment while the old men looked at him in silence, and they all fancied that the pain was leaving the young policeman's heart and that his soul was thawing. The governor heaved a sigh. "It's time we were at home," he said, getting up. "Goodbye, I say," he added, addressing the policeman. "Tell the musicians there too. Leave off playing and ask Pavel Semyonovitch for me to see they are given, beer or vodka." The governor and the bishop said goodbye to the mayor and went out of the pavilion. Yegor Ivanitch attacked the mulled wine, and before the policeman had finished his glass succeeded in telling him a great many interesting things. He could not be silent. A slander. Serge Kapitonich Ahanev, the writing master, was marrying his daughter to the teacher of history and geography. The wedding festivities were going off most successfully. In the drawing room there was singing, playing, and dancing. Waiters hired from the club were flitting distractedly about the rooms, dressed in black swallowtails and dirty white ties. There was a continual hubbub and din of conversation. Sitting side by side on the sofa, the teacher of mathematics, Taranchilov, the French teacher, Pastikwoy, and the junior assessor of taxes, MZDA, were talking hurriedly and interrupting one another as they described to the guests cases of persons being buried alive and gave their opinions on spiritualism. None of them believed in spiritualism, but all admitted that there were many things in this world which would always be beyond the mind of man. In the next room, the literature master, Dodonsky, was explaining to the visitors the cases in which a sentry has the right to fire on passers-by. The subjects, as you perceive, were alarming, but very agreeable. Persons whose social position precluded them from entering were looking in at the windows from the yard. Just at midnight, the master of the house went into the kitchen to see whether everything was ready for supper. The kitchen from floor to ceiling was filled with fumes composed of goose, duck, and many other odors. On 2 tables the accessories, the drinks and light refreshments, were set out in artistic disorder. The cook, Marfa, a red-faced woman whose figure was like a barrel with a belt around it, was bustling about the tables. "Show me the sturgeon, Marfa," said Ahanev, rubbing his hands and licking his lips. "What a perfume! I could eat up the whole kitchen. Come, show me the sturgeon." Marfa went up to one of the benches and cautiously lifted a piece of greasy newspaper. Under the paper on an immense dish there reposed a huge sturgeon, masked in jelly and decorated with capers, olives, and carrots. Ahanev gazed at the sturgeon and gasped. His face beamed, he turned his eyes up. He bent down and with his lips emitted the sound of an ungreased wheel. After standing a moment, he snapped his fingers with delight and once more smacked his lips. "Ah, the sound of a passionate kiss. Who is it you're kissing out there, little Marfa?" Came a voice from the next room, and in the doorway there appeared the cropped head of the assistant usher, Vankin. "Who is it, A.H.? Delighted to meet you. Sergei Kapitonich, you're a fine grandfather, I must say. Tête-à-tête with the fair sextet." "I'm not kissing," said Ahanev in confusion. "Who told you so, you fool? I smacked my lips, in reference to, as an indication of a pleasure at the sight of the fish. Tell that to the Marines." The intrusive face vanished, wearing a broad grin. Ahanev flushed. "Hang it," he thought, "the beast will go now and talk scandal. He'll disgrace me to all the town, the brute." Ahanev went timidly into the drawing room and looked stealthily round for Vankin. Vankin was standing by the piano and, bending down with a jaunty air, was whispering something to the inspector's sister-in-law, who was laughing. "Talking about me?" thought Ahanev. "About me, blast him, and she believes it. Believes it, she laughs. Mercy on us. No, I can't let it pass. I can't. I must do something to prevent his being believed. I'll speak to them all, and he'll be shown up for a fool and a gossip." Ahanev scratched his head, and still overcome with embarrassment, went up to Pastikwoy. "I've just been in the kitchen to see after the supper," he said to the Frenchman. "I know you're fond of fish, and I've a sturgeon, my dear fellow, beyond everything, 1.5 yards long. Ha ha ha, and by the way, I was just forgetting. In the kitchen just now with that sturgeon. Quite a little story. I went into the kitchen just now and wanted to look at the supper dishes. I looked at the sturgeon and I smacked my lips with relish, at the piquancy of it. And at the very moment that fool Vankin came in and said, 'Ha ha ha, so you're kissing here, kissing Marfa, the cook. What a thing to imagine, silly fool. The woman is a perfect fright, like all the beasts put together, and he talks about kissing. Queer fish. Who's a queer fish? Asked Tarantilov, coming up. Why, he, over there, Vankin. I went into the kitchen. And he told the story of Vankin. He amused me, queer fish. I'd rather kiss a dog than Marfa, if you ask me, added Ahanev. He looked round and saw behind him MZDA. We were talking of Vankin, he said. Queer fish he is. He went into the kitchen, saw me beside Marfa, and began inventing all sorts of silly stories. Why are you kissing? He says. He must have had a drop too much. And I'd rather kiss a turcocock than Marfa, I said. And I've a wife of my own, you fool, said I. He did amuse me. Who amused you? Asked the priest who taught scripture in the school, going up to Ahanev. Vankin, I was standing in the kitchen, looking at the sturgeon. And so on. Within half an hour or so, all the guests knew the incident of the sturgeon and Vankin. Let him tell away now, thought Ahanev, rubbing his hands. Let him, he'll begin telling his story, and they'll say to him at once, enough of your improbable nonsense, you fool, we know all about it. And Ahanev was so relieved that in his joy he drank 4 glasses too many. After escorting the young people to their room, he went to bed and slept like an innocent babe, and next day he thought no more of the incident with the sturgeon. But alas, man proposes, but God disposes. An evil tongue did its evil work, and Ahanev's strategy was of no avail. Just a week later, to be precise, on Wednesday, after the 3rd lesson, when Ahanev was standing in the middle of the teacher's room, holding forth on the vicious propensities of a boy called Viskin, the headmaster went up to him and drew him aside. Look here, Sergei Kapitonich, said the headmaster, you must excuse me. It's not my business, but all the same I must make you realize. It's my duty. You see, there are rumors that you are romancing with that cook. It's nothing to do with me, but flirt with her, kiss her, as you please, but don't let it be so public, please. I entreat you. Don't forget that you're a schoolmaster. Ahanev turned cold and faint. He went home like a man stung by a whole swarm of bees, like a man scalded with boiling water. As he walked home, it seemed to him that the whole town was looking at him as though he were smeared with pitch. At home, fresh trouble awaited him. Why aren't you gobbling up your food as usual? His wife asked him at dinner. What are you so pensive about? Brooding over your amours, pining for your Marfa? I know all about it, Mohammedan. Kind friends have opened my eyes. Oh, you savage. And she slapped him in the face. He got up from the table, not feeling the earth under his feet, and without his hat or coat, made his way to Vankin. He found him at home. You scoundrel, he addressed him. Why have you covered me with mud before all the town? Why did you set this slander going about me? What slander? What are you talking about? Who was it gossiped of my kissing Marfa? Wasn't it you? Tell me that, wasn't it you, you brigand? Vankin blinked and twitched in every fiber of his battered countenance, raised his eyes to the icon and articulated, God blast me. Strike me blind and lay me out, if I said a single word about you. May I be left without house and home, may I be stricken with worse than cholera. Vankin's sincerity did not admit of doubt. It was evidently not he who was the author of the slander. But who then, who? Ahanev wondered, going over all his acquaintances in his mind and beating himself on the breast. Who then? Who then, we too ask the reader. Minds in Ferment, from the Annals of a Town. The earth was like an oven. The afternoon sun blazed with such energy that even the thermometer hanging in the excise officer's room lost its head. It ran up to 112.5 and stopped there, irresolute. The inhabitants streamed with perspiration like overdriven horses and were too lazy to mop their faces. 2 of the inhabitants were walking along the marketplace in front of the closely shuttered houses. One was Petchenyeg, the local treasury clerk, and the other was Optimov, the agent, for many years a correspondent of the Son of the Fatherland newspaper. They walked in silence, speechless from the heat. Optimov felt tempted to find fault with the local authorities for the dust and disorder of the marketplace, but aware of the peace-loving disposition and moderate views of his companion, he said nothing. In the middle of the marketplace, Petchenyeg suddenly halted and began gazing into the sky. What are you looking at? Those starlings that flew up. I wonder where they have settled. Clouds and clouds of them. If one were to go and take a shot at them, and if one were to pick them up. And if, They have settled in the Father Prebendary's garden. Oh no, they are not in the Father Prebendary's, they are in the Father Deacon's. If you did have a shot at them from here, you wouldn't kill anything. Fine shot won't carry so far, it loses its force. And why should you kill them anyway? They're birds destructive of the fruit, that's true. Still, they're fowls of the air, works of the Lord. The starling sings, you know. And what does it sing, pray? A song of praise. All ye fowls of the air, praise ye the Lord. No. I do believe they have settled in the Father Prebendary's garden. 3 old pilgrim women, wearing bark shoes and carrying wallets, passed noiselessly by the speakers. Looking inquiringly at the gentlemen who were for some unknown reason staring at the Father Prebendary's house, they slackened their pace, and when they were a few yards off stopped, glanced at the friends once more, and then fell to gazing at the house themselves. Yes, you were right, they have settled in the Father Prebendary's, said Optimov. His cherries are ripe now, so they have gone there to peck them. From the garden gate emerged the Father Prebendary himself, accompanied by the sexton. Seeing the attention directed upon his abode and wondering what people were staring at, he stopped, and he, too, as well as the sexton, began looking upwards to find out. The father is going to a service somewhere, I suppose, said Petchenyeg. The Lord be his succor. Some workmen from Purov's factory, who had been bathing in the river, passed between the friends and the priest. Seeing the latter absorbed in contemplation of the heavens and the pilgrim women, too, standing motionless with their eyes turned upwards, they stood still and stared in the same direction. A small boy leading a blind beggar and a peasant, carrying a tub of stinking fish to throw into the marketplace, did the same. There must be something the matter, I should think, said Petchenyeg, a fire or something, but there's no sign of smoke anywhere. Hey, Kuzma, he shouted to the peasant, what's the matter? The peasant made some reply, but Petchenyeg and Optimov did not catch it. Sleepy-looking shopmen made their appearance at the doors of all the shops. Some plasterers at work on a warehouse near left their ladders and joined the workmen. The fireman, who was describing circles with his bare feet on the watchtower, halted, and after looking steadily at them for a few minutes, came down. The watchtower was left deserted. This seemed suspicious. There must be a fire somewhere. Don't shove me, you damned swine. Where do you see the fire? What fire? Pass on, gentlemen, I ask you civilly. It must be a fire indoors. Asks us civilly and keeps poking with his elbows. Keep your hands to yourself. Though you are a head constable, you have no sort of right to make free with your fists. He's trodden on my corn. Ah, I'll crush you. Crushed? Who's crushed? Lads, a man's been crushed. What's the meaning of this crowd? What do you want? A man's been crushed, please your honor. Where? Pass on, I ask you civilly. I ask you civilly, you blockheads. You may shove a peasant, but you daren't touch a gentleman. Hands off. Did you ever know such people? There's no doing anything with them by fair words, the devils. Sidorov, run for Akim Danilich. Look sharp, it'll be the worse for you, gentlemen. Akim Danilich is coming, and he'll give it to you. You hear, Parfen? A blind man, and at his age too, can't see, but he must be like other people and won't do what he's told. Smirnov put his name down. Yes, sir, and shall I write down the men from Purov's? That man there with the swollen cheek, he's from Purov's works. Don't put down the men from Purov's. It's Purov's birthday tomorrow. The starlings rose in a black cloud from the Father Prebendary's garden, but Petchenyeg and Optimov did not notice them. They stood staring into the air, wondering what could have attracted such a crowd and what it was looking at. Akim Danilich appeared. Still munching and wiping his lips, he cut his way into the crowd, bellowing. Firemen, be ready, disperse. Mr. Optimov, disperse, or it'll be the worse for you. Instead of writing all kinds of things about decent people in the papers, you had better try to behave yourself more conformably. No good ever comes of reading the papers. Kindly refrain from reflections upon literature, cried Optimov hotly. I am a literary man, and I will allow no one to make reflections upon literature. Though, as is the duty of a citizen, I respect you as a father and benefactor. Firemen, turn the hose on them. There's no water, please your honor. Don't answer me, go and get some, look sharp. We've nothing to get it in, your honor. The major has taken the fire brigade horses to drive his aunt to the station. Disperse, stand back, damnation take you, is that to your taste? Put him down, the devil. I've lost my pencil, please your honor. The crowd grew larger and larger. There is no telling what proportions it might have reached if the new organ just arrived from Moscow had not fortunately begun playing in the tavern close by. Hearing their favorite tune, the crowd gasped and rushed off to the tavern. So nobody ever knew why the crowd had assembled, and Petchenyeg and Optimov had by now forgotten the existence of the starlings who were innocently responsible for the proceedings. An hour later, the town was still and silent again, and only a solitary figure was to be seen, the fireman pacing round and round on the watchtower. The same evening, Akim Danilich sat in the grocer's shop drinking lemonade, gaseous, and brandy, and writing. In addition to the official report, I venture, Your Excellency, to append a few supplementary observations of my own, father and benefactor. In very truth, but for the prayers of your virtuous spouse in her salubrious villa near our town, there's no knowing what might not have come to pass. What I have been through today, I can find no words to express. The efficiency of Krashensky and of the Major of the Fire Brigade are beyond all praise. I am proud of such devoted servants of our country. As for me, I did all that a weak man could do, whose only desire is the welfare of his neighbor, and sitting now in the bosom of my family, with tears in my eyes, I thank him who spared us bloodshed. In absence of evidence, the guilty parties remain in custody, but I propose to release them in a week or so. It was their ignorance that led them astray. Gone astray. A country village wrapped in the darkness of night. 1 o'clock strikes from the belfry. 2 lawyers, called Kozyavkin and Leave, both in the best of spirits and a little unsteady on their legs, come out of the wood and turn towards the cottages. Well, thank God, we've arrived, says Kozyavkin, drawing a deep breath. Tramping 4 miles from the station in our condition is a feat. I am fearfully done up, and, as ill luck would have it, not a fly to be seen. Petya, my dear fellow, I can't. I feel like dying if I'm not in bed in 5 minutes. In bed, don't you think it, my boy? First we'll have supper and a glass of red wine, and then you can go to bed. Verotchka and I will wake you up. Ah, my dear fellow, it's a fine thing to be married. You don't understand it, you cold-hearted wretch. I shall be home in a minute, worn out and exhausted. A loving wife will welcome me, give me some tea and something to eat, and repay me for my hard work and my love with such a fond and loving look out of her darling black eyes that I shall forget how tired I am, and forget the burglary and the law courts and the appeal division. It's glorious. Yes, I say, I feel as though my legs were dropping off. I can scarcely get along. I am frightfully thirsty. Well, here we are at home. The friends go up to one of the cottages and stand still under the nearest window. It's a jolly cottage, said Kozyavkin. You will see tomorrow what views we have. There's no light in the windows. Verotchka must have gone to bed then. She must have got tired of sitting up. She's in bed and must be worrying at my not having turned up. He pushes the window with his stick and it opens. Plucky girl, she goes to bed without bolting the window. He takes off his cape and flings it with his portfolio in at the window. I am hot, let us strike up a serenade and make her laugh. He sings, the moon floats in the midnight sky. Faintly stir the tender breezes, faintly rustle in the treetops. Sing, sing, Alyosha, Verotchka, shall we sing you Schubert's serenade? He sings. His performance is cut short by a sudden fit of coughing. Tifu, Verotchka, tell XIII to unlock the gate for us. A pause. Verotchka, don't be lazy, get up, darling. He stands on a stone and looks in at the window. Verotchka, my dumpling, Verotchka, my poppet, my little angel, my wife beyond compare, get up and tell XIII to unlock the gate for us. You are not asleep, you know. Little wife, we are really so done up and exhausted that we're not in the mood for jokes. We've trudged all the way from the station. Don't you hear? Ah, hang it all. He makes an effort to climb up to the window and falls down. You know, this isn't a nice trick to play on a visitor. I see you are just as great a schoolgirl as ever, Vera. You are always up to mischief. Perhaps Vera Stepanovna is asleep, says Leave. She isn't asleep. I bet she wants me to make an outcry and wake up the whole neighborhood. I'm beginning to get cross, Vera. Ach, damn it all, give me a leg up, Alyosha. I'll get in. You are a naughty girl, nothing but a regular schoolgirl. Give me a hoist. Puffing and panting, Leave gives him a leg up, and Kozyavkin climbs in at the window and vanishes into the darkness within. Vera, Leave hears a minute later, where are you? The D-damnation, Tifu, I've put my hand into something, Tifu. There is a rustling sound, a flapping of wings, and the desperate cackling of a fowl. A nice state of things, Liev hears. Vera, where on earth did these chickens come from? Why the devil, there's no end of them. There's a basket with a turkey in it. It pecks, the nasty creature. 2 hens fly out of the window, and cackling at the top of their voices, flutter down the village street. Alyosha, we've made a mistake, says Kozyavkin in a lachrymose voice. There are a lot of hens here. I must have mistaken the house. Confound you, you are all over the place, you cursed brutes. Well then, make haste and come down. Do you hear? I am dying of thirst. In a minute, I am looking for my cape and portfolio. Light a match. The matches are in the cape. I was a crazy idiot to get into this place. The cottages are exactly alike. The devil himself couldn't tell them apart in the dark. Ea, the turkeys pecked my cheek, nasty creature. Make haste and get out, or they'll think we're stealing the chickens. In a minute, I can't find my cape anywhere. There are lots of old rags here, and I can't tell where the cape is. Throw me a match. I haven't any. We are in a hole, I must say. What am I to do? I can't go without my cape and my portfolio. I must find them. I can't understand a man's not knowing his own cottage, says Liev indignantly. Drunken beast. If I'd known I was in for this sort of thing, I would never have come with you. I should have been at home and fast asleep by now, and a nice fix I'm in here. I'm fearfully done up and thirsty, and my head is going round. In a minute, you won't expire. A big cock flies crowing over Liev's head. Liev heaves a deep sigh, and with a hopeless gesture sits down on a stone. He is beset with a burning thirst, his eyes are closing, his head drops forward. 5 minutes pass, 10, 20, and Kozyavkin is still busy among the hens. Petya, will you be long? A minute, I found the portfolio, but I have lost it again. Liev lays his head on his fists and closes his eyes. The cackling of the fowls grows louder and louder. The inhabitants of the empty cottage fly out of the window and flutter round in circles, he fancies, like owls over his head. His ears ring with their cackle, he is overwhelmed with terror. The beast, he thinks. He invited me to stay, promising me wine and junket, and then he makes me walk from the station and listen to these hens. In the midst of his indignation, his chin sinks into his collar, he lays his head on his portfolio, and gradually subsides. Weariness gets the upper hand, and he begins to doze. I've found the portfolio, he hears Kozyavkin cry triumphantly. I shall find the cape in a minute, and then off we go. Then through his sleep he hears the barking of dogs. First one dog barks, then a second and a third. And the barking of the dogs blends with the cackling of the fowls into a sort of savage music. Someone comes up to Liev and asks him something. Then he hears someone climb over his head into the window, then a knocking and a shouting. A woman in a red apron stands beside him with a lantern in her hand and asks him something. You've no right to say so, he hears Kozyavkin's voice. I am a lawyer, a bachelor of laws. Kozyavkin hears my visiting card. What do I want with your card? Says someone in a husky bass. You've disturbed all my fowls, you've smashed the eggs, look what you've done. The turkey poults were to have come out today or tomorrow, and you've smashed them. What's the use of your giving me your card, sir? How dare you interfere with me? No, I won't have it. I am thirsty, thinks Liev, trying to open his eyes, and he feels somebody climb down from the window over his head. My name is Kozyavkin, I have a cottage here, everyone knows me. We don't know anyone called Kozyavkin. What are you saying? Call the elder, he knows me. Don't get excited, the constable will be here directly. We know all the summer visitors here, but I've never seen you in my life. I've had a cottage in Rottendale for 5 years. Hugh, do you take this for the Dale? This is Sicklestead, but Rottendale is farther to the right, beyond the match factory. It's 3 miles from here. Bless my soul, then I've taken the wrong turning. The cries of men and fowls mingle with the barking of dogs, and the voice of Kozyavkin rises above the chaos of confused sounds. You shut up, I'll pay, I'll show you whom you have to deal with. Little by little the voices die down. Liev feels himself being shaken by the shoulder. An avenger. Shortly after finding his wife in flagrante delicto Fyodor Fyodorovich, Sigiv was standing in Schmuck and Kos, the gunsmiths, selecting a suitable revolver. His countenance expressed wrath, grief, and unalterable determination. I know what I must do, he was thinking. The sanctities of the home are outraged, honor is trampled in the mud, vice is triumphant, and therefore as a citizen and a man of honor I must be their avenger. First, I will kill her and her lover and then myself. He had not yet chosen a revolver or killed anyone, but already in imagination he saw 3 blood-stained corpses, broken skulls, brains oozing from them, the commotion, the crowd of gaping spectators, the post-mortem. With the malignant joy of an insulted man, he pictured the horror of the relations and the public, the agony of the traitress, and was mentally reading leading articles on the destruction of the traditions of the home. The shopman, a sprightly little Frenchified figure with rounded belly and white waistcoat, displayed the revolvers, and smiling respectfully and scraping with his little feet observed, "I would advise you, Monsieur, to take this superb revolver, the Smith & Wesson pattern, the last word in the science of firearms, triple action with ejector, kills at 600 paces, central sight. Let me draw your attention, MCU, to the beauty of the finish. The most fashionable system, MCU. We sell a dozen every day for burglars, wolves, and lovers. Very correct and powerful action, hits at a great distance, and kills wife and lover with 1 bullet. As for suicide, MCU, I don't know a better pattern." The shopman pulled and cocked the trigger, breathed on the barrel, took aim, and affected to be breathless with delight. Looking at his ecstatic countenance, one might have supposed that he would readily have put a bullet through his brains if he had only possessed a revolver of such a superb pattern as a Smith Wesson. "And what price?" asked Sigiv. 45 rubles, MCU. That's too dear for me." "In that case, MCU, let me offer you another make, somewhat cheaper here. If you'll kindly look, we have an immense choice at all prices. Here, for instance, this revolver of the Lefaucher pattern costs only 18 rubles, but..." The shopman pursed up his face contemptuously. "But, MCU, it's an old-fashioned make. They are only bought by hysterical ladies or the mentally deficient. To commit suicide or shoot one's wife with a Lefaucher revolver is considered bad form nowadays. Smith Wesson is the only pattern that's correct style." "I don't want to shoot myself or to kill anyone," said Sigiv, lying sullenly. "I am buying it simply for a country cottage, to frighten away burglars." "That's not our business what object you have in buying it." The shopman smiled, dropping his eyes discreetly. "If we were to investigate the object in each case, MCU, we should have to close our shop. To frighten burglars, Lefaucher is not a suitable pattern, MCU, for it goes off with a faint, muffled sound. I would suggest Mortimer's, the so-called dueling pistol." "Shouldn't I challenge him to a duel?" flashed through Sigiv's mind. "It's doing him too much honor, though. Beasts like that are killed like dogs." The shopman, swaying gracefully and tripping to and fro on his little feet, still smiling and chattering, displayed before him a heap of revolvers. The most inviting and impressive of all was the Smith & Wesson's. Sigiv picked up a pistol of that pattern, gazed blankly at it, and sank into brooding. His imagination pictured how he would blow out their brains, how blood would flow in streams over the rug and the parquet, how the traitress's legs would twitch in her last agony. But that was not enough for his indignant soul. The picture of blood, wailing, and horror did not satisfy him. He must think of something more terrible. "I know, I'll kill myself and him," he thought, "but I'll leave her alive. Let her pine away from the stings of conscience and the contempt of all surrounding her. For a sensitive nature like hers, that will be far more agonizing than death." And he imagined his own funeral. He, the injured husband, lies in his coffin with a gentle smile on his lips, and she, pale, tortured by remorse, follows the coffin like a Niobe, not knowing where to hide herself to escape from the withering, contemptuous looks cast upon her by the indignant crowd. "I see, MCU, that you like the Smith & Wesson make," the shopman broke in upon his broodings. "If you think it too dear, very well, I'll knock off 5 rubles, but we have other makes cheaper." The little Frenchified figure turned gracefully and took down another dozen cases of revolvers from the shelf. "Here, MCU, price 30 rubles. That's not expensive, especially as the rate of exchange has dropped terribly and the customs duties are rising every hour. MCU, I vow I am a conservative, but even I am beginning to murmur. Why, with the rate of exchange and the customs tariff, only the rich can purchase firearms. There's nothing left for the poor but Tula weapons and phosphorus matches, and Tula weapons are a misery. You may aim at your wife with a Tula revolver, and shoot yourself through the shoulder blade. Sigiv suddenly felt mortified and sorry that he would be dead, and would miss seeing the agonies of the traitress. Revenge is only sweet when one can see and taste its fruits, and what sense would there be in it if he were lying in his coffin, knowing nothing about it? Hadn't I better do this? He pondered. I'll kill him, then I'll go to his funeral and look on, and after the funeral I'll kill myself. They'd arrest me, though, before the funeral and take away my pistol. And so I'll kill him, she shall remain alive, and I, for the time, I'll not kill myself but go and be arrested. I shall always have time to kill myself. There will be this advantage about being arrested, that at the preliminary investigation I shall have an opportunity of exposing to the authorities and to the public all the infamy of her conduct. If I kill myself, she may, with her characteristic duplicity and impudence, throw all the blame on me, and society will justify her behavior and will very likely laugh at me. If I remain alive, then. A minute later, he was thinking. Yes, if I kill myself, I may be blamed and suspected of petty feeling. Besides, why should I kill myself? That's one thing, and for another, to shoot oneself is cowardly. And so I'll kill him and let her live, and I'll face my trial. I shall be tried, and she will be brought into court as a witness. I can imagine her confusion, her disgrace when she is examined by my counsel. The sympathies of the court, of the press, and of the public will certainly be with me. While he deliberated, the shopman displayed his wares, and felt it incumbent upon him to entertain his customer. Here are English ones, a new pattern only just received, he prattled on. But I warn you, MCU, all these systems pale beside the Smith & Wesson. The other day, as I dare say, you have read, an officer bought from us a Smith & Wesson. He shot his wife's lover, and, would you believe it, the bullet passed through him, pierced the bronze lamp, then the piano, and ricocheted back from the piano, killing the lapdog and bruising the wife. A magnificent record redounding to the honor of our firm. The officer is now under arrest. He will no doubt be convicted and sent to penal servitude. In the first place, our penal code is quite out of date. And secondly, MCU, the sympathies of the court are always with the lover. Why is it? Very simple, MCU. The judges and the jury and the prosecutor and the counsel for the defense are all living with other men's wives, and it'll add to their comfort that there will be one husband the less in Russia. Society would be pleased if the government were to send all the husbands to Sakhalin. Oh, MCU, you don't know how it excites my indignation to see the corruption of morals nowadays. To love other men's wives is as much the regular thing today as to smoke other men's cigarettes and to read other men's books. Every year our trade gets worse, and worse it doesn't mean that wives are more faithful, but that husbands resign themselves to their position and are afraid of the law and penal servitude. The shopman looked round and whispered, and whose fault is it, MCU? The government's. To go to Sakhalin for the sake of a pig like that, there's no sense in that either, Sigiv pondered. If I go to penal servitude, it will only give my wife an opportunity of marrying again and deceiving a second husband. She would triumph. And so I will leave her alive. I won't kill myself, him. I won't kill either. I must think of something more sensible and more effective. I will punish them with my contempt, and will take divorce proceedings that will make a scandal. Here, MCU, is another make, said the shopman, taking down another dozen from the shelf. Let me call your attention to the original mechanism of the lock. In view of his determination, a revolver was now of no use to Sigiv, but the shopman, meanwhile, getting more and more enthusiastic, persisted in displaying his wares before him. The outraged husband began to feel ashamed that the shopman should be taking so much trouble on his account for nothing, that he should be smiling, wasting time, displaying enthusiasm for nothing. Very well, in that case, he muttered, I'll look in again later on, or I'll send someone. He didn't see the expression of the shopman's face, but to smooth over the awkwardness of the position, a little he felt called upon to make some purchase. But what should he buy? He looked round the walls of the shop to pick out something inexpensive, and his eyes rested on a green net hanging near the door. What's that? He asked. That's a net for catching quails. And what price is it? 8 rubles, MCU. Wrap it up for me. The outraged husband paid his 8 rubles, took the net, and, feeling even more outraged, walked out of the shop. The Jeune Premier. Yevgeny Alexeyevich Podgorov, the Jeune Premier, a graceful, elegant young man with an oval face and little bags under his eyes, had come for the season to one of the southern towns of Russia, and tried at once to make the acquaintance of a few of the leading families of the place. "Yes, signor," he would often say, gracefully swinging his foot and displaying his red socks, "an artist ought to act upon the masses, both directly and indirectly. The first aim is attained by his work on the stage, the second by an acquaintance with the local inhabitants. On my honor, parole d'honneur, I don't understand why it is we actors avoid making acquaintance with local families. Why is it? To say nothing of dinners, name-day parties, feasts, soirees fixes, to say nothing of these entertainments, think of the moral influence we may have on society. Is it not agreeable to feel one has dropped a spark in some thick skull? The types one meets. The women, mon Dieu, what women, they turn one's head. One penetrates into some huge merchant's house, into the sacred retreats, and picks out some fresh and rosy little peachets heaven, parole d'honneur. In the southern town, among other estimable families, he made the acquaintance of that of a manufacturer called XVIII. Whenever he remembers that acquaintance now, he frowns contemptuously, screws up his eyes, and nervously plays with his watch chain. One day it was at a name-day party at XVIII's. The actor was sitting in his new friend's drawing room and holding forth as usual. Around him, types were sitting in armchairs and on the sofa, listening affably. From the next room came feminine laughter and the sounds of evening tea. Crossing his legs, after each phrase sipping tea with rum in it, and trying to assume an expression of careless boredom, he talked of his stage triumphs. "I am a provincial actor principally," he said, smiling condescendingly, "but I have played in Petersburg and Moscow too. By the way, I will describe an incident which illustrates pretty well the state of mind of today. At my benefit in Moscow, the young people brought me such a mass of laurel wreaths that I swear by all I hold sacred I did not know where to put them. Parole d'honneur. Later on, at a moment when funds were short, I took the laurel wreaths to the shop, and guess what they weighed? 80 pounds altogether. Ha ha, you can't think how useful the money was. Artists, indeed, are often hard up. Today I have hundreds, thousands, tomorrow nothing. Today I haven't a crust of bread, tomorrow I have oysters and anchovies, hang it all." The local inhabitants sipped their glasses decorously and listened. The well-pleased host, not knowing how to make enough of his cultured and interesting visitor, presented to him a distant relative who had just arrived, one Pavel Ignatievich Klimov, a bulky gentleman about 40, wearing a long frock coat and very full trousers. "You ought to know each other," said XVIII as he presented Klimov. "He loves theaters and at one time used to act himself. He has an estate in the Tula province." Podgorov and Klimov got into conversation. It appeared, to the great satisfaction of both, that the Tula landowner lived in the very town in which the Jeune Premier had acted for 2 seasons in succession. Enquiries followed about the town, about common acquaintances, and about the theater. "Do you know, I like that town awfully," said the Jeune Premier, displaying his red socks. "What streets, what a charming park, and what society, delightful society." "Yes, delightful society," the landowner assented. "A commercial town, but extremely cultured. For instance, the headmaster of the high school, the public prosecutor, the officers, the police captain, too, was not bad, a man, as the French say, enchanté, and the women, Allah, what women." "Yes, the women, certainly. Perhaps I am partial. The fact is that in your town, I don't know why, I was devilishly lucky with the fair sex. I could write a dozen novels, to take this episode, for instance. I was staying in Yegoryevsky Street, in the very house where the treasury is." "The red house without stucco." "Yes, yes, without stucco. Close by, as I remember now, lived a local beauty, Varenka." "Not Varvara Nikolaevna?" asked Klimov, and he beamed with satisfaction. "She really is a beauty, the most beautiful girl in the town." "The most beautiful girl in the town, a classic profile, great black eyes, and hair to her waist. She saw me in Hamlet, she wrote me a letter, La Pushkin's Tatiana. I answered, as you may guess." Podgorov looked round, and having satisfied himself that there were no ladies in the room, rolled his eyes, smiled mournfully, and heaved a sigh. "I came home one evening after a performance," he whispered, "and there she was, sitting on my sofa. There followed tears, protestations of love, kisses. Oh, that was a divine night. Our romance lasted 2 months, but that night was never repeated. It was a knight parole d'honneur. "Excuse me, what's that?" muttered Klimov, turning crimson and gazing open-eyed at the actor. "I know Varvara Nikolaevna well, she's my niece." Podgorov was embarrassed, and he too opened his eyes wide. "How's this?" Klimov went on, throwing up his hands. "I know the girl and I am surprised." "I am very sorry this has come up," muttered the actor, getting up and rubbing something out of his left eye with his little finger. "Though, of course, you as her uncle." The other guests, who had hitherto been listening to the actor with pleasure and rewarding him with smiles, were embarrassed and dropped their eyes. "Please do be so good, take your words back," said Klimov in extreme embarrassment. "I beg you to do so." "If it offends you, certainly," answered the actor with an undefined movement of his hand. "And confess you have told a falsehood." "I know, It was not a lie, but I greatly regret having spoken too freely. And, in fact, I don't understand your tone." Klimov walked up and down the room in silence, as though in uncertainty and hesitation. His fleshy face grew more and more crimson, and the veins in his neck swelled up. After walking up and down for about 2 minutes, he went up to the actor and said in a tearful voice, "No, do be so good as to confess that you told a lie about Varenka. Have the goodness to do so." "It's queer," said the actor, with a strained smile, shrugging his shoulders and swinging his leg. "This is positively insulting. So you will not confess it? I do not understand." "You will not? In that case, excuse me, I shall have to resort to unpleasant measures. Either, sir, I shall insult you at once on the spot, or, if you are an honorable man, you will kindly accept my challenge to a duel. We will fight." "Certainly," rapped out the Jeune Premier with a contemptuous gesture. "Certainly." Extremely perturbed, the guests and the host, not knowing what to do, drew Klimov aside and began begging him not to get up a scandal. Astonished feminine countenances appeared in the doorway. The Jeune Premier turned round, said a few words, and with an air of being unable to remain in a house where he was insulted, took his cap and made off without saying goodbye. On his way home, the Jeune Premier smiled contemptuously and shrugged his shoulders. But when he reached his hotel room and stretched himself on his sofa, he felt exceedingly uneasy. "The devil take him," he thought. "A duel does not matter, he won't kill me, but the trouble is the other fellows will hear of it, and they know perfectly well it was a yarn. It's abominable. I shall be disgraced all over Russia." Podgorov thought a little, smoked, and to calm himself went out into the street. "I ought to talk to this bully, ram into his stupid noddle that he is a blockhead and a fool, and that I am not in the least afraid of him." The Jeune Premier stopped before Zybiev's house and looked at the windows. Lights were still burning behind the muslin curtains and figures were moving about. "I'll wait for him," the actor decided. It was dark and cold. A hateful autumn rain was drizzling as though through a sieve. Podgorov leaned his elbow on a lamp-post and abandoned himself to a feeling of uneasiness. He was wet through and exhausted. At 2 o'clock in the night, the guests began coming out of Zybiev's house. The landowner from Tula was the last to make his appearance. He heaved a sigh that could be heard by the whole street and scraped the pavement with his heavy overboots. "Excuse me," said the Jeune Premier, overtaking him. "1 minute." Klimov stopped. The actor gave a smile, hesitated, and began stammering. I confess, I told a lie." "No, sir, you will please confess that publicly," said Klimov, and he turned crimson again. "I can't leave it like that." "But you see, I am apologizing. I beg you, don't you understand? I beg you because you will admit a duel will make talk, and I am in a position. My fellow actors, goodness knows what they may think." The Jeune Premier tried to appear unconcerned, to smile, to stand erect, but his body would not obey him, his voice trembled, his eyes blinked guiltily, and his head drooped. For a good while he went on muttering something. Klimov listened to him, thought a little, and heaved a sigh. "Well, so be it," he said. "May God forgive you. Only don't lie in future, young man. Nothing degrades a man like lying. Yes, indeed, you are a young man, you have had a good education." The landowner from Tula, in a benignant, fatherly way, gave him a lecture, while the Jeune Premier listened and smiled meekly. When it was over, he smirked, bowed, and with a guilty step and a crestfallen air set off for his hotel. As he went to bed half an hour later, he felt that he was out of danger and was already in excellent spirits. Serene and satisfied that the misunderstanding had ended so satisfactorily, he wrapped himself in the bedclothes, soon fell asleep, and slept soundly till 10 o'clock next morning. A defenseless creature. In spite of a violent attack of gout in the night and the nervous exhaustion left by it, Kistunov went in the morning to his office and began punctually seeing the clients of the bank and persons who had come with petitions. He looked languid and exhausted, and spoke in a faint voice hardly above a whisper, as though he were dying. "What can I do for you?" he asked a lady in an antediluvian mantle, whose back view was extremely suggestive of a huge dung beetle. "You see, Your Excellency," the petitioner in question began, speaking rapidly, "my husband Sht Chukin, a collegiate assessor, was ill for 5 months, and while he, if you will excuse my saying so, was laid up at home, he was for no sort of reason dismissed, Your Excellency. And when I went for his salary they deducted, if you please, Your Excellency, 24 rubles 36 kopecks from his salary." "What for?" I asked. "He borrowed from the club fund," they told me, "and the other clerks had stood security for him." "How was that? How could he have borrowed it without my consent? It's impossible, Your Excellency. What's the reason of it? I am a poor woman, I earn my bread by taking in lodgers. I am a weak, defenseless woman. I have to put up with ill usage from everyone and never hear a kind word." The petitioner was blinking and dived into her mantle for her handkerchief. Kistunov took her petition from her and began reading it. "Excuse me, what's this?" he asked, shrugging his shoulders. "I can make nothing of it. Evidently you have come to the wrong place, madam. Your petition has nothing to do with us at all. You will have to apply to the department in which your husband was employed." "Why, my dear sir, I have been to 5 places already, and they would not even take the petition anywhere," said Madame Sht Chukin. "I'd quite lost my head, but thank goodness, God bless him for it, my son-in-law, Boris Matveyich, advised me to come to you. You go to Mr. Kistunov, mamma. He is an influential man, he can do anything for you. Help me, Your Excellency." "We can do nothing for you, Madame Sht Chukin. You must understand, your husband served in the Army Medical Department, and our establishment is a purely private commercial undertaking, a bank. Surely you must understand that." Kistunov shrugged his shoulders again and turned to a gentleman in a military uniform, with a swollen face. "Your Excellency," piped Madame Sht Chukin in a pitiful voice, "I have the doctor's certificate that my husband was ill. Here it is, if you will kindly look at it." "Very good, I believe you," Kistunov said irritably, "but I repeat it has nothing to do with us. It's queer and positively absurd. Surely your husband must know where you are to apply." "He knows nothing, Your Excellency. He keeps on, 'It's not your business. Get away, that's all I can get out of him.' Whose business is it then? It's I have to keep them all." Kistunov again turned to Madame Sht Chukin and began explaining to her the difference between the Army Medical Department and a private bank. She listened attentively, nodded in token of assent, and said, Yes, I understand, sir. In that case, Your Excellency, tell them to pay me 15 rubles at least. I agree to take part on account." "Ah," sighed Kistunov, letting his head drop back. "There's no making you see reason. Do understand that to apply to us with such a petition is as strange as to send in a petition concerning divorce, for instance, to a chemist's or to the assaying board. You have not been paid your due, but what have we to do with it?" "Your Excellency, make me remember you in my prayers for the rest of my days. Have pity on a lone, lorn woman," wailed Madame Sht Chukin. "I am a weak, defenseless woman. I am worried to death. I've to settle with the lodgers and see to my husband's affairs and fly round looking after the house, and I am going to church every day this week, and my son-in-law is out of a job. I might as well not eat or drink. I can scarcely keep on my feet. I haven't slept all night." Kistunov was conscious of the palpitation of his heart. With a face of anguish, pressing his hand on his heart, he began explaining to Madame Sht Chukin again, but his voice failed him. "No, excuse me, I cannot talk to you," he said with a wave of his hand. "My head's going round. You are hindering us and wasting your time. Ah, Alexei Nikolaich," he said, addressing one of his clerks, "please will you explain to Madame Sht Chukin?" Kistunov, passing by all the petitioners, went to his private room and signed about a dozen papers while Alexei Nikolaich was still engaged with Madame Sh. As he sat in his room, Kistunov heard two voices, the monotonous, restrained bass of Alexei Nikolaich and the shrill, wailing voice of Madame Sh. "I am a weak, defenseless woman. I am a woman in delicate health," said Madame Sh. "I look strong, but if you were to overhaul me, there is not one healthy fiber in me. I can scarcely keep on my feet, and my appetite is gone. I drank my cup of coffee this morning without the slightest relish." Alexei Nikolaich explained to her the difference between the departments and the complicated system of sending in papers. He was soon exhausted, and his place was taken by the accountant. "A wonderfully disagreeable woman," said Kistunov, revolted, nervously cracking his fingers and continually going to the decanter of water. "She's a perfect idiot. She's worn me out and she'll exhaust them, the nasty creature. Ah, my heart is throbbing." Half an hour later he rang his bell. Alexei Nikolaich made his appearance. "How are things going?" Kistunov asked languidly. "We can't make her see anything, Pyotr Alexandrich. We are simply done. We talk of one thing and she talks of something else. I can't stand the sound of her voice. I am ill, I can't bear it. Send for the porter, Pyotr Alexandrich, let him put her out." "No, no," cried Kistunov in alarm. "She will set up a squeal, and there are lots of flats in this building, and goodness knows what they would think of us. Do try and explain to her, my dear fellow." A minute later, the deep drone of Alexei Nikolaich's voice was audible again. A quarter of an hour passed, and instead of his bass, there was the murmur of the accountant's powerful tenor. "Remarkably nasty woman," Kistunov thought indignantly, nervously shrugging his shoulders. "No more brains than a sheep. I believe that's a twinge of the gout again. My migraine is coming back." In the next room, Alexei Nikolaich, at the end of his resources, at last tapped his finger on the table and then on his own forehead. "The fact of the matter is you haven't a head on your shoulders," he said, "but this." "Come, come," said the old lady, offended. "Talk to your own wife like that. You screw, don't be too free with your hands." And looking at her with fury, with exasperation, as though he would devour her, Alexei Nikolaich said in a quiet, stifled voice, "Clear out." "What?" squealed Madame Sh. "How dare you? I am a weak, defenseless woman. I won't endure it. My husband is a collegiate assessor. You screw. I will go to Dmitri Karlich, the lawyer, and there will be nothing left of you. I've had the law of 3 lodgers, and I will make you flop down at my feet for your saucy words. I'll go to your general. Your Excellency, your Excellency." "Be off, you pest," hissed Alexei Nikolaich. Kistunov opened his door and looked into the office. "What is it?" he asked in a tearful voice. Madame Sh. as red as a crab, was standing in the middle of the room, rolling her eyes and prodding the air with her fingers. The bank clerks were standing round, red in the face too, and, evidently harassed, were looking at each other distractedly. "Your Excellency," cried Madame Sh. pouncing upon Kistunov. "Here, this man, this man," she pointed to Alexei Nikolaich, tapped himself on the forehead and then tapped the table. "You told him to go into my case, and he's jeering at me. I am a weak, defenseless woman. My husband is a collegiate assessor, and I am a major's daughter myself." "Very good, madam," moaned Kistunov. "I will go into it. I will take steps. Go away later." "And when shall I get the money, your Excellency? I need it today." Kistunov passed his trembling hand over his forehead, heaved a sigh, and began explaining again. "Madam, I have told you already this is a bank, a private commercial establishment. What do you want of us? And do understand that you are hindering us." Madame Sh. listened to him and sighed. To be sure," she assented. "Only, your Excellency, do me the kindness, make me pray for you for the rest of my life, be a father, protect me. If a medical certificate is not enough, I can produce an affidavit from the police. Tell them to give me the money." Everything began swimming before Kistunov's eyes. He breathed out all the air in his lungs in a prolonged sigh and sank helpless on a chair. "How much do you want?" he asked in a weak voice. 24 rubles and 36 kopecks. Kistunov took his pocketbook out of his pocket, extracted a 25-ruble note, and gave it to Madame Sh. "Take it and go away." Madame Sht Chukin wrapped the money up in her handkerchief, put it away, and pursing up her face into a sweet, mincing, even coquettish smile, asked, "Your Excellency, and would it be possible for my husband to get a post again?" "I am ill," said Kistunov in a weary voice. "I have dreadful palpitations." When he had driven home, Alexei Nikolaich sent Nikita for some laurel drops, and after taking 20 drops each, all the clerks set to work, while Madame Sht Chukin stayed another 2 hours in the vestibule, talking to the porter and waiting for Kistunov to return. She came again next day. An enigmatic nature. On the red velvet seat of a first-class railway carriage, a pretty lady sits half reclining. An expensive fluffy fan trembles in her tightly closed fingers. A pince-nez keeps dropping off her pretty little nose. The brooch heaves and falls on her bosom, like a boat on the ocean. She is greatly agitated. On the seat opposite sits the provincial secretary of special commissions, a budding young author, who from time to time publishes long stories of high life, or novelli, as he calls them, in the leading paper of the province. He is gazing into her face, gazing intently, with the eyes of a connoisseur. He is watching, studying, catching every shade of this exceptional, enigmatic nature. He understands it, he fathoms it. Her soul, her whole psychology lies open before him. "Oh, I understand you to your inmost depths," says the Secretary of Special Commissions, kissing her hand near the bracelet. "Your sensitive, responsive soul is seeking to escape from the maze of yes. The struggle is terrific, titanic. But do not lose heart, you will be triumphant. Yes." "Write about me, Valdemar," says the pretty lady with a mournful smile. "My life has been so full, so varied, so checkered. Above all, I am unhappy. I am a suffering soul in some page of Dostoevsky. Reveal my soul to the world, Valdemar. Reveal that hapless soul. You are a psychologist. We have not been in the train an hour together, and you have already fathomed my heart. Tell me, I beseech you, tell me." "Listen, my father was a poor clerk in the service. He had a good heart and was not without intelligence, but the spirit of the age of his environment vous comprenez. I do not blame my poor father. He drank, gambled, took bribes. My mother, but why say more? Poverty, the struggle for daily bread, the consciousness of insignificance, do not force me to recall it. I had to make my own way. You know the monstrous education at a boarding school, foolish novel reading, the errors of early youth, the first timid flutter of love. It was awful, the vacillation, and the agonies of losing faith in life in oneself. Ah, you are an author, you know us women, you will understand. Unhappily, I have an intense nature. I looked for happiness, and what happiness? I longed to set my soul free, yes. In that I saw my happiness. Exquisite creature, murmured the author, kissing her hand close to the bracelet. It's not you I am kissing, but the suffering of humanity. Do you remember Raskolnikov and his kiss? Oh, Valdemar, I longed for glory, renown, success, like every why affect modesty, every nature above the commonplace. I yearned for something extraordinary above the common lot of woman. And then there crossed my path an old general very well off. Understand me, Valdemar, it was self-sacrifice, renunciation. You must see that. I could do nothing else. I restored the family fortunes, was able to travel, to do good. Yet how I suffered, how revolting, how loathsome to me were his embraces, though I will be fair to him, he had fought nobly in his day. There were moments, terrible moments, but I was kept up by the thought that from day to day the old man might die, that then I would begin to live as I liked, to give myself to the man I adore, be happy. There is such a man, Valdemar, indeed there is. The pretty lady flutters her fan more violently. Her face takes a lachrymose expression. She goes on. But at last the old man died. He left me something. I was free as a bird of the air. Now is the moment for me to be happy, isn't it, Valdemar? Happiness comes tapping at my window. I had only to let it in, but Valdemar, listen, I implore you. Now is the time for me to give myself to the man I love, to become the partner of his life, to help to uphold his ideals, to be happy, to find rest. But how ignoble, repulsive, and senseless all our life is. How mean it all is, Valdemar. I am wretched, wretched, wretched. Again there is an obstacle in my path. Again I feel that my happiness is far, far away. Ah, what anguish, if only you knew what anguish. But what stands in your way? I implore you, tell me, what is it? Another old general, very well off. The broken fan conceals the pretty little face. The author props on his fist his thought-heavy brow and ponders with the air of a master in psychology. The engine is whistling and hissing, while the window curtains flush red with the glow of the setting sun. A happy man. The passenger train is just starting from Balago, the junction on the Petersburg-Moscow line. In a second-class smoking compartment, 5 passengers sit dozing, shrouded in the twilight of the carriage. They had just had a meal, and now, snugly ensconced in their seats, they are trying to go to sleep. Stillness. The door opens, and in there walks a tall, lanky figure straight as a poker, with a ginger-colored hat and a smart overcoat, wonderfully suggestive of a journalist in Jules Verne or on the comic stage. The figure stands still in the middle of the compartment for a long while, breathing heavily, screwing up his eyes and peering at the seats. "No, wrong again," he mutters. "What the deuce, it's positively revolting. No, the wrong one again." One of the passengers stares at the figure and utters a shout of joy. "Ivan Alexeyevich, what brings you here? Is it you?" The poker-like gentleman starts, stares blankly at the passenger, and recognizing him claps his hands with delight. "Ha, Pyotr Petrovitch," he says. "How many summers, how many winters? I didn't know you were in this train. How are you getting on?" "I am all right. The only thing is, my dear fellow, I've lost my compartment and I simply can't find it. What an idiot I am. I ought to be thrashed." The poker-like gentleman sways a little unsteadily and sniggers. "Queer things do happen," he continues. "I stepped out just after the second bell to get a glass of brandy. I got it, of course. Well, I thought, since it's a long way to the next station, it would be as well to have a second glass. While I was thinking about it and drinking it, the third bell rang. I ran like mad and jumped into the first carriage. I am an idiot. I am the son of a hen." "But you seem in very good spirits," observes Pyotr Petrovitch. "Come and sit down, there's room and a welcome." No, I'm off to look for my carriage. Goodbye." "You'll fall between the carriages in the dark if you don't look out. Sit down, and when we get to a station you'll find your own compartment. Sit down." Ivan Alexeyevich heaves a sigh and irresolutely sits down facing Pyotr Petrovitch. He is visibly excited and fidgets as though he were sitting on thorns. "Where are you traveling to?" Pyotr Petrovitch inquires. Into space. There is such a turmoil in my head that I couldn't tell where I am going myself. I go where fate takes me." "Ha ha, my dear fellow, have you ever seen a happy fool? No? Well then, take a look at one. You behold the happiest of mortals. Yes, don't you see something from my face?" "Well, one can see you're a tiny bit so-so." "I dare say I look awfully stupid just now." "Ach, it's a pity I haven't a looking-glass. I should like to look at my counting-house. My dear fellow, I feel I am turning into an idiot, honor bright. Ha, would you believe it, I'm on my honeymoon. Am I not the son of a hen?" Do you mean to say you are married?" "Today, my dear boy, we came away straight after the wedding." Congratulations, and the usual questions follow. "Well, you are a fellow," laughs Pyotr Petrovitch. "That's why you are rigged out such a dandy." "Yes, indeed. To complete the illusion, I've even sprinkled myself with scent. I am over my ears in vanity. No care, no thought, nothing but a sensation of something or other. Deuce knows what to call it. Beatitude or something? I've never felt so grand in my life." Ivan Alexeyevich shuts his eyes and waggles his head. "I'm revoltingly happy," he says. "Just think, in a minute I shall go to my compartment. There on the seat near the window is sitting a being who is, so to say, devoted to you with her whole being. A little blonde with a little nose. Little fingers, my little darling, my angel, my little poppet, phylloxera of my soul, and her little foot. Good God, a little foot not like our beetle crushers, but something miniature, fairy-like, allegorical. I could pick it up and eat it, that little foot." "Oh, but you don't understand. You're a materialist, of course. You begin analyzing at once, and one thing and another. You are cold-hearted bachelors, that's what you are. When you get married, you'll think of me. 'Where's Ivan Alexeyevich now?' you'll say. Yes, so in a minute I'm going to my compartment. There she is waiting for me with impatience, in joyful anticipation of my appearance. She'll have a smile to greet me. I sit down beside her and take her chin with my 2 fingers. Ivan Alexeyevich waggles his head and goes off into a chuckle of delight. Then I lay my noddle on her shoulder and put my arm round her waist. Around all is silence, you know, poetic twilight. I could embrace the whole world at such a moment. Pyotr Petrovitch, allow me to embrace you. Delighted, I'm sure. The two friends embrace while the passengers laugh in chorus, and the happy bridegroom continues. And to complete the idiocy, or, as the novelists say, to complete the illusion, one goes to the refreshment room and tosses off 2 or 3 glasses, and then something happens in your head and your heart, finer than you can read of in a fairy tale. I am a man of no importance, but I feel as though I were limitless. I embrace the whole world. The passengers, looking at the tipsy and blissful bridegroom, are infected by his cheerfulness and no longer feel sleepy. Instead of one listener, Ivan Alexeyevich has now an audience of 5. He wriggles and splutters, gesticulates, and prattles on without ceasing. He laughs and they all laugh. Gentlemen, gentlemen, don't think so much. Damn all this analysis. If you want to drink, drink, no need to philosophize as to whether it's bad for you or not. Damn all this philosophy and psychology. The guard walks through the compartment. My dear fellow, the bridegroom addresses him. When you pass through the carriage number 209, look out for a lady in a gray hat with a white bird and tell her I'm here. Yes, sir, only there isn't a number 209 in this train, there's 219. Well, 219 then, it's all the same. Tell that lady then that her husband is all right. Ivan Alexeyevich suddenly clutches his head and groans. Husband, lady, it's all in a minute, husband. Ha, I am a puppy that needs thrashing and here I am a husband, ach idiot, but think of her. Yesterday she was a little girl, a midget. It's simply incredible. Nowadays it really seems strange to see a happy man, observes one of the passengers. One as soon expects to see a white elephant. Yes, and whose fault is it? Says Ivan Alexeyevich, stretching his long legs and thrusting out his feet with their very pointed toes. If you are not happy, it's your own fault. Yes, what else do you suppose it is? Man is the creator of his own happiness. If you want to be happy, you will be, but you don't want to be. You obstinately turn away from happiness. Why, what next? How do you make that out? Very simply, nature has ordained that at a certain stage in his life man should love. When that time comes, you should love like a house on fire, but you won't heed the dictates of nature, you keep waiting for something. What's more, it's laid down by law that the normal man should enter upon matrimony. There's no happiness without marriage. When the propitious moment has come, get married. There's no use in shilly-shallying. But you don't get married, you keep waiting for something. Then the scriptures tell us that wine maketh glad the heart of man. If you feel happy and you want to feel better still, then go to the refreshment bar and have a drink. The great thing is not to be too clever, but to follow the beaten track. The beaten track is a grand thing. You say that man is the creator of his own happiness. How the devil is he the creator of it when a toothache or an ill-natured mother-in-law is enough to scatter his happiness to the winds? Everything depends on chance. If we had an accident at this moment, you'd sing a different tune. Stuff and nonsense, retorts the bridegroom. Railway accidents only happen once a year. I'm not afraid of an accident, for there is no reason for one. Accidents are exceptional. Confound them. I don't want to talk of them. Oh, I believe we're stopping at a station. Where are you going now? Asks Pyotr Petrovitch. To Moscow or somewhere further south. Why, bless you, how could I go somewhere further south when I'm on my way to the north? But Moscow isn't in the north. I know that, but we're on our way to Petersburg, says Ivan Alexeyevich. We are going to Moscow, mercy on us. To Moscow, what do you mean? Says the bridegroom in amazement. It's queer. For what station did you take your ticket? For Petersburg. In that case, I congratulate you. You've got into the wrong train. There follows a minute of silence. The bridegroom gets up and looks blankly round the company. Yes, Pyotr Petrovitch explains. You must have jumped into the wrong train at Bolago. After your glass of brandy, you succeeded in getting into the down train. Ivan Alexeyevich turns pale, clutches his head, and begins pacing rapidly about the carriage. Ach, idiot that I am, he says in indignation. Scoundrel, the devil devour me, whatever am I to do now? Why, my wife is in that train. She's there all alone, expecting me, consumed by anxiety. Ach, I'm a motley fool. The bridegroom falls on the seat and writhes as though someone had trodden on his corns. I am an unhappy man, he moans. What am I to do? What am I to do? There, the passengers try to console him. It's all right. You must telegraph to your wife and try to change into the Petersburg Express. In that way, you'll overtake her. The Petersburg Express, weeps the bridegroom, the creator of his own happiness. And how am I to get a ticket for the Petersburg Express? All my money is with my wife. The passengers, laughing and whispering together, make a collection and furnish the happy man with funds. A troublesome visitor. In the low-pitched, crooked little hut of Artyom, the forester, two men were sitting under the big dark icon Artyom himself. A short and lean peasant with a wrinkled, aged-looking face and a little beard that grew out of his neck, and a well-grown young man in a new crimson shirt and big wading boots, who had been out hunting and come in for the night. They were sitting on a bench at a little three-legged table on which a tallow candle stuck into a bottle was lazily burning. Outside the window, the darkness of the night was full of the noisy uproar into which nature usually breaks out before a thunderstorm. The wind howled angrily, and the bowed trees moaned miserably. One pane of the window had been pasted up with paper, and leaves torn off by the wind could be heard pattering against the paper. "I tell you what, good Christian," said Artyom in a hoarse little tenor half-whisper, staring with unblinking, scared-looking eyes at the hunter. "I am not afraid of wolves or bears or wild beasts of any sort, but I am afraid of man. You can save yourself from beasts with a gun or some other weapon, but you have no means of saving yourself from a wicked man. To be sure, you can fire at a beast, but if you shoot at a robber you will have to answer for it. You will go to Siberia. I've been forester, my lad, for 30 years, and I couldn't tell you what I have had to put up with from wicked men. There have been lots and lots of them here. The hut's on a track, it's a cart road, and that brings them, the devils. Every sort of ruffian turns up, and without taking off his cap or making the sign of the cross, bursts straight in upon one with, 'Give us some bread, you old so-and-so.' And where am I to get bread for him? What claim has he? Am I a millionaire to feed every drunkard that passes? They are half-blind with spite. They have no cross on them, the devils. They'll give you a clout on the ear and not think twice about it. Give us bread. Well, one gives it. One is not going to fight with them, the idols. Some of them are 2 yards across the shoulders and a great fist as big as your boot, and you see the sort of figure I am. One of them could smash me with his little finger. Well, one gives him bread and he gobbles it up and stretches out full length across the hut with not a word of thanks. And there are some that ask for money. Tell me, where is your money? As though I had money, how should I come by it? A forester and no money? Laughed the hunter. You get wages every month, and I'll be bound you sell timber on the sly. Artyom took a timid, sideway glance at his visitor, and twitched his beard as a magpie twitches her tail. You are still young to say a thing like that to me, he said. You will have to answer to God for those words. Whom may your people be? Where do you come from? I am from VIII. I am the son of Neft, the village elder. You have gone out for sport with your gun. I used to like sport, too, when I was young. Our sins are grievous, said Artyom with a yawn. It's a sad thing, there are few good folks, but villains and murderers know and God have mercy upon us. You seem to be frightened of me, too. Come, what next? What should I be afraid of you for? I see. I understand. You came in, and not just anyhow, but you made the sign of the cross, you bowed, all decent and proper. I understand. One can give you bread. I am a widower, I don't heat the stove, I sold the samovar. I am too poor to keep meat or anything else, but bread you are welcome to. At that moment, something began growling under the bench. The growl was followed by a hiss. Artyom started, drew up his legs, and looked inquiringly at the hunter. It's my dog worrying your cat, said the hunter. You devils, he shouted under the bench. Lie down, you'll be beaten. I say your cat's thin, mate. She is nothing but skin and bone. She is old, it is time she was dead. So you say you are from VIII. I see you don't feed her. Though she's a cat, she's a creature. Every breathing thing, you should have pity on her. You are a queer lot in VIII, Artyom went on, as though not listening. The church has been robbed twice in 1 year. To think that there are such wicked men, so they fear neither man nor God, to steal what is the Lord's. Hanging's too good for them. In old days the governors used to have such rogues flogged. However you punish, whether it is with flogging or anything else, it will be no good. You will not knock the wickedness out of a wicked man. Save and preserve us, Queen of Heaven, the forester sighed abruptly. Save us from all enemies and evildoers. Last week at VIII, a mower struck another on the chest with his scythe. He killed him outright, and what was it all about, God bless me? One mower came out of the tavern, drunk, the other met him, drunk too. The young man, who had been listening attentively, suddenly started, and his face grew tense as he listened. "Stay," he said, interrupting the forester. "I fancy someone is shouting." The hunter and the forester fell to listening with their eyes fixed on the window. Through the noise of the forest, they could hear sounds such as the strained ear can always distinguish in every storm, so that it was difficult to make out whether people were calling for help or whether the wind was wailing in the chimney. But the wind tore at the roof, tapped at the paper on the window, and brought a distinct shout of, "Help!" "Talk of your murderers," said the hunter, turning pale and getting up. "Someone is being robbed." "Lord have mercy on us," whispered the forester, and he, too, turned pale and got up. The hunter looked aimlessly out of window and walked up and down the hut. What a night," he muttered. "You can't see your hand before your face, the very time for a robbery. Do you hear? There is a shout again." The forester looked at the icon, and from the icon turned his eyes upon the hunter, and sank on to the bench, collapsing like a man terrified by sudden bad news. "Good Christian," he said in a tearful voice, "you might go into the passage and bolt the door, and we must put out the light." "What for?" "By ill luck they may find their way here. Oh, our sins." "We ought to be going, and you talk of bolting the door. You are a clever one, are you coming?" The hunter threw his gun over his shoulder and picked up his cap. "Get ready, take your gun. Hey, Flurka here," he called to his dog. Flurka. A dog with long frayed ears, a mongrel between a setter and a house dog, came out from under the bench. He stretched himself by his master's feet and wagged his tail. "Why are you sitting there?" cried the hunter to the forester. "You mean to say you are not going?" "Where?" "To help." "How can I?" said the forester with a wave of his hand, shuddering all over. "I can't bother about it." "Why won't you come?" "After talking of such dreadful things, I won't stir a step into the darkness. Bless them, and what should I go for?" "What are you afraid of? Haven't you got a gun? Let us go, please do. It's scaring to go alone. It will be more cheerful, the two of us. Do you hear? There was a shout again. Get up." "Whatever do you think of me, lad?" wailed the forester. "Do you think I am such a fool to go straight to my undoing? So you are not coming?" The forester did not answer. The dog, probably hearing a human cry, gave a plaintive whine. "Are you coming, I ask you?" cried the hunter, rolling his eyes angrily. "You do keep on, upon my word," said the forester with annoyance. "Go yourself." He's low cur," growled the hunter, turning towards the door. "Flurka here." He went out and left the door open. The wind flew into the hut. The flame of the candle flickered uneasily, flared up, and went out. As he bolted the door after the hunter, the forester saw the puddles in the track, the nearest pine trees, and the retreating figure of his guest lighted up by a flash of lightning. Far away, he heard the rumble of thunder. "Holy, holy, holy," whispered the forester, making haste to thrust the thick bolt into the great iron rings. "What whether the Lord has sent us?" Going back into the room, he felt his way to the stove, lay down, and covered himself from head to foot. Lying under the sheepskin and listening intently, he could no longer hear the human cry, but the peals of thunder kept growing louder and more prolonged. He could hear the big wind-lashed raindrops pattering angrily on the panes and on the paper of the window. "He's gone on a fool's errand," he thought, picturing the hunter soaked with rain and stumbling over the tree stumps. "I bet his teeth are chattering with terror." Not more than 10 minutes later, there was a sound of footsteps, followed by a loud knock at the door. "Who's there?" cried the forester. "It's I," he heard the young man's voice. "Unfasten the door." The forester clambered down from the stove, felt for the candle, and lighting it, went to the door. The hunter and his dog were drenched to the skin. They had come in for the heaviest of the downpour, and now the water ran from them as from washed clothes before they have been wrung out. "What was it?" asked the forester. "A peasant woman driving in a cart, she had got off the road," answered the young man, struggling with his breathlessness. "She was caught in a thicket." "Ah, the silly thing, she was frightened then. Well, did you put her on the road?" "I don't care to talk to a scoundrel like you." The young man flung his wet cap on the bench and went on. "I know now that you are a scoundrel and the lowest of men. And you a keeper, too, getting a salary, you blackguard. The forester slunk with a guilty step to the stove, cleared his throat, and lay down. The young man sat on the bench, thought a little, and lay down on it full length. Not long afterwards he got up, put out the candle, and lay down again. During a particularly loud clap of thunder he turned over, spat on the floor, and growled out. He's afraid, and what if the woman were being murdered? Whose business is it to defend her? And he an old man, too, and a Christian. He's a pig and nothing else. The forester cleared his throat and heaved a deep sigh. Somewhere in the darkness, Flurka shook his wet coat vigorously, which sent drops of water flying about all over the room. So you wouldn't care if the woman were murdered? The hunter went on. Well, strike me, God, I had no notion you were that sort of man. A silence followed. The thunderstorm was by now over and the thunder came from far away, but it was still raining. And suppose it hadn't been a woman but you shouting, "Help," said the hunter, breaking the silence. How would you feel, you beast, if no one ran to your aid? You have upset me with your meanness, plague take you. After another long interval, the hunter said, You must have money to be afraid of people. A man who is poor is not likely to be afraid. For those words you will answer before God, Artyom said hoarsely from the stove. I have no money. I dare say, scoundrels always have money. Why are you afraid of people then? So you must have. I'd like to take and rob you for spite to teach you a lesson. Artyom slipped noiselessly from the stove, lighted a candle, and sat down under the holy image. He was pale and did not take his eyes off the hunter. Here, I'll rob you, said the hunter, getting up. What do you think about it? Fellows like you want a lesson. Tell me, where is your money hidden? Artyom drew his legs up under him and blinked. What are you wriggling for? Where is your money hidden? Have you lost your tongue, you fool? Why don't you answer? The young man jumped up and went up to the forester. He is blinking like an owl. Well, give me your money or I will shoot you with my gun. Why do you keep on at me? Squealed the forester, and big tears rolled from his eyes. What's the reason of it? God sees all. You will have to answer for every word you say to God. You have no right whatever to ask for my money. The young man looked at Artyom's tearful face, frowned, and walked up and down the hut, then angrily clapped his cap on his head and picked up his gun. It makes me sick to look at you, he filtered through his teeth. I can't bear the sight of you. I won't sleep in your house anyway. Goodbye, hey Flurka. The door slammed and the troublesome visitor went out with his dog. Artyom bolted the door after him, crossed himself, and lay down. An actor's end. XVIII Chipsov, the heavy father and good-hearted simpleton. A tall and thick-set old man, not so much distinguished by his talents as an actor as by his exceptional physical strength, had a desperate quarrel with the manager during the performance, and just when the storm of words was at its height, felt as though something had snapped in his chest. Chekhov, the manager, as a rule began at the end of every heated discussion to laugh hysterically and to fall into a swoon. On this occasion, however, XVIII Chipsov did not remain for this climax, but hurried home. The high words and the sensation of something ruptured in his chest so agitated him as he left the theater that he forgot to wash off his paint and did nothing but take off his beard. When he reached his hotel room, XVIII Chipsov spent a long time pacing up and down, then sat down on the bed, propped his head on his fists, and sank into thought. He sat like that without stirring or uttering a sound till 2 o'clock the next afternoon, when Sigiv, the comic man, walked into his room. Why is it you did not come to the rehearsal, Booby Ivanitch? The comic man began, panting and filling the room with fumes of vodka. Where have you been? XVIII Chipsov made no answer, but simply stared at the comic man with lusterless eyes, under which there were smudges of paint. You might at least have washed your fizz, Sigiv went on. You are a disgraceful sight. Have you been boozing, or are you ill, or what? But why don't you speak? I am asking you, are you ill? XVIII Chipsov did not speak. In spite of the paint on his face, the comic man could not help noticing his striking pallor, the drops of sweat on his forehead, and the twitching of his lips. His hands and feet were trembling too, and the whole huge figure of the good-natured simpleton looked somehow crushed and flattened. The comic man took a rapid glance round the room, but saw neither bottle nor flask nor any other suspicious vessel. I say, Miss Hutka, you know you are ill, he said in a flutter. Strike me dead, you are ill, you don't look yourself. SHT Chipsov remained silent and stared disconsolately at the floor. "You must have caught cold," said Sigiv, taking him by the hand. "Oh dear, how hot your hands are, what's the trouble?" "I want to go home," muttered SHT Chipsov. "But you are at home now, aren't you?" "No, to VIII." "Oh my, anywhere else. It would take you 3 years to get to your VIII." "What? Do you want to go and see your daddy and mummy? I'll be bound, they've kicked the bucket years ago, and you won't find their graves." "My home's there." "Come, it's no good giving way to the dismal dumps. These neurotic feelings are the limit, old man. You must get well, for you have to play Mitka in the terrible Tsar tomorrow. There is nobody else to do it. Drink something hot and take some castor oil. Have you got the money for some castor oil? Or, stay, I'll run and buy some." The comic man fumbled in his pockets, found a 15-kopeck piece, and ran to the chemist's. A quarter of an hour later he came back. "Come, drink it," he said, holding the bottle to the heavy father's mouth. "Drink it straight out of the bottle. All at a go, that's the way. And now nibble at a clove that your very soul mayn't stink of the filthy stuff." The comic man sat a little longer with his sick friend, then kissed him tenderly and went away. Towards evening the Jeune Premier, Bromoglinski, ran in to see SHT Chipsov. The gifted actor was wearing a pair of prunella boots, had a glove on his left hand, was smoking a cigar, and even smelt of heliotrope, yet nevertheless he strongly suggested a traveler cast away in some land in which there were neither baths nor laundresses nor tailors. "I hear you are ill," he said to SHT Chipsov, twirling round on his heel. "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, really?" SHT Chipsov did not speak nor stir. "Why don't you speak? Do you feel giddy? Oh well, don't talk, I won't pester you, don't talk." Bromoglinski, that was his stage name, in his passport he was called Guskov, walked away to the window, put his hands in his pockets, and fell to gazing into the street. Before his eyes stretched an immense waste, bounded by a gray fence beside which ran a perfect forest of last year's burdocks. Beyond the waste ground was a dark, deserted factory, with windows boarded up. A belated jackdaw was flying round the chimney. This dreary, lifeless scene was beginning to be veiled in the dusk of evening. "I must go home," the Jeune Premier heard. "Where is home?" "To VIII, to my home." "It is 1,000 miles to VIII." "My boy," sighed Bromoglinski, drumming on the window pane. "And what do you want to go to VIII for?" "I want to die there." "What next? Now he's dying. He has fallen ill for the first time in his life, and already he fancies that his last hour is come." "No, my boy, no cholera will carry off a buffalo like you. You'll live to be 100. Where's the pain?" "There's no pain, but I feel." "You don't feel anything, it all comes from being too healthy. Your surplus energy upsets you. You ought to get jolly tight drink, you know, till your whole inside is topsy-turvy. Getting drunk is wonderfully restoring. Do you remember how screwed you were at Rostov-on-the-Don? Good Lord, the very thought of it is alarming. Sashka and I together could only just carry in the barrel, and you emptied it alone and even sent for rum afterwards. You got so drunk you were catching devils in a sack and pulled a lamp post up by the roots. Do you remember? Then you went off to beat the Greeks." Under the influence of these agreeable reminiscences, SHT Chipsov's face brightened a little, and his eyes began to shine. "And do you remember how I beat Savykin the manager?" he muttered, raising his head. "But there, I've beaten 33 managers in my time, and I can't remember how many smaller fry. And what managers they were, men who would not permit the very winds to touch them. I've beaten 2 celebrated authors and 1 painter." "What are you crying for?" "At Kherson I killed a horse with my fists, and at Taganrog some roughs fell upon me at night, 15 of them. I took off their caps and they followed me begging, 'Uncle, give us back our caps.' That's how I used to go on." "What are you crying for then, you silly?" "But now it's all over. I feel it. If only I could go to VIII." A pause followed. After a silence, SHT Chipsov suddenly jumped up and seized his cap. He looked distraught. "Goodbye, I am going to VIII," he articulated, staggering. "And the money for the journey?" I shall go on foot." "You are crazy." The 2 men looked at each other, probably because the same thought of the boundless plains, the unending forests and swamps struck both of them at once. "Well, I see you have gone off your head," the Jeune Premier commented. "I'll tell you what, old man. First thing, go to bed, then drink some brandy and tea to put you into a sweat, and some castor oil, of course. Stay, where am I to get some brandy? Bromoglinski thought a minute, then made up his mind to go to a shopkeeper called Madame Citronikov to try and get it from her on tick. Who knows? Perhaps the woman would feel for them and let them have it. The Jeune Premier went off, and half an hour later returned with a bottle of brandy and some castor oil. XVIII was sitting motionless, as before, on the bed, gazing dumbly at the floor. He drank the castor oil offered him by his friend like an automaton, with no consciousness of what he was doing. Like an automaton, he sat afterwards at the table and drank tea and brandy. Mechanically, he emptied the whole bottle and let the Jeune Premier put him to bed. The latter covered him up with a quilt and an overcoat, advised him to get into a perspiration, and went away. The night came on. XVIII had drunk a great deal of brandy, but he did not sleep. He lay motionless under the quilt and stared at the dark ceiling. Then, seeing the moon looking in at the window, he turned his eyes from the ceiling towards the companion of the earth, and lay so with open eyes till the morning. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chekhov, the manager, ran in. "What has put it into your head to be ill, my angel?" he cackled, wrinkling up his nose. A man with your physique has no business to be ill. For shame, for shame. Do you know, I was quite frightened. Can our conversation have had such an effect on him? I wondered. My dear soul, I hope it's not through me you've fallen ill. You know you gave me as good. And, besides, comrades can never get on without words. You called me all sorts of names. And have gone at me with your fists too, and yet I am fond of you. Upon my soul, I am. I respect you and am fond of you. Explain, my angel, why I am so fond of you. You are neither kith nor kin nor wife, but as soon as I heard you had fallen ill it cut me to the heart. Chekhov spent a long time declaring his affection, then fell to kissing the invalid, and finally was so overcome by his feelings that he began laughing hysterically, and was even meaning to fall into a swoon, but probably remembering that he was not at home nor at the theater, put off the swoon to a more convenient opportunity and went away. Soon after him, Adabashev, the tragic actor, a dingy, short-sighted individual who talked through his nose, made his appearance. For a long while he looked at XVIII, for a long while he pondered, and at last he made a discovery. "Do you know what, Mifa?" he said, pronouncing through his nose F instead of SH and assuming a mysterious expression. "Do you know what? You ought to have a dose of castor oil." XVIII was silent. He remained silent, too, a little later as the tragic actor poured the loathsome oil into his mouth. 2 hours later Yevlampy, or, as the actors for some reason called him, Rigolto, the hairdresser of the company, came into the room. He too, like the tragic man, stared at XVIII for a long time, then sighed like a steam engine, and slowly and deliberately began untying a parcel he had brought with him. In it there were 20 cups and several little flasks. "You should have sent for me, and I would have cupped you long ago," he said, tenderly baring XVIII's chest. "It is easy to neglect illness." Thereupon Rigolto stroked the broad chest of the heavy father and covered it all over with suction cups. "Yes," he said, as after this operation he packed up his paraphernalia, crimson with XVIII's blood. "You should have sent for me, and I would have come. You needn't trouble about payment. I do it from sympathy. Where are you to get the money if that idol won't pay you? Now please take these drops. They are nice drops, and now you must have a dose of this castor oil. It's the real thing. That's right. I hope it will do you good. Well now, goodbye." Rigolto took his parcel and withdrew, pleased that he had been of assistance to a fellow creature. The next morning Sigiv, the comic man, going in to see XVIII, found him in a terrible condition. He was lying under his coat, breathing in gasps, while his eyes strayed over the ceiling. In his hands he was crushing convulsively the crumpled quilt. "Tavern," he whispered when he saw the comic man. "Tavern." "Come, I don't like that, old man," said the comic man, flinging up his hands. You see, old man, that's not the thing, excuse me, but it's positively stupid." "To go to Vyazma, my God, to Vyazma." I did not expect it of you," the comic man muttered, utterly distracted. "What the deuce do you want to collapse like this for? That's not the thing. A giant as tall as a watchtower and crying. Is it the thing for actors to cry?" "No wife nor children," muttered XVIII. "I ought not to have gone for an actor but have stayed at Vyazma. My life has been wasted, Semyon. Oh, to be in Vyazma. That's not the thing, you see, it's stupid, contemptible indeed. Recovering his composure and setting his feelings in order, Sigiv began comforting Sht Chipsov, telling him untruly that his comrades had decided to send him to the Crimea at their expense, and so on, but the sick man did not listen and kept muttering about Vyazma. At last, with a wave of his hand, the comic man began talking about Vyazma himself to comfort the invalid. It's a fine town, he said soothingly. A capital town, old man, it's famous for its cakes. The cakes are classical, but between ourselves, are a bit groggy. For a whole week after eating them I was, But what is fine there is the merchants. They are something like merchants. When they treat you, they do treat you. The comic man talked, while Sht Chipsov listened in silence and nodded his head approvingly. Towards evening he died. The schoolmaster, Fyodor Lukich Sisov, the master of the factory school maintained at the expense of the firm of Kilikin, was getting ready for the annual dinner. Every year after the school examination, the board of managers gave a dinner at which the inspector of elementary schools, all who had conducted the examinations, and all the managers and foremen of the factory were present. In spite of their official character, these dinners were always good and lively, and the guests sat a long time over them. Forgetting distinctions of rank and recalling only their meritorious labors, they ate till they were full, drank amicably, chattered till they were all hoarse and parted late in the evening, deafening the whole factory settlement with their singing and the sound of their kisses. Of such dinners Sisov had taken part in 13, as he had been that number of years master of the factory school. Now, getting ready for the 14th, he was trying to make himself look as festive and correct as possible. He had spent a whole hour brushing his new black suit, and spent almost as long in front of a looking-glass while he put on a fashionable shirt. The studs would not go into the buttonholes, and this circumstance called forth a perfect storm of complaints, threats, and reproaches addressed to his wife. His poor wife, bustling round him, wore herself out with her efforts, and indeed he, too, was exhausted in the end. When his polished boots were brought him from the kitchen, he had not strength to pull them on. He had to lie down and have a drink of water. "How weak you have grown," sighed his wife. "You ought not to go to this dinner at all." "No advice, please," the schoolmaster cut her short angrily. He was in a very bad temper, for he had been much displeased with the recent examinations. The examinations had gone off splendidly. All the boys of the senior division had gained certificates and prizes. Both the managers of the factory and the government officials were pleased with the results, but that was not enough for the schoolmaster. He was vexed that Babkin, a boy who never made a mistake in writing, had made 3 mistakes in the dictation. Sergeyev, another boy, had been so excited that he could not remember 17 times 13. The inspector, a young and inexperienced man, had chosen a difficult article for dictation, and Lyapunov, the master of a neighboring school, whom the inspector had asked to dictate, had not behaved like a good comrade. But in dictating had, as it were, swallowed the words and had not pronounced them as written. After pulling on his boots with the assistance of his wife and looking at himself once more in the looking-glass, the schoolmaster took his gnarled stick and set off for the dinner. Just before the factory manager's house, where the festivity was to take place, he had a little mishap. He was taken with a violent fit of coughing. He was so shaken by it that the cap flew off his head and the stick dropped out of his hand. And when the school inspector and the teachers, hearing his cough, ran out of the house, he was sitting on the bottom step, bathed in perspiration. "Fyodor Lukich, is that you?" said the inspector, surprised. "You have come." "Why not?" "You ought to be at home, my dear fellow. You are not at all well today." "I am just the same today as I was yesterday, and if my presence is not agreeable to you, I can go back." "Oh, Fyodor Lukich, you must not talk like that. Please come in. Why, the function is really in your honor, not ours, and we are delighted to see you. Of course we are." Within, everything was ready for the banquet. In the big dining room, adorned with German oleographs and smelling of geraniums and varnish, there were 2 tables, a larger one for the dinner and a smaller one for the hors d'oeuvres. The hot light of midday faintly percolated through the lowered blinds. The twilight of the room, the Swiss views on the blinds, the geraniums, the thin slices of sausage on the plates, all had a naive, girlishly sentimental air, and it was all in keeping with the master of the house, a good-natured little German with a round little stomach and affectionate, oily little eyes. Adolf Andreich Bruni, that was his name, was bustling round the table of hors d'oeuvres as zealously as though it were a house on fire, filling up the wine glasses, loading the plates, and trying in every way to please, to amuse, and to show his friendly feelings. He clapped people on the shoulder, looked into their eyes, chuckled, rubbed his hands, in fact was as ingratiating as a friendly dog. "Whom do I behold? Fyodor Lukitch," he said in a jerky voice on seeing Sisov. "How delightful! You have come in spite of your illness. Gentlemen, let me congratulate you, Fyodor Lukitch has come." The school teachers were already crowding round the table and eating the hors d'oeuvres. Sisov frowned. He was displeased that his colleagues had begun to eat and drink without waiting for him. He noticed among them Lyapunov, the man who had dictated at the examination, and going up to him, began. It was not acting like a comrade. No, indeed, gentlemanly people don't dictate like that. "Good Lord, you are still harping on it," said Lyapunov, and he frowned. "Aren't you sick of it?" "Yes, still harping on it. My Babkin has never made mistakes. I know why you dictated like that. You simply wanted my pupils to be floored so that your school might seem better than mine. I know all about it." "Why are you trying to get up a quarrel?" Lyapunov snarled. "Why the devil do you pester me?" "Come, gentlemen," interposed the inspector, making a woebegone face. "Is it worthwhile to get so heated over a trifle? 3 mistakes. Not 1 mistake. Does it matter?" "Yes, it does matter. Babkin has never made mistakes." "He won't leave off," Lyapunov went on, snorting angrily. "He takes advantage of his position as an invalid and worries us all to death. Well, sir, I am not going to consider your being ill." "Let my illness alone," cried Sisov angrily. "What is it to do with you? They all keep repeating it at me, illness, 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 as though I need your sympathy. Besides, where have you picked up the notion that I am ill? I was ill before the examinations, that's true, but now I have completely recovered, there is nothing left of it but weakness." "You have regained your health, well, thank God," said the scripture teacher, Father Nikolay, a young priest in a foppish, cinnamon-colored cassock and trousers outside his boots. "You ought to rejoice, but you are irritable and so on." "You are a nice one, too," Sisov interrupted him. "Questions ought to be straightforward, clear, but you kept asking riddles. That's not the thing to do." By combined efforts they succeeded in soothing him and making him sit down to the table. He was a long time making up his mind what to drink, and pulling a wry face drank a wine glass of some green liqueur. Then he drew a bit of pie towards him, and sulkily picked out of the inside an egg with onion on it. At the first mouthful, it seemed to him that there was no salt in it. He sprinkled salt on it, and at once pushed it away as the pie was too salt. At dinner, Sisov was seated between the inspector and Bruni. After the first course the toasts began, according to the old-established custom. "I consider it my agreeable duty," the inspector began, "to propose a vote of thanks to the absent school wardens, Daniel Petrovich and Ivan Petrovich," Bruni prompted him. "And Ivan Petrovich Kulikin, who grudge no expense for the school, and I propose to drink their health." "For my part," said Bruni, jumping up as though he had been stung, "I propose a toast to the health of the honored inspector of elementary schools, Pavel Genadevich Nadarov." Chairs were pushed back, faces beamed with smiles, and the usual clinking of glasses began. The third toast always fell to Sisov, and on this occasion, too, he got up and began to speak. Looking grave and clearing his throat, he first of all announced that he had not the gift of eloquence and that he was not prepared to make a speech. Further, he said that during the 14 years that he had been schoolmaster, there had been many intrigues, many underhand attacks, and even secret reports on him to the authorities, and that he knew his enemies and those who had informed against him, and he would not mention their names, for fear of spoiling somebody's appetite. That in spite of these intrigues, the Kulikin school held the foremost place in the whole province, not only from a moral, but also from a material point of view. "Everywhere else," he said, "schoolmasters get 200 or 300 rubles, while I get 500, and moreover my house has been redecorated and even furnished at the expense of the firm. And this year all the walls have been repapered." Further, the schoolmaster enlarged on the liberality with which the pupils were provided with writing materials in the factory schools as compared with the zemstvo and government schools. And for all this, the school was indebted, in his opinion, not to the heads of the firm, who lived abroad and scarcely knew of its existence, but to a man who, in spite of his German origin and Lutheran faith, was a Russian at heart. Sisov spoke at length, with pauses to get his breath and with pretensions to rhetoric, and his speech was boring and unpleasant. He several times referred to certain enemies of his, tried to drop hints, repeated himself, coughed, and flourished his fingers unbecomingly. At last he was exhausted and in a perspiration, and he began talking jerkily, in a low voice as though to himself, and finished his speech not quite coherently. And so I propose the health of Bruni, that is Adolf Andreich, who is here among us. Generally speaking, you understand. When he finished, everyone gave a faint sigh, as though someone had sprinkled cold water and cleared the air. Bruni alone apparently had no unpleasant feeling. Beaming and rolling his sentimental eyes, the German shook Sisov's hand with feeling and was again as friendly as a dog. "Oh, I thank you," he said, with an emphasis on the O, laying his left hand on his heart. "I am very happy that you understand me. I, with my whole heart, wish you all things good, but I ought only to observe, you exaggerate my importance. The school owes its flourishing condition only to you, my honored friend, Fyodor Lukich, but for you it would be in no way distinguished from other schools. You think the German is paying a compliment, the German is saying something polite. Ha ha. No, my dear Fyodor Lukich, I am an honest man and never make complimentary speeches. If we pay you 500 rubles a year, it is because you are valued by us. Isn't that so? Gentlemen, what I say is true, isn't it? We should not pay anyone else so much. Why, a good school is an honor to the factory." "I must sincerely own that your school is really exceptional," said the inspector. "Don't think this is flattery. Anyway, I have never come across another like it in my life. As I sat at the examination, I was full of admiration. Wonderful children, they know a great deal and answer brightly, and at the same time they are somehow special, unconstrained, sincere. One can see that they love you, Fyodor Lukich. You are a schoolmaster to the marrow of your bones. You must have been born a teacher. You have all the gifts, innate vocation, long experience, and love for your work. It's simply amazing, considering the weak state of your health, what energy, what understanding. What perseverance, do you understand? What confidence you have. Someone in the school committee said truly that you were a poet in your work. Yes, a poet you are." And all present at the dinner began as one man talking of Sisov's extraordinary talent. And as though a dam had been burst, there followed a flood of sincere, enthusiastic words, such as men do not utter when they are restrained by prudent and cautious sobriety. Sisov's speech and his intolerable temper and the horrid, spiteful expression on his face were all forgotten. Everyone talked freely, even the shy and silent new teachers, poverty-stricken, downtrodden youths who never spoke to the inspector without addressing him as Your Honor. It was clear that in his own circle Sisov was a person of consequence. Having been accustomed to success and praise for the 14 years that he had been schoolmaster, he listened with indifference to the noisy enthusiasm of his admirers. It was Bruni who drank in the praise instead of the schoolmaster. The German caught every word, beamed, clapped his hands, and flushed modestly as though the praise referred not to the schoolmaster, but to him. "Bravo, bravo," he shouted. "That's true, you have grasped my meaning. Excellent." He looked into the schoolmaster's eyes as though he wanted to share his bliss with him. At last, he could restrain himself no longer. He leapt up, and overpowering all the other voices with his shrill little tenor, shouted, "Gentlemen, allow me to speak. SHH. To all you say, I can make only one reply. The management of the factory will not be forgetful of what it owes to Fyodor Lukich." All were silent. Sisov raised his eyes to the German's rosy face. "We know how to appreciate it," Bruni went on, dropping his voice. "In response to your words, I ought to tell you that Fyodor Lukich's family will be provided for, and that a sum of money was placed in the bank a month ago for that object." Sisov looked inquiringly at the German, at his colleagues, as though unable to understand why his family should be provided for and not he himself. And at once on all the faces, in all the motionless eyes bent upon him, he read not the sympathy, not the commiseration which he could not endure, but something else, something soft, tender, but at the same time intensely sinister, like a terrible truth, something which in one instant turned him cold all over and filled his soul with unutterable despair. With a pale, distorted face, he suddenly jumped up and clutched at his head. For a quarter of a minute he stood like that, stared with horror at a fixed point before him as though he saw the swiftly coming death of which Bruni was speaking, then sat down and burst into tears. "Come, come, what is it?" he heard agitated voices saying. "Water, drink a little water." A short time passed and the schoolmaster grew calmer, but the party did not recover their previous liveliness. The dinner ended in gloomy silence and much earlier than on previous occasions. When he got home, Chekhov first of all looked at himself in the glass. "Of course there was no need for me to blubber like that," he thought, looking at his sunken cheeks and his eyes with dark rings under them. "My face is a much better color today than yesterday. I am suffering from anemia and catarrh of the stomach, and my cough is only a stomach cough." Reassured, he slowly began undressing, and spent a long time brushing his new black suit, then carefully folded it up and put it in the chest of drawers. Then he went up to the table where there lay a pile of his pupils' exercise books, and picking out Babkin's, sat down and fell to contemplating the beautiful childish handwriting. And meantime, while he was examining the exercise books, the district doctor was sitting in the next room and telling his wife in a whisper that a man ought not to have been allowed to go out to dinner who had not in all probability more than a week to live. Enemies. Between 9 and 10 on a dark September evening, the only son of the district doctor, Kirilov, a child of 6, called Andrei, died of diphtheria. Just as the doctor's wife sank on her knees by the dead child's bedside and was overwhelmed by the first rush of despair, there came a sharp ring at the bell in the entry. All the servants had been sent out of the house that morning on account of the diphtheria. Kirilov went to open the door just as he was, without his coat on, with his waistcoat unbuttoned, without wiping his wet face or his hands which were scalded with carbolic. It was dark in the entry, and nothing could be distinguished in the man who came in but medium height, a white scarf, and a large, extremely pale face, so pale that its entrance seemed to make the passage lighter. "Is the doctor at home?" the newcomer asked quickly. "I am at home," answered Kirilov. "What do you want?" "Oh, it's you. I am very glad," said the stranger in a tone of relief, and he began feeling in the dark for the doctor's hand, found it and squeezed it tightly in his own. "I am very, very glad we are acquainted. My name is Abogin, and I had the honor of meeting you in the summer at Ganuchev's. I am very glad I have found you at home. For God's sake, don't refuse to come back with me at once. My wife has been taken dangerously ill, and the carriage is waiting." From the voice and gestures of the speaker, it could be seen that he was in a state of great excitement. Like a man terrified by a house on fire or a mad dog, he could hardly restrain his rapid breathing and spoke quickly in a shaking voice, and there was a note of unaffected sincerity and childish alarm in his voice. As people always do who are frightened and overwhelmed, he spoke in brief, jerky sentences and uttered a great many unnecessary, irrelevant words. "I was afraid I might not find you in," he went on. "I was in a perfect agony as I drove here. Put on your things and let us go, for God's sake. This is how it happened. Alexander Semyonovitch Papchinsky, whom you know, came to see me. We talked a little and then we sat down to tea. Suddenly my wife cried out, clutched at her heart and fell back on her chair. We carried her to bed and I rubbed her forehead with ammonia and sprinkled her with water. She lay as though she were dead. I am afraid it is aneurysm. Come along, her father died of aneurysm." Kirilov listened and said nothing, as though he did not understand Russian. When Abogin mentioned again Papchinsky and his wife's father, and once more began feeling in the dark for his hand, the doctor shook his head and said apathetically, dragging out each word, "Excuse me, I cannot come. My son died 5 minutes ago." "Is it possible?" whispered Abogin, stepping back a pace. "My God, at what an unlucky moment I have come, a wonderfully unhappy day. Wonderfully, what a coincidence. It's as though it were on purpose." Abogin took hold of the door handle and bowed his head. He was evidently hesitating and did not know what to do, whether to go away or to continue entreating the doctor. "Listen," he said fervently, catching hold of Kirilov's sleeve. "I well understand your position. God is my witness that I am ashamed of attempting at such a moment to intrude on your attention, but what am I to do? Only think, to whom can I go? There is no other doctor here, you know. For God's sake, come. I am not asking you for myself. I am not the patient." A silence followed. Kirillov turned his back on Abagin, stood still a moment, and slowly walked into the drawing room. Judging from his unsteady, mechanical step, from the attention with which he set straight the fluffy shade on the unlighted lamp in the drawing room, and glanced into a thick book lying on the table. At that instant he had no intention, no desire, was thinking of nothing, and most likely did not remember that there was a stranger in the entry. The twilight and stillness of the drawing room seemed to increase his numbness. Going out of the drawing room into his study, he raised his right foot higher than was necessary, and felt for the doorposts with his hands. And as he did so, there was an air of perplexity about his whole figure, as though he were in somebody else's house, or were drunk for the first time in his life, and were now abandoning himself with surprise to the new sensation. A broad streak of light stretched across the bookcase on one wall of the study. This light came together with the close, heavy smell of carbolic and ether from the door into the bedroom, which stood a little way open. The doctor sank into a low chair in front of the table. For a minute he stared drowsily at his books, which lay with the light on them, then got up and went into the bedroom. Here in the bedroom reigned a dead silence. Everything to the smallest detail was eloquent of the storm that had been passed through, of exhaustion, and everything was at rest. A candle standing among a crowd of bottles, boxes, and pots on a stool, and a big lamp on the chest of drawers threw a brilliant light over all the room. On the bed under the window lay a boy with open eyes and a look of wonder on his face. He did not move, but his open eyes seemed every moment growing darker and sinking further into his head. The mother was kneeling by the bed with her arms on his body and her head hidden in the bedclothes. Like the child, she did not stir, but what throbbing life was suggested in the curves of her body and in her arms. She leaned against the bed with all her being, pressing against it greedily with all her might, as though she were afraid of disturbing the peaceful and comfortable attitude she had found at last for her exhausted body. The bedclothes, the rags and bowls, the splashes of water on the floor, the little paintbrushes and spoons thrown down here and there, the white bottle of lime water, the very air, heavy and stifling, were all hushed and seemed plunged in repose. The doctor stopped close to his wife, thrust his hands in his trouser pockets, and slanting his head on one side fixed his eyes on his son. His face bore an expression of indifference, and only from the drops that glittered on his beard it could be seen that he had just been crying. That repellent horror which is thought of when we speak of death was absent from the room. In the numbness of everything, in the mother's attitude, in the indifference on the doctor's face, there was something that attracted and touched the heart, that subtle, almost elusive beauty of human sorrow, which men will not for a long time learn to understand and describe, and which it seems only music can convey. There was a feeling of beauty, too, in the austere stillness. Kirillov and his wife were silent and not weeping, as though besides the bitterness of their loss they were conscious, too, of all the tragedy of their position, just as once their youth had passed away, so now together with this boy their right to have children had gone forever to all eternity. The doctor was 44, his hair was gray and he looked like an old man, his faded and invalid wife was 35. Andrei was not merely the only child, but also the last child. In contrast to his wife, the doctor belonged to the class of people who at times of spiritual suffering feel a craving for movement. After standing for 5 minutes by his wife, he walked, raising his right foot high, from the bedroom into a little room which was half filled up by a big sofa. From there, he went into the kitchen. After wandering by the stove and the cook's bed, he bent down and went by a little door into the passage. There he saw again the white scarf and the white face. "At last," sighed Abagin, reaching towards the door handle. "Let us go, please." The doctor started, glanced at him and remembered. "Why, I have told you already that I can't go," he said, growing more animated. "How strange." "Doctor, I am not a stone. I fully understand your position. I feel for you," Abagin said in an imploring voice, laying his hand on his scarf. "But I am not asking you for myself. My wife is dying. If you had heard that cry, if you had seen her face, you would understand my pertinacity. My God, I thought you had gone to get ready. Doctor, time is precious. Let us go, I entreat you." "I cannot go," said Kirillov emphatically, and he took a step into the drawing room. Abagin followed him and caught hold of his sleeve. "You are in sorrow, I understand, but I'm not asking you to a case of toothache or to a consultation, but to save a human life." He went on entreating like a beggar. "Life comes before any personal sorrow. Come, I ask for courage, for heroism, for the love of humanity." "Humanity that cuts both ways," Kirilov said irritably. "In the name of humanity, I beg you not to take me, and how queer it is, really. I can hardly stand and you talk to me about humanity. I am fit for nothing just now. Nothing will induce me to go, and I can't leave my wife alone. No, no." Kirilov waved his hands and staggered back. And don't ask me," he went on in a tone of alarm. "Excuse me, by no. Roman 13 of the regulations, I am obliged to go, and you have the right to drag me by my collar. Drag me if you like, but I am not fit. I can't even speak. Excuse me." "There is no need to take that tone to me, doctor," said Abagin, again taking the doctor by his sleeve. "What do I care about no? Roman 13. To force you against your will I have no right whatever. If you will, come, if you will not, God forgive you, but I am not appealing to your will, but to your feelings. A young woman is dying. You were just speaking of the death of your son. Who should understand my horror if not you?" Abagin's voice quivered with emotion. That quiver and his tone were far more persuasive than his words. Abagin was sincere, but it was remarkable that whatever he said his words sounded stilted, soulless, and inappropriately flowery, and even seemed an outrage on the atmosphere of the doctor's home and on the woman who was somewhere dying. He felt this himself, and so, afraid of not being understood, did his utmost to put softness and tenderness into his voice so that the sincerity of his tone might prevail if his words did not. As a rule, however fine and deep a phrase may be, it only affects the indifferent and cannot fully satisfy those who are happy or unhappy. That is why dumbness is most often the highest expression of happiness or unhappiness. Lovers understand each other better when they are silent, and a fervent, passionate speech delivered by the grave only touches outsiders, while to the widow and children of the dead man it seems cold and trivial. Kirilov stood in silence. When Abagin uttered a few more phrases concerning the noble calling of a doctor, self-sacrifice, and so on, the doctor asked sullenly, "Is it far?" "Something like 8 or 9 miles. I have capital horses, doctor. I give you my word of honor that I will get you there and back in an hour. Only 1 hour." These words had more effect on Kirilov than the appeals to humanity or the noble calling of the doctor. He thought a moment and said with a sigh, "Very well, let us go." He went rapidly with a more certain step to his study, and afterwards came back in a long frock coat. Abagin, greatly relieved, fidgeted round him and scraped with his feet as he helped him on with his overcoat, and went out of the house with him. It was dark out of doors, though lighter than in the entry. The tall, stooping figure of the doctor, with his long, narrow beard and aquiline nose, stood out distinctly in the darkness. Abagin's big head and the little student's cap that barely covered it could be seen now as well as his pale face. The scarf showed white only in front, behind it was hidden by his long hair. "Believe me, I know how to appreciate your generosity," Abagin muttered as he helped the doctor into the carriage. "We shall get there quickly. Drive as fast as you can, Luca. There's a good fellow, please." The coachman drove rapidly. At first, there was a row of indistinct buildings that stretched alongside the hospital yard. It was dark everywhere, except for a bright light from a window that gleamed through the fence into the furthest part of the yard, while 3 windows of the upper story of the hospital looked paler than the surrounding air. Then the carriage drove into dense shadow. Here there was the smell of dampness and mushrooms, and the sound of rustling trees. The crows, awakened by the noise of the wheels, stirred among the foliage and uttered prolonged plaintive cries as though they knew the doctor's son was dead and that Abagin's wife was ill. Then came glimpses of separate trees, of bushes. A pond, on which great black shadows were slumbering, gleamed with a sullen light hand. The carriage rolled over a smooth, level ground. The clamor of the crows sounded dimly far away and soon ceased altogether. Kirilov and Abagin were silent almost all the way. Only once Abagin heaved a deep sigh and muttered, "It's an agonizing state. One never loves those who are near one so much as when one is in danger of losing them." And when the carriage slowly drove over the river, Kirilov started all at once as though the splash of the water had frightened him and made a movement. "Listen, let me go," he said miserably. "I'll come to you later. I must just send my assistant to my wife. She is alone, you know." Abajin did not speak. The carriage, swaying from side to side and crunching over the stones, drove up the sandy bank and rolled on its way. Kirilov moved restlessly and looked about him in misery. Behind them, in the dim light of the stars, the road could be seen, and the riverside willows vanishing into the darkness. On the right lay a plain as uniform and as boundless as the sky. Here and there in the distance, probably on the peat marshes, dim lights were glimmering. On the left, parallel with the road, ran a hill tufted with small bushes, and above the hill stood motionless a big, red half-moon, slightly veiled with mist and encircled by tiny clouds, which seemed to be looking round at it from all sides and watching that it did not go away. In all nature there seemed to be a feeling of hopelessness and pain. The earth, like a ruined woman sitting alone in a dark room and trying not to think of the past, was brooding over memories of spring and summer and apathetically waiting for the inevitable winter. Wherever one looked, on all sides, nature seemed like a dark, infinitely deep, cold pit from which neither Kirilov nor Abajin nor the red half-moon could escape. The nearer the carriage got to its goal, the more impatient Abajin became. He kept moving, leaping up, looking over the coachman's shoulder. And when at last the carriage stopped before the entrance, which was elegantly curtained with striped linen, and when he looked at the lighted windows of the second story, there was an audible catch in his breath. "If anything happens, I shall not survive it," he said, going into the hall with the doctor and rubbing his hands in agitation. "But there is no commotion, so everything must be going well so far," he added, listening in the stillness. There was no sound in the hall of steps or voices, and all the house seemed asleep in spite of the lighted windows. Now the doctor and Abajin, who till then had been in darkness, could see each other clearly. The doctor was tall and stooped, was untidily dressed and not good-looking. There was an unpleasantly harsh, morose, and unfriendly look about his lips, thick as a Negro's, his aquiline nose, and listless, apathetic eyes. His unkempt head and sunken temples, the premature grayness of his long, narrow beard through which his chin was visible, the pale gray hue of his skin, and his careless, uncouth manners, the harshness of all this was suggestive of years of poverty, of ill fortune, of weariness with life and with men. Looking at his frigid figure, one could hardly believe that this man had a wife, that he was capable of weeping over his child. Abajin presented a very different appearance. He was a thick-set, sturdy-looking fair man with a big head and large, soft features. He was elegantly dressed in the very latest fashion. In his carriage, his closely buttoned coat, his long hair, and his face there was a suggestion of something generous, leonine. He walked with his head erect and his chest squared. He spoke in an agreeable baritone, and there was a shade of refined, almost feminine elegance in the manner in which he took off his scarf and smoothed his hair. Even his paleness and the childlike terror with which he looked up at the stairs as he took off his coat did not detract from his dignity, nor diminish the air of sleekness, health, and aplomb which characterized his whole figure. "There is nobody and no sound," he said, going up the stairs. "There is no commotion. God grant all is well." He led the doctor through the hall into a big drawing room where there was a black piano and a chandelier in a white cover. From there, they both went into a very snug, pretty little drawing room full of an agreeable, rosy twilight. "Well, sit down here, doctor, and I will be back directly. I will go and have a look and prepare them." Kirilov was left alone. The luxury of the drawing room, the agreeably subdued light, and his own presence in the stranger's unfamiliar house, which had something of the character of an adventure, did not apparently affect him. He sat in a low chair and scrutinized his hands, which were burnt with carbolic. He only caught a passing glimpse of the bright red lampshade and the violoncello case, and glancing in the direction where the clock was ticking, he noticed a stuffed wolf as substantial and sleek-looking as Abajin himself. It was quiet. Somewhere far away in the adjoining rooms, someone uttered a loud exclamation. Ah, there was a clang of a glass door, probably of a cupboard, and again all was still. After waiting 5 minutes, Kirilov left off scrutinizing his hands and raised his eyes to the door by which Abajin had vanished. In the doorway stood Abajin, but he was not the same as when he had gone out. The look of sleekness and refined elegance had disappeared his face. His hands, his attitude were contorted by a revolting expression of something between horror and agonizing physical pain. His nose, his lips, his mustache, all his features were moving and seemed trying to tear themselves from his face. His eyes looked as though they were laughing with agony. Abajin took a heavy stride into the drawing room, bent forward, moaned, and shook his fists. "She has deceived me," he cried, with a strong emphasis on the second syllable of the verb. "Deceived me, gone away. She fell ill and sent me for the doctor only to run away with that clown Papchinsky, my God." Abajin took a heavy step towards the doctor, held out his soft white fists in his face, and shaking them went on yelling. "Gone away, deceived me, but why this deception? My God, what need of this dirty, scoundrelly trick, this diabolical, snackish farce? What have I done to her? Gone away." Tears gushed from his eyes. He turned on one foot and began pacing up and down the drawing room. Now in his short coat, his fashionable narrow trousers, which made his legs look disproportionately slim, with his big head and long mane, he was extremely like a lion. A gleam of curiosity came into the apathetic face of the doctor. He got up and looked at Abajin. "Excuse me, where is the patient?" he said. The patient," cried Abajin, laughing, crying, and still brandishing his fists. "She is not ill, but accursed. The baseness, the vileness, the devil himself could not have imagined anything more loathsome. She sent me off that she might run away with a buffoon, a dull-witted clown, and Alphonse. Oh God, better she had died. I cannot bear it, I cannot bear it." The doctor drew himself up. His eyes blinked and filled with tears, his narrow beard began moving to right and to left together with his jaw. "Allow me to ask what's the meaning of this?" he asked, looking round him with curiosity. "My child is dead, my wife is in grief alone in the whole house. I myself can scarcely stand up, I have not slept for 3 nights. And here I am forced to play a part in some vulgar farce, to play the part of a stage property. I don't understand it." Abajin unclenched one fist, flung a crumpled note on the floor, and stamped on it as though it were an insect he wanted to crush. "And I didn't understand," he said through his clenched teeth, brandishing one fist before his face with an expression as though someone had trodden on his corns. "I did not notice that he came every day. I did not notice that he came today in a closed carriage. What did he come in a closed carriage for? And I did not see it. Noodle." "I don't understand," muttered the doctor. "Why, what's the meaning of it? Why, it's an outrage on personal dignity, a mockery of human suffering. It's incredible. It's the first time in my life I have had such an experience." With the dull surprise of a man who has only just realized that he has been bitterly insulted, the doctor shrugged his shoulders, flung wide his arms, and not knowing what to do or to say, sank helplessly into a chair. "If you have ceased to love me and love another, so be it. But why this deceit, why this vulgar, treacherous trick?" Abajin said in a tearful voice. "What is the object of it, and what is there to justify it, and what have I done to you? Listen, doctor," he said hotly, going up to Kirilov. "You have been the involuntary witness of my misfortune, and I am not going to conceal the truth from you. I swear that I loved the woman, loved her devotedly, like a slave. I have sacrificed everything for her. I have quarreled with my own people, I have given up the service and music, I have forgiven her what I could not have forgiven my own mother or sister. I have never looked askance at her. I have never gainsaid her in anything. Why this deception? I do not demand love, but why this loathsome duplicity? If she did not love me, why did she not say so openly, honestly, especially as she knows my views on the subject?" With tears in his eyes, trembling all over, Abajin opened his heart to the doctor with perfect sincerity. He spoke warmly, pressing both hands on his heart, exposing the secrets of his private life without the faintest hesitation, and even seemed to be glad that at last these secrets were no longer pent up in his breast. If he had talked in this way for an hour or two and opened his heart, he would undoubtedly have felt better. Who knows, if the doctor had listened to him and had sympathized with him like a friend, he might perhaps, as often happens, have reconciled himself to his trouble without protest, without doing anything needless and absurd. But what happened was quite different. While Abajin was speaking, the outraged doctor perceptibly changed. The indifference and wonder on his face gradually gave way to an expression of bitter resentment, indignation, and anger. The features of his face became even harsher, coarser, and more unpleasant. When Abajin held out before his eyes the photograph of a young woman with a handsome face as cold and expressionless as a nun's, and asked him whether, looking at that face, one could conceive that it was capable of duplicity, the doctor suddenly flew out, and with flashing eyes said, rudely rapping out each word. "What are you telling me all this for? I have no desire to hear it. I have no desire to." He shouted and brought his fist down on the table. "I don't want your vulgar secrets. Damnation take them. Don't dare to tell me of such vulgar doings. Do you consider that I have not been insulted enough already? That I am a flunky whom you can insult without restraint? Is that it?" Abogin staggered back from Kirillov and stared at him in amazement. "Why did you bring me here?" the doctor went on, his beard quivering. "If you're so puffed up with good living that you go and get married and then act a farce like this, how do I come in? What have I to do with your love affairs? Leave me in peace. Go on squeezing money out of the poor in your gentlemanly way. Make a display of humane ideas, play." The doctor looked sideways at the violoncello case. "Play the bassoon and the trombone, grow as fat as capons, but don't dare to insult personal dignity. If you cannot respect it, you might at least spare it your attention." "Excuse me, what does all this mean?" Abogin asked, flushing red. "It means that it's base and low to play with people like this. I am a doctor. You look upon doctors and people generally who work and don't stink of perfume and prostitution as your menials and mauvaise ton. Well, you may look upon them so, but no one has given you the right to treat a man who is suffering as a stage property." "How dare you say that to me?" Abogin said quietly, and his face began working again, and this time unmistakably from anger. "No, how dared you, knowing of my sorrow, bring me here to listen to these vulgarities?" shouted the doctor, and he again banged on the table with his fist. "Who has given you the right to make a mockery of another man's sorrow?" "You have taken leave of your senses," shouted Abogin. "It is ungenerous. I am intensely unhappy myself and— "Unhappy?" said the doctor, with a smile of contempt. "Don't utter that word, it does not concern you. The spendthrift who cannot raise a loan calls himself unhappy too. The capon, sluggish from overfeeding, is unhappy too, worthless people." "Sir, you forget yourself," shrieked Abogin. "For saying things like that, people are thrashed, do you understand?" Abogin hurriedly felt in his side pocket, pulled out a pocketbook, and extracting 2 notes flung them on the table. "Here is the fee for your visit," he said, his nostrils dilating. "You are paid." "How dare you offer me money?" shouted the doctor, and he brushed the notes off the table onto the floor. "An insult cannot be paid for in money." Abogin and the doctor stood face to face, and in their wrath continued flinging undeserved insults at each other. I believe that never in their lives, even in delirium, had they uttered so much that was unjust, cruel, and absurd. The egoism of the unhappy was conspicuous in both. The unhappy are egoistic, spiteful, unjust, cruel, and less capable of understanding each other than fools. Unhappiness does not bring people together, but draws them apart, and even where one would fancy people should be united by the similarity of their sorrow, far more injustice and cruelty is generated than in comparatively placid surroundings. "Kindly let me go home," shouted the doctor, breathing hard. Abogin rang the bell sharply. When no one came to answer the bell, he rang again and angrily flung the bell on the floor. It fell on the carpet with a muffled sound and uttered a plaintive note as though at the point of death. A footman came in. "Where have you been hiding yourself, the devil take you?" His master flew at him, clenching his fists. "Where were you just now? Go and tell them to bring the Victoria round for this gentleman and order the closed carriage to be got ready for me. Stay," he cried as the footman turned to go out. "I won't have a single traitor in the house by tomorrow. Away with you all. I will engage fresh servants. Reptiles." Abogin and the doctor remained in silence waiting for the carriage. The first regained his expression of sleekness and his refined elegance. He paced up and down the room, tossed his head elegantly, and was evidently meditating on something. His anger had not cooled, but he tried to appear not to notice his enemy. The doctor stood, leaning with one hand on the edge of the table, and looked at Abogin with that profound and somewhat cynical, ugly contempt only to be found in the eyes of sorrow and indigence when they are confronted with well-nourished comfort and elegance. When a little later the doctor got into the Victoria and drove off, there was still a look of contempt in his eyes. It was dark, much darker than it had been an hour before. The red half-moon had sunk behind the hill, and the clouds that had been guarding it lay in dark patches near the stars. The carriage with red lamps rattled along the road and soon overtook the doctor. It was Abogin driving off to protest, to do absurd things. All the way home the doctor thought not of his wife, nor of his Andry, but of Imogen and the people in the house he had just left. His thoughts were unjust and inhumanly cruel. He condemned Imogen and his wife and Papchinsky and all who lived in rosy, subdued light among sweet perfumes, and all the way home he hated and despised them till his head ached. And a firm conviction concerning those people took shape in his mind. Time will pass and Kirilov's sorrow will pass, but that conviction unjust and unworthy of the human heart will not pass, but will remain in the doctor's mind to the grave. The Examining Magistrate. A district doctor and an examining magistrate were driving one fine spring day to an inquest. The examining magistrate, a man of 35, looked dreamily at the horses and said, "There is a great deal that is enigmatic and obscure in nature, and even in everyday life, doctor, one must often come upon phenomena which are absolutely incapable of explanation. I know, for instance, of several strange, mysterious deaths, the cause of which only spiritualists and mystics will undertake to explain. A clear-headed man can only lift up his hands in perplexity. For example, I know of a highly cultured lady who foretold her own death and died without any apparent reason on the very day she had predicted. She said that she would die on a certain day, and she did die." "There's no effect without a cause," said the doctor. "If there's a death, there must be a cause for it, but as for predicting it, there's nothing very marvelous in that. All our ladies, all our females, in fact have a turn for prophecies and presentiments." "Just so, but my lady doctor was quite a special case. There was nothing like the ladies' or other females' presentiments about her prediction and her death. She was a young woman, healthy and clever, with no superstitions of any sort. She had such clear, intelligent, honest eyes, an open, sensible face with a faint, typically Russian look of mockery in her eyes and on her lips. There was nothing of the fine lady or of the female about her, except if you like her beauty. She was graceful, elegant as that birch tree. She had wonderful hair. That she may be intelligible to you, I will add, too, that she was a person of the most infectious gaiety and carelessness, and that intelligent, good sort of frivolity which is only found in good-natured, light-hearted people with brains. Can one talk of mysticism, spiritualism, a turn for presentiment, or anything of that sort in this case?" She used to laugh at all that. The doctor's chaise stopped by a well. The examining magistrate and the doctor drank some water, stretched, and waited for the coachman to finish watering the horses. "Well, what did the lady die of?" asked the doctor when the chaise was rolling along the road again. "She died in a strange way. One fine day her husband went into her and said that it wouldn't be amiss to sell their old coach before the spring and to buy something rather newer and lighter instead, and that it might be as well to change the left trace horse and to put Babchinsky, that was the name of one of her husband's horses, in the shafts. His wife listened to him and said, 'Do as you think best, but it makes no difference to me now. Before the summer I shall be in the cemetery.' Her husband, of course, shrugged his shoulders and smiled. 'I am not joking,' she said. 'I tell you in earnest that I shall soon be dead.' 'What do you mean by soon?' 'Directly after my confinement, I shall bear my child and die.' The husband attached no significance to these words. He did not believe in presentiments of any sort, and he knew that ladies in an interesting condition are apt to be fanciful and to give way to gloomy ideas generally. A day later his wife spoke to him again of dying immediately after her confinement, and then every day she spoke of it and he laughed and called her a silly woman, a fortune-teller, a crazy creature. Her approaching death became an idée fixe with his wife. When her husband would not listen to her, she would go into the kitchen and talk of her death to the nurse and the cook. 'I haven't long to live now, nurse,' she would say. 'As soon as my confinement is over I shall die. I did not want to die so early, but it seems it's my fate.' The nurse and the cook were in tears, of course. Sometimes the priest's wife or some lady from a neighboring estate would come and see her, and she would take them aside and open her soul to them, always harping on the same subject, her approaching death. She spoke gravely with an unpleasant smile, even with an angry face which would not allow any contradiction. She had been smart and fashionable in her dress, but now in view of her approaching death she became slovenly. She did not read, she did not laugh, she did not dream aloud. What was more, she drove with her aunt to the cemetery and selected a spot for her tomb. 5 days before her confinement she made her will, and all this, bear in mind, was done in the best of health, without the faintest hint of illness or danger. A confinement is a difficult affair and sometimes fatal, but in the case of which I am telling you every indication was favorable, and there was absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Her husband was sick of the whole business at last. He lost his temper one day at dinner and asked her, "Listen, Natasha, when is there going to be an end of this silliness?" "It's not silliness, I am in earnest." "Nonsense, I advise you to give over being silly, that you may not feel ashamed of it afterwards." Well, the confinement came. The husband got the very best midwife from the town. It was his wife's first confinement, but it could not have gone better. When it was all over, she asked to look at her baby. She looked at it and said, "Well, now I can die." She said goodbye, shut her eyes, and half an hour later gave up her soul to God. She was fully conscious up to the last moment. Anyway, when they gave her milk instead of water, she whispered softly, "Why are you giving me milk instead of water?" So that is what happened. She died as she predicted. The examining magistrate paused, gave a sigh and said, "Come, explain why she died. I assure you on my honor this is not invented, it's a fact." The doctor looked at the sky meditatively. "You ought to have had an inquest on her," he said. "Why?" "Why, to find out the cause of her death. She didn't die because she had predicted it. She poisoned herself most probably." The examining magistrate turned quickly, facing the doctor and screwing up his eyes, asked, "And from what do you conclude that she poisoned herself?" "I don't conclude it, but I assume it. Was she on good terms with her husband?" Not altogether. There had been misunderstandings soon after their marriage. There were unfortunate circumstances. She had found her husband on one occasion with a lady. She soon forgave him, however. And which came first, her husband's infidelity or her idea of dying? The examining magistrate looked attentively at the doctor, as though he were trying to imagine why he put that question. "Excuse me," he said, not quite immediately. "Let me try and remember." The examining magistrate took off his hat and rubbed his forehead. Yes, it was very shortly after that incident that she began talking of death. Yes. Well, there, do you see? In all probability it was at that time that she made up her mind to poison herself, but, as most likely she did not want to kill her child also, she put it off till after her confinement. Not likely. It's impossible. She forgave him at the time. That she forgave it quickly means that she had something bad in her mind. Young wives do not forgive quickly. The examining magistrate gave a forced smile, and, to conceal his too noticeable agitation, began lighting a cigarette. Not likely, he went on. No notion of anything of the sort being possible ever entered into my head. And besides, he was not so much to blame as it seems. He was unfaithful to her in rather a queer way, with no desire to be. He came home at night somewhat elevated, wanted to make love to somebody, his wife was in an interesting condition. Then he came across a lady who had come to stay for 3 days. Damnation take her, an empty-headed creature, silly and not good-looking. It couldn't be reckoned as an infidelity. His wife looked at it in that way herself and soon forgave it. Nothing more was said about it. "People don't die without a reason," said the doctor. "That is so, of course, but all the same, I cannot admit that she poisoned herself. But it is strange that the idea has never struck me before, and no one thought of it. Everyone was astonished that her prediction had come to pass, and the idea of such a death was far from their mind. And indeed, it cannot be that she poisoned herself, no." The examining magistrate pondered. The thought of the woman who had died so strangely haunted him all through the inquest. As he noted down what the doctor dictated to him, he moved his eyebrows gloomily and rubbed his forehead. "And are there really poisons that kill one in a quarter of an hour, gradually, without any pain?" he asked the doctor while the latter was opening the skull. "Yes, there are, morphia for instance." Strange. I remember she used to keep something of the sort, but it could hardly be." On the way back, the examining magistrate looked exhausted. He kept nervously biting his mustache and was unwilling to talk. "Let us go a little way on foot," he said to the doctor. "I am tired of sitting." After walking about 100 paces, the examining magistrate seemed to the doctor to be overcome with fatigue, as though he had been climbing up a high mountain. He stopped and, looking at the doctor with a strange look in his eyes, as though he were drunk, said, "My God, if your theory is correct, why it was cruel, inhuman. She poisoned herself to punish someone else. Why was the sin so great? Oh, my God. And why did you make me a present of this damnable idea, doctor?" The examining magistrate clutched at his head in despair and went on. "What I have told you was about my own wife, about myself. Oh, my God, I was to blame, I wounded her, but can it have been easier to die than to forgive? That's typical feminine logic, cruel, merciless logic. Oh, even then when she was living she was cruel. I recall it all now. It's all clear to me now." As the examining magistrate talked, he shrugged his shoulders, then clutched at his head. He got back into the carriage, then walked again. The new idea the doctor had imparted to him seemed to have overwhelmed him, to have poisoned him. He was distracted, shattered in body and soul, and when he got back to the town, he said goodbye to the doctor, declining to stay to dinner, though he had promised the doctor the evening before to dine with him. Betrothed I. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and the full moon was shining over the garden. In the Schumann's house, an evening service celebrated at the request of the grandmother, Marfa Mihailovna, was just over, and now Nadia, she had gone into the garden for a minute, could see the table being laid for supper in the dining room, and her grandmother bustling about in her gorgeous silk dress. Father Andrei, a chief priest of the cathedral, was talking to Nadia's mother, Nina Ivanovna, and now in the evening light through the window her mother for some reason looked very young. Andrei Andreich, Father Andrei's son, was standing by listening attentively. It was still and cool in the garden, and dark peaceful shadows lay on the ground. There was a sound of frogs croaking, far, far away beyond the town. There was a feeling of May, sweet May. One drew deep breaths and longed to fancy that not here but far away under the sky, above the trees, far away in the open country, in the fields and the woods, the life of spring was unfolding now, mysterious, lovely, rich, and holy beyond the understanding of weak, sinful man. And for some reason one wanted to cry. She, Nadia, was already 23. Ever since she was 16, she had been passionately dreaming of marriage, and at last she was engaged to Andrei Andreich, the young man who was standing on the other side of the window. She liked him, the wedding was already fixed for July 7, and yet there was no joy in her heart. She was sleeping badly, her spirits drooped. She could hear from the open windows of the basement where the kitchen was the hurrying servants, the clatter of knives, the banging of the swing door. There was a smell of roast turkey and pickled cherries, and for some reason it seemed to her that it would be like that all her life, with no change, no end to it. Someone came out of the house and stood on the steps. It was Alexander Timofeich, or, as he was always called, Sasha, who had come from Moscow 10 days before and was staying with them. Years ago, a distant relation of the grandmother, a gentleman's widow called Maria Petrovna, a thin, sickly little woman who had sunk into poverty, used to come to the house to ask for assistance. She had a son, Sasha. It used for some reason to be said that he had talent as an artist, and when his mother died, Nadia's grandmother had, for the salvation of her soul, sent him to the Komissarovsky school in Moscow. 2 years later, he went into the school of painting, spent nearly 15 years there, and only just managed to scrape through the leaving examination in the section of architecture. He did not set up as an architect, however, but took a job at a lithographer's. He used to come almost every year, usually very ill, to stay with Nadia's grandmother to rest and recover. He was wearing now a frock coat buttoned up, and shabby canvas trousers crumpled into creases at the bottom, and his shirt had not been ironed and he had somehow all over a look of not being fresh. He was very thin, with big eyes, long thin fingers and a swarthy bearded face, and all the same he was handsome. With the Schumanns, he was like one of the family, and in their house felt he was at home. And the room in which he lived when he was there had for years been called Sasha's room. Standing on the steps he saw Nadia and went up to her. "It's nice here," he said. "Of course it's nice, you ought to stay here till the autumn." "Yes, I expect it will come to that. I dare say I shall stay with you till September." He laughed for no reason and sat down beside her. "I'm sitting gazing at Mother," said Nadia. "She looks so young from here. My mother has her weaknesses, of course," she added after a pause, "but still she is an exceptional woman." "Yes, she is very nice," Sasha agreed. "Your mother, in her own way, of course, is a very good and sweet woman, but, how shall I say, I went early this morning into your kitchen and there I found 4 servants sleeping on the floor, no bedsteads and rags for bedding, stench, bugs, beetles. It is just as it was 20 years ago, no change at all. Well, Granny, God bless her, what else can you expect of Granny? But your mother speaks French, and acts in private theatricals. One would think she might understand. As Sasha talked, he used to stretch out two long, wasted fingers before the listener's face. It all seems somehow strange to me here, now I am out of the habit of it, he went on. There is no making it out. Nobody ever does anything. Your mother spends the whole day walking about like a duchess. Granny does nothing either, nor you either. And your Andry Andreich never does anything either. Nadia had heard this the year before, and she fancied the year before that too, and she knew that Sasha could not make any other criticism. And in old days this had amused her, but now for some reason she felt annoyed. That's all stale, and I have been sick of it for ages, she said and got up. You should think of something a little newer. He laughed and got up too, and they went together toward the house. She tall, handsome and well-made, beside him looked very healthy and smartly dressed. She was conscious of this and felt sorry for him, and for some reason awkward. And you say a great deal you should not, she said. You've just been talking about my Andry, but you see you don't know him. My Andry, bother him your Andry, I am sorry for your youth. They were already sitting down to supper, as the young people went into the dining room. The grandmother, or Granny as she was called in the household, a very stout, plain old lady with bushy eyebrows and a little mustache, was talking loudly, and from her voice and manner of speaking it could be seen that she was the person of most importance in the house. She owned rows of shops in the market, and the old-fashioned house with columns and the garden, yet she prayed every morning that God might save her from ruin and shed tears as she did so. Her daughter-in-law, Nadia's mother, Nina Ivanovna, a fair-haired woman tightly laced in, with a pince-nez, and diamonds on every finger, Father Andry, a lean, toothless old man whose face always looked as though he were just going to say something amusing, and his son, Andry Andreich, a stout and handsome young man with curly hair looking like an artist or an actor, were all talking of hypnotism. You will get well in a week here, said Granny, addressing Sasha. Only you must eat more. What do you look like? She sighed. You are really dreadful. You are a regular prodigal son, that is what you are. After wasting his father's substance in riotous living, said Father Andry slowly, with laughing eyes. He fed with senseless beasts. I like my dad, said Andry Andreich, touching his father on the shoulder. He is a splendid old fellow, a dear old fellow. Everyone was silent for a space. Sasha suddenly burst out laughing and put his dinner napkin to his mouth. So you believe in hypnotism, said Father Andry to Nina Ivanovna. I cannot, of course, assert that I believe, answered Nina Ivanovna, assuming a very serious, even severe, expression. But I must own that there is much that is mysterious and incomprehensible in nature. I quite agree with you, though I must add that religion distinctly curtails for us the domain of the mysterious. A big and very fat turkey was served. Father Andry and Nina Ivanovna went on with their conversation. Nina Ivanovna's diamonds glittered on her fingers, then tears began to glitter in her eyes. She grew excited. Though I cannot venture to argue with you, she said, you must admit there are so many insoluble riddles in life. Not one, I assure you. After supper, Andry Andreich played the fiddle, and Nina Ivanovna accompanied him on the piano. 10 years before, he had taken his degree at the university in the Faculty of Arts, but had never held any post, had no definite work, and only from time to time took part in concerts for charitable objects. And in the town, he was regarded as a musician. Andry Andreich played, they all listened in silence. The samovar was boiling quietly on the table, and no one but Sasha was drinking tea. Then, when it struck 12, a violin string suddenly broke. Everyone laughed, bustled about, and began saying goodbye. After seeing her fiancé out, Nadia went upstairs where she and her mother had their rooms. The lower story was occupied by the grandmother. They began putting the lights out below in the dining room, while Sasha still sat on drinking tea. He always spent a long time over tea in the Moscow style, drinking as much as 7 glasses at a time. For a long time after Nadia had undressed and gone to bed, she could hear the servants clearing away downstairs and Granny talking angrily. At last everything was hushed, and nothing could be heard but Sasha from time to time coughing on a bass note in his room below. Roman II. When Nadia woke up, it must have been 2 o'clock. It was beginning to get light. A watchman was tapping somewhere far away. She was not sleepy, and her bed felt very soft and uncomfortable. Nadia sat up in her bed and fell to thinking as she had done every night in May. Her thoughts were the same as they had been the night before, useless, persistent thoughts, always alike, of how Andrei Andreich had begun courting her and had made her an offer, how she had accepted him, and then little by little had come to appreciate the kindly, intelligent man. But for some reason now, when there was hardly a month left before the wedding, she began to feel dread and uneasiness as though something vague and oppressive were before her. Tick-tock, the watchman tapped lazily. Tick-tock. Through the big, old-fashioned window she could see the garden, and at a little distance bushes of lilac in full flower, drowsy and lifeless from the cold. And the thick white mist was floating softly up to the lilac, trying to cover it. Drowsy rooks were cawing in the faraway trees. My God, why is my heart so heavy? Perhaps every girl felt the same before her wedding. There was no knowing, or was it Sasha's influence? But for several years past, Sasha had been repeating the same thing, like a copybook, and when he talked he seemed naive and queer. But why was it she could not get Sasha out of her head? Why was it? The watchman left off tapping for a long while. The birds were twittering under the windows, and the mist had disappeared from the garden. Everything was lighted up by the spring sunshine as by a smile. Soon the whole garden, warm and caressed by the sun, returned to life, and dewdrops like diamonds glittered on the leaves, and the old neglected garden on that morning looked young and gaily decked. Granny was already awake. Sasha's husky cough began. Nadia could hear them below, setting the samovar and moving the chairs. The hours passed slowly. Nadia had been up and walking about the garden for a long while, and still the morning dragged on. At last, Nina Ivanovna appeared with a tear-stained face, carrying a glass of mineral water. She was interested in spiritualism and homeopathy, read a great deal, was fond of talking of the doubts to which she was subject, and to Nadia it seemed as though there were a deep mysterious significance in all that. Now Nadia kissed her mother and walked beside her. "What have you been crying about, mother?" she asked. "Last night I was reading a story in which there is an old man and his daughter. The old man is in some office, and his chief falls in love with his daughter. I have not finished it, but there was a passage which made it hard to keep from tears," said Nina Ivanovna, and she sipped at her glass. "I thought of it this morning and shed tears again." "I have been so depressed all these days," said Nadia after a pause. "Why is it I don't sleep at night?" "I don't know, dear. When I can't sleep I shut my eyes very tightly, like this, and picture to myself Anna Karenine moving about and talking, or something historical from the ancient world." Nadia felt that her mother did not understand her and was incapable of understanding. She felt this for the first time in her life, and it positively frightened her and made her want to hide herself, and she went away to her own room. At 2 o'clock they sat down to dinner. It was Wednesday, a fast day, and so vegetable soup and bream with boiled grain were set before Granny. To tease Granny, Sasha ate his meat soup as well as the vegetable soup. He was making jokes all through dinner time, but his jests were labored and invariably with a moral bearing, and the effect was not at all amusing when before making some witty remark he raised his very long, thin, deathly-looking fingers. And when one remembered that he was very ill and would probably not be much longer in this world, one felt sorry for him and ready to weep. After dinner, Granny went off to her own room to lie down. Nina Ivanovna played on the piano for a little, and then she too went away. "Oh, dear Nadia," Sasha began his usual afternoon conversation, "if only you would listen to me, if only you would." She was sitting far back in an old-fashioned armchair, with her eyes shut, while he paced slowly about the room from corner to corner. "If only you would go to the university," he said. "Only enlightened and holy people are interesting, it's only they who are wanted. The more of such people there are, the sooner the kingdom of God will come on earth. Of your town, then not one stone will be left, everything will be blown up from the foundations, everything will be changed as though by magic. And then there will be immense, magnificent houses here, wonderful gardens, marvelous fountains, remarkable people. But that's not what matters most. What matters most is that the crowd, in our sense of the word, in the sense in which it exists now that evil will not exist then, Because every man will believe and every man will know what he is living for, and no one will seek moral support in the crowd. Dear Nadia, darling girl, go away. Show them all that you are sick of this stagnant, gray, sinful life. Prove it to yourself at least. I can't, Sasha, I'm going to be married. Oh, nonsense, what's it for? They went out into the garden and walked up and down a little. And however that may be, my dear girl, you must realize how unclean, how immoral this idle life of yours is, Sasha went on. Do understand that if, for instance, you and your mother and your grandmother do nothing, it means that someone else is working for you, you are eating up someone else's life, and is that clean, isn't it filthy? Nadia wanted to say, yes, that is true. She wanted to say that she understood, but tears came into her eyes, her spirits drooped, and shrinking into herself she went off to her room. Towards evening, Andrei Andreich arrived and as usual played the fiddle for a long time. He was not given to much talk as a rule, and was fond of the fiddle, perhaps because one could be silent while playing. At 11 o'clock, when he was about to go home and had put on his greatcoat, he embraced Nadia and began greedily kissing her face, her shoulders, and her hands. My dear, my sweet, my charmer, he muttered. Oh, how happy I am beside myself with rapture. And it seemed to her as though she had heard that long, long ago, or had read it somewhere. In some old tattered novel thrown away long ago. In the dining room, Sasha was sitting at the table drinking tea with the saucer poised on his 5 long fingers. Granny was laying out patience, Nina Ivanovna was reading. The flame crackled in the Eichen lamp, and everything, it seemed, was quiet and going well. Nadia said good night, went upstairs to her room, got into bed and fell asleep at once. But just as on the night before, almost before it was light, she woke up. She was not sleepy, there was an uneasy, oppressive feeling in her heart. She sat up with her head on her knees and thought of her fiancé and her marriage. She for some reason remembered that her mother had not loved her father and now had nothing and lived in complete dependence on her mother-in-law, Granny. And however much Nadia pondered, she could not imagine why she had hitherto seen in her mother something special and exceptional. How it was she had not noticed that she was a simple, ordinary, unhappy woman. And Sasha downstairs was not asleep. She could hear him coughing. He is a queer, naive man, thought Nadia, and in all his dreams, in all those marvelous gardens and wonderful fountains, one felt there was something absurd. But for some reason in his naivete, in this very absurdity there was something so beautiful that as soon as she thought of the possibility of going to the university, it sent a cold thrill through her heart and her bosom and flooded them with joy and rapture. But better not think, she whispered, I must not think of it. Tick-tock, tapped the watchman somewhere far away. Tick-tock, tick-tock, Roman 3. In the middle of June, Sasha suddenly felt bored and made up his mind to return to Moscow. I can't exist in this town, he said gloomily. No water supply, no drains, it disgusts me to eat at dinner, the filth in the kitchen is incredible. Wait a little, prodigal son. Granny tried to persuade him, speaking for some reason in a whisper. The wedding is to be on the 7th. I don't want to. You meant to stay with us until September. But now, you see, I don't want to. I must get to work. The summer was gray and cold, the trees were wet, everything in the garden looked dejected and uninviting. It certainly did make one long to get to work. The sound of unfamiliar women's voices was heard downstairs and upstairs. There was the rattle of a sewing machine in Granny's room. They were working hard at the trousseau. Of fur coats alone, 6 were provided for Nadia, and the cheapest of them, in Granny's words, had cost 300 rubles. The fuss irritated Sasha. He stayed in his own room and was cross, but everyone persuaded him to remain, and he promised not to go before the 1st of July. Time passed quickly. On St. Peter's Day, Andrei Andreich went with Nadia after dinner to Moscow Street to look once more at the house which had been taken and made ready for the young couple some time before. It was a house of 2 stories, but so far only the upper floor had been furnished. There was in the hall a shining floor painted and parquetted, there were Viennese chairs, a piano, a violin stand, there was a smell of paint. On the wall hung a big oil painting in a gold frame a naked lady, and beside her a purple vase with a broken handle. An exquisite picture, said Andrei Andreich, and he gave a respectful sigh. It's the work of the artist Shishmachevsky. Then there was the drawing room with the round table, and a sofa and easy chairs upholstered in bright blue. Above the sofa was a big photograph of Father Andry wearing a priest's velvet cap and decorations. Then they went into the dining room in which there was a sideboard. Then into the bedroom. Here in the half-dusk stood two bedsteads side by side, and it looked as though the bedroom had been decorated with the idea that it would always be very agreeable there and could not possibly be anything else. Andry Andreich led Nadia about the rooms, all the while keeping his arm round her waist, and she felt weak and conscience-stricken. She hated all the rooms, the beds, the easy chairs. She was nauseated by the naked lady. It was clear to her now that she had ceased to love Andry Andreich or perhaps had never loved him at all. But how to say this, and to whom to say it, and with what object she did not understand, and could not understand, though she was thinking about it all day and all night. He held her round the waist, talked so affectionately, so modestly, was so happy walking about this house of his, while she saw nothing in it all but vulgarity, stupid, naive, unbearable vulgarity, and his arm round her waist felt as hard and cold as an iron hoop. And every minute she was on the point of running away, bursting into sobs, throwing herself out of a window. Andry Andreich led her into the bathroom, and here he touched a tap fixed in the wall, and at once water flowed. "What do you say to that?" he said, and laughed. "I had a tank holding 200 gallons put in the loft, and so now we shall have water." They walked across the yard, and went out into the street, and took a cab. Thick clouds of dust were blowing, and it seemed as though it were just going to rain. "You are not cold," said Andry Andreich, screwing up his eyes at the dust. She did not answer. "Yesterday, you remember, Sasha blamed me for doing nothing," he said after a brief silence. "Well, he is right, absolutely right. I do nothing and can do nothing. My precious, why is it? Why is it that the very thought that I may some day fix a cockade on my cap and go into the government service is so hateful to me? Why do I feel so uncomfortable when I see a lawyer or a Latin master or a member of the Zemstvo? Oh, Mother Russia, oh, Mother Russia. What a burden of idle and useless people you still carry. How many like me are upon you, long-suffering mother?" And from the fact that he did nothing, he drew generalizations, seeing in it a sign of the times. "When we are married, let us go together into the country, my precious. There we will work. We will buy ourselves a little piece of land with a garden and a river. We will labor and watch life. Oh, how splendid that will be." He took off his hat, and his hair floated in the wind while she listened to him and thought, "Good God, I wish I were home." When they were quite near the house, they overtook Father Andry. "Ah, here's Father coming," cried Andry Andreich, delighted, and he waved his hat. "I love my dad, really," he said as he paid the cabman. "He's a splendid old fellow, a dear old fellow." Nadia went into the house, feeling cross and unwell, thinking that there would be visitors all the evening, that she would have to entertain them, to smile, to listen to the fiddle, to listen to all sorts of nonsense, and to talk of nothing but the wedding. Granny, dignified, gorgeous in her silk dress, and haughty as she always seemed before visitors, was sitting before the samovar. Father Andry came in with his sly smile. "I have the pleasure and blessed consolation of seeing you in health," he said to Granny, and it was hard to tell whether he was joking or speaking seriously. Roman 4. The wind was beating on the window and on the roof. There was a whistling sound, and in the stove the house spirit was plaintively and sullenly droning his song. It was past midnight. Everyone in the house had gone to bed, but no one was asleep, and it seemed all the while to Nadia as though they were playing the fiddle below. There was a sharp bang. A shutter must have been torn off. A minute later Nina Ivanovna came in her nightgown, with a candle. "What was the bang, Nadia?" she asked. Her mother, with her hair in a single plait and a timid smile on her face, looked older, plainer, smaller on that stormy night. Nadia remembered that quite a little time ago she had thought her mother an exceptional woman and had listened with pride to the things she said, and now she could not remember those things. Everything that came into her mind was so feeble and useless. In the stove was the sound of several bass voices in chorus, and she even heard, "Oh, oh, my geode." Nadia sat on her bed, and suddenly she clutched at her hair and burst into sobs. "Mother, mother, my own," she said, "if only you knew what is happening to me. I beg you, I beseech you, let me go away, I beseech you." "Where?" asked Nina Ivanovna, not understanding, and she sat down on the bedstead. "Go where?" For a long while Nadia cried, and could not utter a word. "Let me go away from the town," she said at last. "There must not and will not be a wedding, understand that. I don't love that man. I can't even speak about him. No, my own, no, Nina Ivanovna said quickly, terribly alarmed. Calm yourself, it's just because you are in low spirits. It will pass, it often happens. Most likely you have had a tiff with Andrei, but lovers' quarrels always end in kisses. Oh, go away, mother, oh, go away, sobbed Nadia. Yes, said Nina Ivanovna after a pause. It's not long since you were a baby, a little girl, and now you are engaged to be married. In nature, there is a continual transmutation of substances. Before you know where you are, you will be a mother yourself and an old woman, and will have as rebellious a daughter as I have. My darling, my sweet, you are clever, you know, you are unhappy, said Nadia. You are very unhappy. Why do you say such very dull, commonplace things? For God's sake, why? Nina Ivanovna tried to say something, but could not utter a word. She gave a sob and went away to her own room. The bass voices began droning in the stove again, and Nadia felt suddenly frightened. She jumped out of bed and went quickly to her mother. Nina Ivanovna, with tear-stained face, was lying in bed wrapped in a pale blue quilt and holding a book in her hands. Mother, listen to me, said Nadia. I implore you, do understand. If you would only understand how petty and degrading our life is. My eyes have been opened, and I see it all now. And what is your Andrei Andreich? Why, he is not intelligent, mother. Merciful heavens, do understand, mother, he is stupid. Nina Ivanovna abruptly sat up. You and your grandmother torment me, she said with a sob. I want to live, she repeated, and twice she beat her little fist upon her bosom. Let me be free. I am still young, I want to live, and you have made me an old woman between you. She broke into bitter tears, lay down and curled up under the quilt, and looked so small, so pitiful, so foolish. Nadia went to her room, dressed, and sitting at the window fell to waiting for the morning. She sat all night thinking, while someone seemed to be tapping on the shutters and whistling in the yard. In the morning, Granny complained that the wind had blown down all the apples in the garden and broken down an old plum tree. It was gray, murky, cheerless, dark enough for candles. Everyone complained of the cold, and the rain lashed on the windows. After tea, Nadia went into Sasha's room and without saying a word knelt down before an armchair in the corner and hid her face in her hands. What is it? Asked Sasha. I can't, she said. How I could go on living here before, I can't understand, I can't conceive. I despise the man I am engaged to, I despise myself, I despise all this idle, senseless existence. Well, well, said Sasha, not yet grasping what was meant. That's all right, that's good. I am sick of this life, Nadia went on. I can't endure another day here. Tomorrow I am going away. Take me with you for God's sake. For a minute, Sasha looked at her in astonishment. At last, he understood and was delighted as a child. He waved his arms and began pattering with his slippers as though he were dancing with delight. Splendid, he said, rubbing his hands. My goodness, how fine that is. And she stared at him without blinking, with adoring eyes as though spellbound, expecting every minute that he would say something important, something infinitely significant. He had told her nothing yet, but already it seemed to her that something new and great was opening before her which she had not known till then, and already she gazed at him full of expectation, ready to face anything, even death. I am going tomorrow, he said after a moment's thought. You come to the station to see me off. I'll take your things in my portmanteau, and I'll get your ticket, and when the third bell rings you get into the carriage, and we'll go off. You'll see me as far as Moscow and then go on to Petersburg alone. Have you a passport? Yes. I can promise you, you won't regret it, said Sasha, with conviction. You will go, you will study, and then go where fate takes you. When you turn your life upside down, everything will be changed. The great thing is to turn your life upside down, and all the rest is unimportant. And so we will set off tomorrow. Oh yes, for God's sake. It seemed to Nadia that she was very much excited, that her heart was heavier than ever before, that she would spend all the time till she went away in misery and agonizing thought. But she had hardly gone upstairs and lain down on her bed when she fell asleep at once, with traces of tears and a smile on her face, and slept soundly till evening. 5. A cab had been sent for. Nadia in her hat and overcoat went upstairs to take one more look at her mother, at all her belongings. She stood in her own room beside her still warm bed, looked about her, then went slowly into her mother. Nina Ivanovna was asleep. It was quite still in her room. Nadia kissed her mother, smoothed her hair, stood still for a couple of minutes, then walked slowly downstairs. It was raining heavily. The cabman with the hood pulled down was standing at the entrance, drenched with rain. "There is not room for you, Nadia," said Granny, as the servants began putting in the luggage. "What an idea to see him off in such weather. You had better stop at home. Goodness, how it rains." Nadia tried to say something, but could not. Then Sasha helped Nadia in and covered her feet with a rug. Then he sat down beside her. "Good luck to you, God bless you," Granny cried from the steps. "Mind you write to us from Moscow, Sasha." "Write goodbye, Granny." "The Queen of Heaven keep you." "Oh, what weather," said Sasha. It was only now that Nadia began to cry. Now it was clear to her that she certainly was going, which she had not really believed when she was saying goodbye to Granny, and when she was looking at her mother. Goodbye, town, and she suddenly thought of it all, Andrei and his father and the new house and the naked lady with the vase, and it all no longer frightened her, nor weighed upon her, but was naive and trivial and continually retreated further away. And when they got into the railway carriage and the train began to move, all that past which had been so big and serious shrank up into something tiny, and a vast, wide future which, till then had scarcely been noticed, began unfolding before her. The rain pattered on the carriage windows. Nothing could be seen but the green fields, telegraph posts with birds sitting on the wires flitted by, and joy made her hold her breath. She thought that she was going to freedom, going to study, and this was just like what used, ages ago, to be called going off to be a free Cossack. She laughed and cried and prayed all at once. "It's all right," said Sasha, smiling. "It's all right." Romans 6. Autumn had passed, and winter, too, had gone. Nadia had begun to be very homesick and thought every day of her mother and her grandmother. She thought of Sasha, too. The letters that came from home were kind and gentle, and it seemed as though everything by now were forgiven and forgotten. In May, after the examinations, she set off for home in good health and high spirits, and stopped on the way at Moscow to see Sasha. He was just the same as the year before, with the same beard and unkempt hair, with the same large, beautiful eyes, and he still wore the same coat and canvas trousers. But he looked unwell and worried. He seemed both older and thinner, and kept coughing, and for some reason he struck Nadia as gray and provincial. "My God, Nadia has come," he said and laughed gaily. "My darling girl." They sat in the printing room, which was full of tobacco smoke, and smelt strongly, stiflingly of Indian ink and paint. Then they went to his room, which also smelt of tobacco and was full of the traces of spitting. Near a cold samovar stood a broken plate with dark paper on it, and there were masses of dead flies on the table and on the floor. And everything showed that Sasha ordered his personal life in a slovenly way and lived anyhow, with utter contempt for comfort. And if anyone began talking to him of his personal happiness, of his personal life, of affection for him, he would not have understood and would have only laughed. "It is all right, everything has gone well," said Nadia hurriedly. "Mother came to see me in Petersburg in the autumn. She said that Granny is not angry and only keeps going into my room and making the sign of the cross over the walls." Sasha looked cheerful, but he kept coughing and talked in a cracked voice, and Nadia kept looking at him, unable to decide whether he really were seriously ill or whether it were only her fancy. "Dear Sasha," she said, "you are ill." "No, it's nothing. I am ill, but not very." "Oh dear," cried Nadia in agitation. "Why don't you go to a doctor? Why don't you take care of your health?" "My dear, darling Sasha," she said, and tears gushed from her eyes, and for some reason there rose before her imagination Andrei Andreich and the naked lady with the vase, and all her past which seemed now as far away as her childhood, and she began crying because Sasha no longer seemed to her so novel, so cultured, and so interesting as the year before. "Dear Sasha, you are very, very ill. I would do anything to make you not so pale and thin. I am so indebted to you. You can't imagine how much you have done for me, my good Sasha. In reality, you are now the person nearest and dearest to me." They sat on and talked, and now, after Nadia had spent a winter in Petersburg, Sasha, his works, his smile, his whole figure had for her a suggestion of something out of date, old-fashioned, done with long ago and perhaps already dead and buried. "I am going down the Volga the day after tomorrow," said Sasha, "and then to drink kumiss. I mean to drink kumiss. A friend and his wife are going with me. His wife is a wonderful woman. I am always at her, trying to persuade her to go to the university. I want her to turn her life upside down." After having talked, they drove to the station. Sasha got her tea and apples, and when the train began moving and he waved his handkerchief at her, smiling, it could be seen even from his legs that he was very ill and would not live long. Nadia reached her native town at midday. As she drove home from the station, the streets struck her as very wide and the houses very small and squat. There were no people about. She met no one but the German piano tuner in a rusty greatcoat. And all the houses looked as though they were covered with dust. Granny, who seemed to have grown quite old, but was as fat and plain as ever, flung her arms round Nadia and cried for a long time with her face on Nadia's shoulder, unable to tear herself away. Nina Ivanovna looked much older and plainer and seemed shriveled up, but was still tightly laced and still had diamonds flashing on her fingers. "My darling," she said, trembling all over, "my darling." Then they sat down and cried without speaking. It was evident that both mother and grandmother realized that the past was lost and gone, never to return. They had now no position in society, no prestige as before, no right to invite visitors. So it is when in the midst of an easy, careless life, the police suddenly burst in at night and made a search. And it turns out that the head of the family has embezzled money or committed forgery and goodbye, then to the easy, careless life forever. Nadia went upstairs and saw the same bed, the same windows with naive white curtains, and outside the windows the same garden, gay and noisy, bathed in sunshine. She touched the table, sat down and sank into thought. And she had a good dinner and drank tea with delicious rich cream, but something was missing. There was a sense of emptiness in the rooms and the ceilings were so low. In the evening she went to bed, covered herself up, and for some reason it seemed to her to be funny lying in this snug, very soft bed. Nina Ivanovna came in for a minute. She sat down as people who feel guilty sit down, timidly, and looking about her. "Well, tell me, Nadia," she inquired after a brief pause, "are you contented? Quite contented?" "Yes, mother." Nina Ivanovna got up, made the sign of the cross over Nadia and the windows. "I have become religious, as you see," she said. "You know I am studying philosophy now, and I am always thinking and thinking. And many things have become as clear as daylight to me. It seems to me that what is above all necessary is that life should pass as it were through a prism. Tell me, mother, how is Granny in health?" "She seems all right. When you went away that time with Sasha and the telegram came from you, Granny fell on the floor as she read it. For 3 days she lay without moving. After that she was always praying and crying. But now she is all right again." She got up and walked about the room. "Tick-tock," tapped the watchman. "Tick-tock, tick-tock. What is above all necessary is that life should pass as it were through a prism," she said. "In other words, that life in consciousness should be analyzed into its simplest elements as into the 7 primary colors, and each element must be studied separately." What Nina Ivanovna said further, and when she went away, Nadia did not hear, as she quickly fell asleep. May passed, June came. Nadia had grown used to being at home. Granny busied herself about the samovar, heaving deep sighs. Nina Ivanovna talked in the evenings about her philosophy. She still lived in the house like a poor relation and had to go to Granny for every farthing. There were lots of flies in the house, and the ceilings seemed to become lower and lower. Granny and Nina Ivanovna did not go out in the streets for fear of meeting Father Andrei and Andrei Andrich. Nadia walked about the garden and the streets, looked at the gray fences, and it seemed to her that everything in the town had grown old, was out of date and was only waiting either for the end or for the beginning of something young and fresh. Oh, if only that new, bright life would come more quickly, that life in which one will be able to face one's fate boldly and directly, to know that one is right, to be light-hearted and free. And sooner or later such a life will come. The time will come when of Granny's house, where things are so arranged that the 4 servants can only live in one room in filth in the basement. That time will come when of that house not a trace will remain, and it will be forgotten, no one will remember it. And Nadia's only entertainment was from the boys next door. When she walked about the garden they knocked on the fence and shouted in mockery, "Betrothed, betrothed." A letter from Sasha arrived from Saratov. In his gay dancing handwriting, he told them that his journey on the Volga had been a complete success, but that he had been taken rather ill in Saratov, had lost his voice, and had been for the last fortnight in the hospital. She knew what that meant, and she was overwhelmed with a foreboding that was like a conviction. And it vexed her that this foreboding and the thought of Sasha did not distress her so much as before. She had a passionate desire for life, longed to be in Petersburg, and her friendship with Sasha seemed now sweet but something far, far away. She did not sleep all night, and in the morning sat at the window, listening. And she did in fact hear voices below. Granny, greatly agitated, was asking questions rapidly. Then someone began crying. When Nadia went downstairs, Granny was standing in the corner, praying before the icon, and her face was tearful. A telegram lay on the table. For some time, Nadia walked up and down the room, listening to Granny's weeping. Then she picked up the telegram and read it. It announced that the previous morning Alexander Timofeich, or more simply, Sasha, had died at Saratov of consumption. Granny and Nina Ivanovna went to the church to order a memorial service, while Nadia went on walking about the rooms and thinking. She recognized clearly that her life had been turned upside down as Sasha wished, that here she was, alien, isolated, useless, and that everything here was useless to her, that all the past had been torn away from her and vanished as though it had been burnt up and the ashes scattered to the winds. She went into Sasha's room and stood there for a while. "Goodbye, dear Sasha," she thought, and before her mind rose the vista of a new, wide, spacious life, and that life, still obscure and full of mysteries, beckoned her and attracted her. She went upstairs to her own room to pack, and next morning said goodbye to her family, and full of life and high spirits left the town as, she supposed, forever.